習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的對手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, shun of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. Let's take in the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
not a game. I'm not a robot, and I challenge you. I'm not a phantom, I'm in your face, and I'm here to see
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. Watch us multiply.
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。
It's time. As the power
美
grows.
少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。
Light us will go dry.
綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I'd never share. Break this song, I'm trying to form my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find you, my soul. Time to find my own demons. Just whatever hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Believe forever, held it in my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your key is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this road now, trade it for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find you, my soul. Time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NBPL. My name is Hipran, and I'm joined by Raven. Raven, how you doing? Been a hot minute since we worked together.
It has been, Hipran. It's been a wonderful time, a great opener to the new season. Fall, spring went by super fast, and we've already hit things running. This is our last preview before upcoming EWC, but it's day 3 for solos. I'm super excited for all these guys are testing. This is the last leg of this patch, so we're seeing the absolute best version of this meta coming out today in solos. I'm excited to see what people are preparing. We don't have any of the new characters, some of the new things out there, but before Syra is going to be nerfed to the ground, we're seeing the last version of this very, very strong Syra solos and this variation of the rules. I've heard a lot about how things are going to be changing in the future. So today, for solos, we're seeing the last qualifier we will be seeing forever today.
Yeah, exactly. And for you guys at home, you can grab yourself these goodies. One of the daily drops, which is the top one. But starting Wednesday and Thursday, those bi-weekly final drops will be unlocked. It is a weird start to the season because we're doing 8 days back-to-back. It is just constant NARAKA as all the teams have to get this out of the way and I'm ready for EWC the week after. But yeah, I'm excited to kind of get my hands on some solos again because, again, I said this yesterday, I'm typically more of a trios guy. I love watching the kind of theory crafting between building comps. But whenever it gets come over to solos, I love it because you get characters that you don't normally get in trios. You know, you have the Shales, you have the Liems, stuff like that start to show up in solos. And it's fun to see heroes I just never get to see in trios show up. So, I think as you are, I'd say, the more wise one of the pair of us when it comes to solos, probably trios as well, but let's not completely put me down here. What are we expecting coming into today then? What's the expectation towards like meta and how things are going to be looking? Have things shifted massively since last season, or what we got coming up?
I know everyone's really excited. They did buff a couple characters, and a lot of these CN players actually kept this character secret for a while. Yodo, a lot of people felt like her changes were underwhelming. It turns out it was a little bit of a verbal finesse. There was a little bit under the surface that people figured out, and now we're seeing a lot of that prep work come out, and a lot of players are trying it out before this EWC. So this is still qualifying round, 6 characters for NBPL solo finals. It's going to be 8 rounds, so we're seeing a lot bigger of a spread, especially with the new rule change hip rain. You're going to see pretty much almost every single character of the cast being explored and played now. And even Viper, normally a trios player, also going to be playing solos, and you're going to see a lot more new names going to be competing at the top. Normally we've seen Mike and Spider really dominate the scene, but now Verse, Shen Yuan are looked at as some of the most feared players and then new and up-and-comers, and we still see Star doing very, very well as well. There is also a newcomer to the league. Gigi has, I don't know if Shaw stepped down or where he's at right now, maybe it's out, but Chen has stepped in for Gigi, and it really hasn't been a shakeup since really Frostivus is solo, so we are seeing how Chen is going to be doing in the league right now. Frostivus isn't in CN right now. He will be there for EWC, so Slow is stepping in for him for BBE. And today you're seeing the lineup that you'll be seeing today. A lot of the big heavy hitters. MTF was Fong, the dagger player, the famous dagger players for solos. He just renamed to MTF. I'm not sure if that's his real name, but I know that is Fong.
It's one of those things that's very hard to keep up with the players who are constantly changing their names, because I think Fong was originally one Fong, and then he changed to Fong, and now MTF. It's very interesting. Anyway, here we are looking at the schedule for today's game, starting on Padoria, going holler off Morris, and then mirroring that as we move through. Obviously, Padoria started on midnight, so with some Fireflies unlocked to start the day off. And yeah, I mean, I feel like right now this is the this is like the warm-up week or 2 weeks of NARAKA pre-EWC, because we're having changes happening, you know, new patches and stuff once we come back to that in the NBPL. So this is kind of like the mostly everything's pretty much where it was when we left off last time. You know, like you said, things like the Yoto buff, which I'm so excited to see, by the way, because Yoto in solos used to be a really, really big deal back when I first started with this tournament. So it's fun to kind of see her return into the spotlight somewhat. But yeah, as we kind of get towards EWC, this is kind of like the warm up. The players get themselves comfortable and ready and set up for EWC, kind of get get the rust shaken off of playing in an actual competitive setting rather than just kind of practicing at home. And then, you know, next week off to EWC, and then we come back and we'll have all the new patches. Syra, yeah, I mean, she's getting absolutely nerfed into the ground, which, to be honest, is probably quite good. She's been pretty dominant in both trios and solos for quite a while now. So I'm interested to see what they do when they change Syra and she kind of falls out of the meta, whether or not some people do stubbornly stick to her, or if she kind of falls down the order and like the priorities table, so to speak, or if she's just completely dead and someone takes their place. That's going to be the real question for me.
Yeah, just like you're saying, Syra in trios, very, very prevalent. And with the new rule sets coming around the corner, in solos right now, most of the solo players have 8 to 9 characters that they can play just because of the NPP system. You don't really know which characters are going to be banned out. We've shifted more to, instead of just playing the highest tier character, most of the players are now counter-stratting at a very high level with their coaches. They're playing matchups now between players around them. It's a lot more complicated than we've ever seen in NARAKA, but as viewers, as casters, it's really, really interesting because we get to see a lot more matchups that we don't traditionally see. We don't really see a bunch of 3 characters running around dominating the lobby. Instead, we see a lot of interesting ability interactions between Valdas and Vipers, even Tarkas in this day and age. And when we do come back, a little bit of a teaser, like, it's going to probably jump up to, you're going to need to know 12 characters, almost the entire cast to even be competitive in solos. So it's really, really cool where NARAKA is going with a lot of these things. I think they're really tapping into the spirit of what the solo scene kind of looks like. Right now, the most dominant characters was Liam for a very, very long time. It recently shifted within this week to Lonnie, but it's been going back and forth between Lonnie and Liam and Shayo. Liam, a really big counter Shayo, but Shayo does really well against the rest of the cast, and Lonnie was like the original kind of hard to beat TOD character. She's just been tuned down a lot, where a lot of her TODs are a lot more controlled. Around the corner though, Temmie might be getting a huge buff, so a lot of these players, Temmie was already a staple in the really, really big tournaments, the big stage. He performed very well. And then, like I was saying, Yodo was buffed really recently. No one really understood how to use her, and you're seeing all the players kind of get her ready for this NBPL solo finals and for EWC, just because, like I said, 8 rounds, a lot more characters, a lot more uncertainty, and it should be exciting for all of us to see what these guys are preparing, as this is day 3, the last day for them to qualify for the NBPL solos for this first bi-weekly.
The thing I think I enjoy the most about like hero selecting solos isn't the early stuff. I don't really care about, like, because we kind of know that there's almost like a defined meta of what's getting picked in the first couple of rounds, or even up to the first 4 rounds, really. It's after that, it's the guys who are picking last, because that's when they get to pick what they actually kind of want to pick, right? They're not picking what's like the strongest on the patch or what everyone deems to be the meta characters. You know, this 5th and 6th round, that is when you start to see, you know, things like the Tarkas showing up, things like we had ACOS getting played by some of the players as well. Like, I think it's so interesting to see what they want to be pulling out, and it always seems to show up at the end where, you know, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd are pretty defined on what's going to get picked. Occasionally they'll pick slightly different things, so you get 3 of a hero instead of just 2, but most of the time it's, you know, there's a very defined meta what gets picked at the beginning, and it kind of comes down to what the players are going to be picking at the end. But it looks like we are loading through into hero select here. So first round, looks like it's going to be Liam for Ying and Wufeng. I'm going to assume this is Alani then, or a Sheol coming through for Edward and Mike. There's Alani.
Oh, very, very rare. A lot of the times we've seen more mix-ups. Now characters get banned initially. You can't just, if a character ahead of you gets picked, you will not be able to pick it behind. We are seeing the Shayo and Syra being picked up. As I was back into the lineup, I've been looking forward to seeing him again. He's not brand new, but he's still newish to the league. He's known for coming from the very, very high-skilled dueling community, and he really jumped into the scene, absolutely crushing a lot of the players. He recently won Invitational versus Mike, Wufeng, and Shen Yuan, actually. Just a bunch of pro players doing a martial arts dueling tournament, but he did come out on top, beating the GOAT himself, Mike. really showcasing what dueling has to offer. Now, in solos, it's not just about dueling. There's a lot more that goes into it. There's a lot more macro ideas, what your off spawn's going to be looking like, what your Yang's going to be looking like, and even what your character selection is looking like between your faces and how you're going to counter people before you and behind you. We are seeing this new age. In trios, Wu Chen was banned for a long time. I believe he's getting unbanned now, but in solos,
next week.
In Jacob, because of Spider bringing him out of nowhere as a counter to Syra, but now he seems to have a spot in the solos. Even in a 6-pick rotation, Wu Chen seems like he's going to be staying. So I'm excited to see what the pros have figured out, what they've ironed out. Just because besides Spider, I've seen Verse really iron it out, but most of these guys are still working on their Wu Chen. I'm wondering what the key is going to be and what they have to show us today.
That was a very diverse hero select as well. Only a couple of duos getting picked up. Beyond that, a lot of variants. Interesting, Valda and things get picked up so early. I know she still has a place here in solos, but to see her that early in the hero select actually did catch me off guard a little bit. Curious to see how they're going to make all of these different picks work, because, you know, obviously the double EM, you kind of expect double line double EM, really. They're just too good right now in the solos better, but to see only one Sheol kicking about, and I mean, you did talk about it, but, you know, Sheol struggles into Liam. He's a pretty hard counter to her, and especially if you run into her in the Rami Yang, it sucks. So kind of makes some sense why maybe we do see the Sheol take a little bit of a dip on that priority. But a lot of different stuff up in the air right now. Lots of different characters, and, you know, some of these characters will be directly affected by the ult duration nerfs that we had. Valda being one of them. She doesn't get that tanky form for quite as long. Apparently, because I spoke to Savario about it yesterday, apparently Tammy, his Sandstorm doesn't get affected by the ult duration changes, so that stays up as long as it did before.
The main change with Temi that impacted competitive play is for the longest time, for all of NARAKA, Temi's walls didn't affect enemy Temis. So yeah, it's kind of weird that Temis were probably some of the best teammates you could possibly have, because you could use their walls and gain wisp and find stuns and combos from it. But with that change, you're seeing less of that Tumulch dominance. He's still one of the most active characters because his combo break has the fastest cooldown. In a 1v1 situation, he's able to fight effectively, and in really good terrain, because of the flight that his F gives him, he's able to get out of a lot of very sticky situations, and even reverse very bad situations that come back. But we've seen in modern NARAKA, though, Temi has been focused out in endgame just because he doesn't really do well if two players are working side by side together. A lot of these Spirit Rail Soul Bloom situations, you'll see a lot of betrayals, a lot of brief alliances only to be betrayed down the line. Very exciting. A lot of it has been tuned down now that most of the characters are played right now. It's very hard to figure out who you can ally with now. Though off spawn, gonna be very exciting. A lot of the counterplay right now starts in the off spawn, then leads to Yang, and it looks like Wufong is gonna be getting purple armor with Mike and Slows and Shu all here. Shenyu and Edward, these guys have been landing to the north. All of Fedoria's existence, dueling it out for this Red Jade, and it looks like Shenyuan is going to get the armor reset, while Edward double charge is looking for the stagger. He is going to get the one charge to strip the armor away. Shenyuan looking for the crossfire, not able to get it. Gets the stagger, forces out the combo break. A third armor reset for Shenyuan. Edwards had enough. He's going to try to space out here, but Shenyuan is going to keep on the pressure. Get a focus attack through. Edward makes his way onto the rooftop, down the ground. A little bit of a movement error from Shenyuan, not be able to lock him down. Nunchucks not the best for scale pressure and keeping down. It looks like Edward's going to get a blue armor, find a reset while Shenyuan tries to close his distance. Looks like he's going to give up and continue leading.
Was able to switch out for a blue armor himself, so another on equal footing. Nice parry though from Genuine. Followed up with the kick onto Edward. Edward gets the parry in return though. Is going to answer back out. Doesn't go for the full knock-up, but does get a fair chunk of damage off him. Edward once again able to find another armor swap. This is his fourth one off this fight. Genuine throwing down the wind wall for a brief second here, but Edward trying to see if that opening is going to be available to him. Genuine has the ultimate and did the old switcheroo. Low HP on Edward now, going It's a really, really dicey situation. Has got the dual halberd. Parry comes out from Edwards, gets a bit of a follow-up, finds him with the uppercut, tries to catch him once again with the grapple, doesn't make the connection. Genuine's going to be able to reset. It's going to get interrupted as Edward armor swaps into the Gracer, has the health advantage, and now presses that advantage, finds a third parry. Genuine going low, and Edward will take the kill.
Wow, back and forth, and like you said, 4 or 5 armor swaps between these two, and we got Fong versus Azo, new school versus old school. MTF now, but Azo is gonna get weapon swap uppercut combo down the hill, but Fong with his trusty dagger gonna fade out, gets the stagger off, forcing out the combo break from Azo. Azo's gonna try to create some distance, look for an armor reset, but Fong doesn't want to extend this fight. He wants to end it right now, forcing out both of the ultimates. Fong and Cena looking for the freeze, but Azo's gonna close the distance, stay on top of him. He is gonna get one chip, and now Fong making his way out of her. Slow's gonna be coming into the battle and doesn't see the retreating Fong HP. It looks like Azo's gonna get peeled off, while Fong gets to live to fight another day.
Real mistake there as well. He missed his first dash and just hit the wall, so didn't get the freeze off. And then dual halberds, they're consistent if anything. They're able to really strip off a fair chunk of your health and armor when you get that charge off. Does look like a TT5 put himself in a bit of danger. Wufong's doing for a reset. We're actually gonna see the sandstorm get thrown out here as well. Gonna just be actually a 4-man fight here. Flying knives coming out from Yin, able to get a little bit of poke off. TT5, I say a little bit of poke, he's starting to go incredibly low here. Trying to find the turnaround. He's gonna put the wind walls and get some of his armor back, but gets interrupted. The staggers are just keeping him pinned in place. Nowhere for him to go. Gets through the window, throws down another wind wall, but he is taken out by the pistol from TT5, from Yin, sorry. He's now gonna try and disengage away from this fight. Hasn't really got the health or the armor to keep this one going, so it's gonna take him down.
AL's versus Wufong right now, but Wufong with purple armor, purple dual halbies, playing the cliff side, looks for the parry. Him actually sends a double charge, but goes the opposite way. He goes back to back with the double charge release. Wufong has the combo break, able to ice off a lot of this pressure. Now waiting, really tricky stuff coming out from JL's. Wufong though does get the uppercut, denying the opener. Flying in the air, looking for the flank. He does get the one charge flank, sends back-to-back one charges. Wufong a little bit too early with that parry, now falling down the cliff. Very, very awkward swing for these two. And jumping back up, looking for the stagger, not able to get it. Wufong though, trying to trap the landing right now, looking for it, does get the LMB, gets the throw. Raw Dragon with the Liam, he is gonna get the double charge and too much damage. Wufong stacked off spawn is gonna take down JL's him.
Yeah, that character is still crazy bonkers. Are we committing to calling him or are we calling HM or him? Or what?
You started it, I just went with what you
I said it, I laughed at myself and I went, this is so stupid.
You could call it HM.
We'll figure it out. Let's look at NTF being able to rejoin into this fight here. One thing with the start with the spear, sorry, actually. Fair chunk of damage out. Slows, parry comes through, secures himself. The kill is now NTF. Probably no Fong. Jumps down into the middle of the action. Loses a fair chunk of armor to that spear though. Loses all of his armor after coming out of the freeze. Wufong able to do a fair amount of work there. Is now going to chase him up. Using the terrain to try and break line of sight from Wufong. NTF is going to get one pot off. Isn't going to be able to get more. Wufong not able to interrupt onto him yet. It's NTF. Looks for that turnaround. Has got the fan to work with here. Gets the parry. No, he's parried. Caught in the ball. Fong gonna quickly reset, throw him out. Just re-engage onto this one, and NTF gets the uppercut and is now just playing escape. He needs to break away. Does have the ultimate if he needs to throw it to get some distance between him and Wufong, but Wufong just gonna catch him and slam him into the ground. As Slows re-engaging into this fight. Only got grey armor and a grey weapon. Fong might just be gifted a 4th kill here. Revive's about to be wearing off. Wufong, sorry, just wants to go for a heal. Is he gonna full commit yet? I think with that revive wearing off, he wants to play it a little bit safer now.
Wufong with the Liam definitely wants to capitalize on being able to go Yang. Doesn't want to get committed right before Yang's coming down. Wants to secure that ticket. And a lot of the counterplay that we're seeing this day and age is going into Realm of Yang. A lot of these players, even though they can't see each other's names, even though they don't necessarily know who's on which character, especially because of first round, they are aware of people's tendencies on when you go to Yang. Do you go first? Do you go second? Do you go third? Shenyuan, known as going in second Yang, will be fighting against Wufang. Both of these guys, the two most feared fighters outside of Mike and Spider. We are going to open up with a one charge in midair with the staff. Shenyuan buying some time, peppering in with the ranges. Double touch when he come out from Wufang. He is going to get parry, tries to go for the blindside pillar, but Shenyuan, too aware, is going to stop it. Goes for back-to-back parry, uses his ulti Colt. Cover it, and now one ball is out, only one left to go. Wufang under a ton of pressure right now. Shenyuan has dodged all of his offense right now. He is going to go for the half-guard demo, but he is going to get one ball up. Needs to get a lot of value off this. Going to get a wall hit, maybe a little bit more. No, Shenyuan is going to stall it out with his dagger staying in the sky. Looks for the double charge and fades out now. Wufang's not his turn anymore. Now it's Shenyuan's turn. He has the ultimate up, looking for land. He doesn't get it. Wufang, nice dodge, going to come out. Chin daggers coming out, not getting much value off this, but Shenyuan's going to retreat to the pillar. And again, Wufang's going to send that tricky one charge, look for the combo, but not able to get it. Shenyuan finds the parry, looks for the ultimate again. Nice dagger pressure onto Wufang. Now going on top of the pillar, try to reset some of this pressure. Again, scale rushing to the sky. Unfortunately for him, Shenyuan's able to get one heal off, gets the uppercut off, gets the follow-up scale rush into the RMB to the ground. Shenyuan buries Wufang for this first Realm of Yang.
Really nice fight inside that Realm of Yang from him. Able to sort of play around the ball so effectively. Yes, he got hit by one, but stalling it in the air by using his F as well, just making it hard to actually get a follow-up. Really nice is cutting out of the Realm of Yang. Cutting over to Mike right now, who has that Realm of Yang debuff on him. Looking for a fight here versus Ajiao, but isn't on his lonesome. There's a third party in the area. Jin's making his way over. Both get caught by Mike's staff, though. Able to do a lot of work, stripping away all of Ajiao's health. Does commit the ultimate there from Ajiao, trying to catch him with that shield, but it's not actually going to make the connection. Mike, realizing this is getting a little bit too hot for him, he's just going to try and break away. Got one ball thrown downstairs. That's the second ball to throw out if he wants to. Yeah, keeping the pressure up onto him, throws the ball out. Goes for a bit of a nuisance connection, but I don't think he was really able to achieve much with that. And now Mike getting everything thrown onto him. Spears coming in. He's just playing full escape right now. Getting lobbied by everyone in the area. Mike may have been able to hide himself away from the action. I don't think he has any pots. He's not healing. He has no pots to keep himself going. That is rough.
Tricky by Mike. He is going to cut noise right there. Didn't want to give away his position. Four of them jumped onto him. Shenyuan got his Wu Chen ult onto him. The dagger's coming in, and Mike's able to survive a crazy amount of pressure from the lobby. Now Shenyuan's going to make his way to 5-2-1's Yin. Pressed against the wall. Oh my goodness, 7 hits back-to-back with the flying knives. Yin now against the corner. Can he pull off what Mike did? Double parry's gonna be coming up, getting agile on him, and Mike's gonna be showing up back with full health. And it looks like Mike is gonna steal the kill at the last second. Shenyuan doing all the work, but Mike working smarter, not harder. Now Shenyuan with a millions buff wants his revenge, going back onto Mike, but Mike with his gold knife gonna be fading out, looking for one charge, not able to get it, gets the armor reset, and now Shenyuan down to half health. Wants to find the kill from Mike, but now Ajiao is going to steal that kill.
That was heartbreaking as well, because Mike stole the flying knife, he got the flying knife when they got parried, ran in, stole them, got the kill. He wasn't able to get the bloom, so he didn't actually heal back up. But now, Jin able to, 2 people with a spear, secures himself the kill. Still got another spear to work with as Ajiao dodging away, is now going to fall here. One more spear to go for Jin, looking for a good opportunity to throw that one out. Does miss the spear, loses all that extra health now, but Jin walks in, grabs himself that kill. Now just playing escape. Hasn't really got the ult to work with, so just grab himself a little bit of goodies on the way out and maybe see if a third-party opportunity arises. Really nice little third party, but sad play there for Mike. Unfortunately, leaves the game just a 1 kill. Going to be a real problem for him going forward. He's going to need to make sure that the next couple of games go better. So cutting over to MTF right now, 2 kills under his belt. Actually using a longsword, not a dagger.
我觉得可以就是完美，就是还可以做得更好。就我现在这个时差，因为我这个点就很困，然后我睡不着， 我平常这个点都要睡觉，然后我晚上睡不着，然后我现在就今天的比赛我是只睡了2个小时才来打的。这怎么念？全程碾压，谋哥不是区，谋哥是4皇。我觉得我一直有在说，就是4不4皇这个东西，就是不是很重要，我不看的不是很重嘛，因为这个东西别人评的吧，我觉得就无所谓这种东西。你以为你峰哥天天摸金玩冰女是白玩的吗？还真是白玩的啊！我摸金玩的是 V2 冰女。
Oh, really cool interviews. Need subtitles, but I don't think I've seen an interview.
Not like that.
Solos. Not like that. That was the first of its kind. NARAKA stepping up their production. Very curious to see what Fong said. We're going back to the replay. Edward versus Mike. Edward opening up with the pistol shots, ends up throwing a 1.5, catching Mike on the way in. Nice focus attacks coming out, but Mike doesn't get the stagger out, forcing the combo breakout, keeping up the pressure, runs in, looks for the parry, not able to get it. Now Edward is gonna pop his ult in response. Both of the balls flying around, but Mike gonna use the ball cover to try to go for a hit right now. Teleports, looks for the drop down, not able to get it. Both Edward and Mike playing a game of chicken, but it looks like Edward is going to come on top, getting the stagger and getting up that follow-up focus attack.
Yeah, the Lani versus Lani goes in his favor, but cutting over to Zisarama Yang. This is Yang Yuan fighting it out. Yang Yuan ultimate ready to go. Has used that F here. Is able to get a little bit of poke off onto him. Starting to slowly stagger him and just lock through that armor. Slowly but surely, Yang Yuan feeling the pain here. It's gonna commit the ultimate. Still trying to evade away. Needs to get not caught by the wisp. Sandstorm's gonna go down. Actually going incredibly low here. And Yang Yuan got this one. The parry comes through from him. Getting a little bit of extra damage off it. He's able to break away. Him going way too low here. And down he goes to the sword. Meanwhile, Edward and Zhu get themselves inside a fight inside this round. Yeah, second one up. Bull's playing a real menace for Zhu. Trying to catch on to him. One more ball to go. Doesn't quite make the connection on that one. But still have a charge left to work with. Zhu on the Yoko. Able to get a slash off there. Starting to be a real problem. He's still got more slashes. I thought he'd landed, but actually he still had a slash in the pocket. Throws down the F. It's just going to be a disengaged fight right now. They're both playing out of line of sight from one another and trying to get the one up, but there's the parry coming in. Edward uses the F just to break away from getting caught, followed up onto by that parry, but hasn't been able to pick his weapon up. And Zhu slowly but surely starting to chip away at that health bar for him. Edward tries to re-grab his armor, gets the heal off. He's actually going to be able to hold fast. He's turned the tides of this fight massively onto Zhu. Zhu goes to the scale rush, doesn't make the connection, as now he's got to turn this one around, and it looks like he might have been able to. Another F comes out from Edward to break away from him, but his health bar's too low, and the Yoto caught low. Blinking health bars on both sides, but Edward clutches the victory.
1 HP clutch coming out from Edward. The gold flying eyes. The Yodo versus Lani. Lani's still coming out on top. But I see the pressure from Yodo, the smothering effect of her. It looks like the opponent just doesn't have a chance to do anything. Lani, though, providing that gold armor in her ultimate. Edward's able to pull out and find the clutch. Now we're going to go to JL's HM. He's going to be fighting out as out here. Look at the scale rush. Not able to get it. A little bit of a jump cancel mistake, but it's not going to matter. He is going to pop the ultimate and Az out. Going for a ride for a second. Wants to dodge this wisp. Moving. Using the focus attack to armor through it now. YCG 225 and Genuine showing up to the party. Immediately, Genuine's going to pop that V1, put it onto JL's HM. He's not able to get away. He gets back to back and just...
Oh my word.
Little effort. Genuine uses his ult to pick up a free kill.
It's so funny seeing Wu Chen go from being just a taxi driver in trios to being, you know, a really solid foe. That ultimate did some serious damage there. Very hard to deal with as well. Able to find the burst off and just send them packing. Now we've got 8 people left in the lobby. White Tigers on 2 players right now. With CT25. Thinking about seeing if he wants to take that fight. Does have the ultimate up, so May feeling a little bit comfortable, but hasn't got his Realm Yang debuff on him, so probably just going to look to play this a little bit safer now. Wait until either a third-party opportunity shows up, or if he is forced into a fight, I think he'd rather not potentially start a fight and use everything to get third party. We've got Zhu here with the Realm Yang debuff on. He's going to be looking for a kill, but he's fighting Edward, who has got White Tiger's buff in his pocket. Right. Slight disadvantage already, plus the fact he's on the time, but he's pinned against the walls. It's been a real menace for him. Has committed the ultimate. You get a little bit of damage off onto Edward, nothing too major yet. Going to now switch out, get a little bit more damage done on to MTF, but Gyozo not able to break away yet. Is now going to switch in. The big slash down doesn't make a connection with it. That is all about use. Throws down the F and use it as a reset safety net. Able to get one pot off. Is now due. A little bit healthier, maybe feeling it. Got himself that golden Honsword, but the damage is there. Gets the parry onto Edward, strips through his health, but Lani just presses the S and dashes away. Zhu now has to have dropped his armor, gone back to grey, just so he has enough health to work with. He's gonna switch him back into some purple armor. Beautiful armor swap coming in for him, and 2 minutes 25 to find a kill, and there's a lot of people in the area. This could get really dicey.
Everyone waiting to see who has that Yang depletion. And it looks like Zhu has the Yang depletion, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. No one wants to hard commit here until Zhu makes a move. Then you'll see everyone come in. Some of the players a little bit uncertain who does have the Yang depletion. DRG's Zhu doing a good job of keeping it hidden. But Genuine and Edward walking around with that gold armor. They're just waiting to see some of that action go down. The clock is ticking though. These guys do have to make a move soon. 1 minute and 45 is really cutting it close to be able to rush someone down and execute them. Now it looks like Zhu making his way to north, wants to find a particular target. He is at 44% ult. Hitting the bells, trying to find if anyone is showing some weak body language, someone hiding in the corner or something. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to go back to the center where everyone is at right now. He's gonna force Genuine out. Unfortunately for him, the second he starts hard committing to him, the rest of the lobby will start swarming him. Genuine waiting for him to make his move, but will Zhu actually make a move, or will he just opt out knowing that it's very unlikely to find a kill? He may run into zone just to not give points to everyone else, but this is the last day, ladies and gentlemen. So you have to place top 12 if you want to go to NBPL finals. And it looks like to kick things off in this end game, usually we've only been like seeing 6 people in end game. This is the most stacked end game we've seen. It is game 1, and everyone seems to be playing a little bit slower. We are going to get a little bit of action though now with S1 Jin and Genuine both poking away at each other with their flying knives.
They both want to go capture this spirit well here. Another one off down onto the side, the Realm Yang one. And Zhu, he's just getting absolutely wailed on by the sword. He's got 17 seconds to try and find a kill. I don't think he's going to be able to do that, unfortunately. Almost got enough rage built up for the ultimate. Has to commit it out now, but NTF is just playing survival right now. And Zhu, frozen, finished up and taken out. Man, it actually feels like that Wu Channel you just can't really play against. You just get, it's like artillery striking onto you. It's brutal.
The Wu Channel has a ton of hitboxes, little swords, do little staggers. You can hold focus and armor through it, but the big swords you are forced to dodge, or you do get a decent amount of stagger from them. The problem comes when your opponent stays on top of you, peppering with you with light attacks as well. Now these spirit wells are coming out. You're seeing the lobby split up, and this is where things get interesting. If you don't get one of the buffs, you are forced to go for one of the flags to get here. And we do have Edward to get a big carry on the Genuine. This is the one weakness of Wu Chen, is durability, getting hit from all angles. The Red Jade is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but the flying knives from every single angle. MTF's going to come from the flank and pick up a free kill with that R&B with 6 people left alive. MTF going to sit on Agile, force out that gold F. Gold armors are dropped right now. MTF's going to be able to upgrade as we move into that 80% moonbait. Everyone forced to the edge right now. Agile is going to get juggled by that moonbait, trying to make it away. Who's gonna make it around the corner? Will there be any more casualties?
I mean, there has to be. People have got the Ramayanghi buff on from that Spirit Well, so they need to find themselves some kills and slows. I don't think he's going to be able to get away. There's too many Bane's Breath. He somehow managed to surf around the middle of 3 there. He's going to heal himself up with his orbs, but hit by the Bane's Breath. Wasn't able to position quite right there. Still got 20 seconds left on that, 25 seconds left on that Bane's Breath. Looks like Flow's going to use it as cover. Get some pots off, but he's hit by another breath. If Edward spots him, this is just going to be him done though. It looks like TTV5 still want to find him. Was able to get a single pot off, but they know that he's low HP, and that pretty much is just a call to get lobbied. He's going a little bit low. Nice parry comes in, and Edward secures the kill. Another Bane's Breath did go down. I don't know if it actually hit anyone. It did. Jin and Edward get absolutely wailed on by that. Bane's Breath times out. 5 players left in the lobby. Edward going to be able to heal himself back up. Had that gold armor swap in the pocket ready. So he's going to be sitting nice and pretty net here for this final couple of moments. What are these 5 going to do? It's an interesting final circle in this rock garden here. Lots of little bits of terrain that you can use to hide and dodge away in. Right, very interesting right now. Edward loses all of his armor. He's going to be committed low. But those palm lightning from MTF. Just so much of the flying daggers. Wimble's come out. Edward just playing the escape game now. Has got the balls out, but needs to find a position where he can get a pot off. Is going to be able to get one. Get some health back. Throws the ball down. Doesn't quite hit onto Jin. Jin just hits back onto him. Edward plays escape one more time still. Charge of his ultimate is ready, can throw a ball down. He's going to pot up once again. Armor starting to be restored, and Edward definitely a harder target to deal with now that he's got those pots off. Was able to escape that one, but the ultimate is on cooldown now.
There are 4 people left alive. MTF, Action, Azel, and then Edward. Looks like Action is trying to get Edward focus fired right now by the lobby, but Edward wisely moving out of sight, out of mind. A little bit of looting action. Are these guys going to settle in? Willing to go to the heal-off situation, or will they force the issue? No one really has an advantage at this point. Double gold armor. Everyone's stacked, though. All their jades to the moon. We do have a tomb on Edward, though. He can bust that out at any second, catching anyone off guard. But looks like Edward is okay with this situation, and we are going to be going to an end game while everyone ices off, preps their end game strategy as the zone closes in. Doesn't look like anyone wants a challenge, but there's one thing in common with all these guys. Everyone's running the flying knives. Flying knives, just first weapon in Naraka that really allows you to zone. It's pretty much a ranged melee weapon. It reaches super far. You're seeing MTF using that gold jade.
It's not palm lightning, is it? It's moonshard.
Yeah, that's
You're
moon
right.
shard.
Yeah, I thought it was part. There was so many particle effects going off earlier. I assumed he had palm lightning. Didn't realize it. He's stacked.
Yeah, the moon shard with the new skin makes it look red there. Nice and sparkly for everyone. But that gold armor allows him to sit there in space very safely. He can turn around the blue charge and just turn the gold charge back in, kind of like Merciless with the staff. He really gets to set the pace right here. Everyone's kind of staying out of range of it. Doesn't really want to engage with it. We are going to get an interesting little bit of endgame with a top rock plus this ledge at play. It's going to be a Valda, Justina, Shayol, and Alani. Shayol definitely has a good edge here. Traditionally, Valda would always win this situation, but they did change the way Valda's ultimate works. She doesn't really get a huge HP bonus, so I'm curious to see how that's actually going to shake down here. A lot of the times we don't really go down to very stacked endgames. Max we're getting is 4 because of all the Spirit Well and Yang defensive situation. I do feel, though, that Fong or Agile has the edge in here. Shayol can really bully the center of the zone, stay in there, not take any zone damage, while Justina is going to have a ton of mobility to survive this situation by being able to fly up and possibly clean up the kills as the zone takes away at everyone's health. We're down to 55 seconds as the zone is coming in. Action's gonna come to the top and start trying to take up space. He's gonna be the first one to grapple to the sky and actually challenge Azal.
Yeah, let's try and jump in here. He's gonna try and break away for a brief second. Sorry, loses a fair chunk of HP. Caught by the palm lightning. Jin has to pop the F just to break away from that one. Going down some, but now it's going to commit the ultimate here. Finds himself in a bit of a dangerous situation. That Moonshot being a real menace, just playing around the edge in with the ultimate ticking away. Remember, ult does not last as long, so he can actually throw a spear out or do something. Misses the first spear. May only get 2 spears off here, to be honest, if they continue to get staggered. They do catch Age out, but he's going to immediately break out from that one. And now it's just a matter of playing aerial. All 4 people just trying to stay out of the zone for as long as possible. The freezes looking to come through, but Age out catches 2 with the ultimate. So much work going in, and Age out absolutely slams the end of that lobby.
I'm surprised Fong took the line that he did. He left Aja to his own devices, able to go out there, find chokes to secure some kills. Normally, Shaiol's chokes don't come in big to find kills just because other people are able to follow up with the damage. But everyone really ignored him in that last little bit. If Fong really wanted to get more kills, he could have froze Aja as he went and found those kills, but still, Aja with a stunning performance right there in that end game. No surprises here. Shaiol, one of the most dominant characters against most of the cast, and one of the most dominant in that little bit of circle. Not a lot of terrain to worry about. Not a lot of things to challenge her. No Akos to center the zone. Really just a Justina, and Justina really only has 1 dash that can freeze him. As I would make sure to capitalize on it. Big win for him. Remember, guys, these players are trying to secure a top 12 finish. Every point does matter because you do take a percentage of your points into the NBPL solo finals. And at this level, we've seen it multiple times. 1 point, even half a point matters between winning and even getting to MVP round where you can end the tournament earlier. So all of these guys are still fighting their heart out, and a lot of these guys who will be at EWC are limit testing to see what is working. But exciting stuff, Hipperin, right? Seeing the new Yodo running around with her sword. I'm still surprised at some of her abilities and what she's doing. A lot of these guys testing her out. We still see her running against the old meta, those Lonnies and Liam. She's not really just there yet to be able to beat them, but really, really cool stuff.
Well, here's a question for you guys at home if you want to grab yourself some goodies. How many players chose Lani in game number 1? Was it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 0? It's a pretty easy question. Pretty easy answer. Spam A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. And if you're 1, you'll be whispered, so check your whisper box. Yeah, I mean, man, that game was very interesting just due to I haven't seen solos competitive since we've done the changes. You know, the everyone getting the Roma Yang debuff on that Roma Yang Spirit Well that spawns right at the end. It does speed up and kind of trim the herd a little bit, moving into that kind of late game. But yeah, this week it's an interesting week because typically we have four game days between solos and trios. And then we have like a 3-day break and then we start back up again, right? So if you're a solos player, you get 4 days off between your last game of the week and then going straight back into it next week. So they have a bit of time to kind of go off a VOD review, assess what they've done, and then jump back into it. But they had a day. You have a day between games at the moment because we're doing everything in one big run. So it's what I find... what I'm kind of like keeping my eye on going into this is being like actually how the players handle this, because it is 8 game days. Sure, there's a day off every other day because you have the other game mode being played, but you don't have that much time to breathe. You know, you don't really have that much time to sit down with your coach and figure something out. You can't really like adjust your strategies, right? And then after this weekend, we have EWC, and I'm going to make the assumption that these players are probably flying out fairly soon after we end this week. So they're not going to have much time to get any kind of like at-home practice in before going to EWC or before playing in the bi-weekly finals. So this is almost as close to scrims as we're going to get. Like, these players are actively playing for points while also practicing and figuring out what the hell they're doing in the meta. And then I don't know if we're playing on the new patch for EWC. I've heard...
Could be this patch.
It is this patch, okay. So I think I think Trios is doing something different with the hero side. Maybe we're doing it there, but regardless, like, you know, they don't have that much time to kind of, you know, get their head all together for EWC. They're going to be flying over, they're going to be jumping straight into the action, and yeah. It's weird because it's like a scrim week or scrim bi-weekly, but also at the same time you're playing for points, right? You're playing for a bi-weekly finals win, and if you can find that bi-weekly finals win, you have an advantage over everyone else who's still kind of adjusting and figuring themselves out right now. But here's our scores right now as we stand. Obviously, the bottom end of the table are the people who are not qualified for a bi-weekly final spot yet. As we move up the table, though, you will see where the line is going to be drawn in the sand. It's Chuz, who has played both his days already. He is on 26.2 points, so that is your first entry in to bi-weekly finals. If you're on that bottom end of the table, you know you're not competing with anyone who's still going to be earning points throughout today. But these obviously are guys up here. Top end of the table is the more interesting bit, because that's these where the guys who are currently playing for keeps are Spider in second, but Star in first place. Obviously, the top four here have only played, have played both their days already. So Zhang Yuan, he's not too far off that top spot. He could play for it.
Yeah, this is still game one. We still got 5 more games to go. A lot of times the qualifying round points, top 12 is usually around 27, 28 points. On harder weeks, it's around 30 to 32. We saw very surprising things out there. Mike, not already qualifying. Normally, we see such a big single round that he pretty much qualifies off one day, but still, it's early in the day. Now, we are going to be going to the highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We are going to Wufang versus JL's HM off spawn. Sliding uppercut's going to be coming down. Very slow. He gets the Dragon Slayer into the uppercut, follows up with the 1-2 off the uppercut, slows, going for the fist dodge. He's gonna get parried right there. Dodo ult from Zhu coming out onto Jin. Back-to-back ultimate right here against the wall though. Ooh, little bit of a mistake by Zhu on the wake up. Gonna go for a ride. Nice follow-up gonna come out. Jin putting him in the montage now, going into the next round. Jin again with the ball though, looking for the 1 HP. Genuine is going to come through, shred through 4 players all around. Going to find Agile as well. Wisp going to come down, a little bit of a Temi assist for him, finding nice kills. This Moonbane, absolutely insane. Slows, tries to stay in the Moonbane, uses his ult to survive in there, while Jin and Edward get bounced around. 2-2-5, same thing. He has that Yang completion, trying to Moonbane.
Oh my word.
Wiping out over and over, getting juggled. Finally, the Wu Chen ult's coming out. Agile finding the kills, finding the double choke, getting the last hit. Flying nice, has that poke potential, able to secure tons of kills at the end, and Agile with a look of satisfaction, making it look easy, securing the first game of the day on his Shayol. Let's see the stats for his MVP of the day and his first one of the season.
Massive one for him there. 5 kills, 20,000 damage coming in from him there. Flying knives. It's actually a fairly mixed kind of pool from where the damage came from, just due to the fact that, you know, he did 7k with flying knives, 6k with dual halberds. It was nice one. Sky punch, damage reduction, tuner, sap, and attack. With the Soul Jade layout there for Asia. Nice game. Honestly, that final circle, he was kind of going under the radar and then popped off on that final circle. Really, really big. And I talked about this yesterday, but how clean are the new Alliance jerseys, man? They look sick.
Oh yeah. Especially the sleeves, the nice cut coming off. It's one of the things I always notice about the NVPL jerseys. A lot of them are not very slim fit, but Azal fills out his jersey nice, and he represents Alliance very, very well. Since Frostbite left to BBE, but there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. 5 more games. We started off with Predoria, and we did see a slower first game. Traditionally, because of all the changes, because of the character changes, we see a lot more action. But this is one of the first times where action slowed down a little bit in this end game. But I imagine things are going to be picking up. Mike, the GOAT, he is in the lobby right now. Wasn't there for that end game. He usually referees the lobby a lot, really forces the action, doesn't really like to sit there and camp and wait to see what happens. Any little bit of edge, he thrives on chaos. He loves pushing the lobby into a weird direction. So I imagine for game 2, as we go to Holoroth, things are going to be picking up. The cool thing about solos, we start on Predoria. We go to Hollers, we go to Morris, it's all Fireflies, or all daytime initially. But later on, things are going to be picking up with the Firefly strategies. So right now, everyone else starting a little bit slow. I'm sure we're going to see some new stuff going in, especially for the guys who already are qualified and setting up for solo finals. Definitely going to be some limit testing. I hope to see some newer of the characters. Shenyuan has been playing Viper lately. It doesn't look like a gimmick. Normally in the past, we haven't seen a lot of Viper. Every single time someone's played Viper, the character gets focus fired out. It doesn't do very well multi-way. But Shenyuan made an argument that if he does catch you in a solo instance, and with the way the meta is playing right now, there's a lot more 1v1s going on. Viper can be very viable because their time to kill is very, very fast. You want to be in and out of a lot of situations, and you want lots of kills to capitalize when loot kind of goes your way.
Yeah, it's an interesting one where like you look at Viper in solos, and like you said, the solo arc is an issue, and the problem is you get to an end game like that, and everyone goes, you know what? I just don't really want to deal with a Viper as the circle closes because it's going to be very hard to dodge them. So it's why they get focused out. It's the same reason we see Tarka. Tarka's typically when they do rock up, the lobby focuses them, right? Like they don't want to deal with Tarka in that final circle, so they handle it. They get it before it's a problem, and that is I'd say like a kind of an issue for certain characters in the game where like, you know, their kit is on paper very strong, but the issues they have is, you know, a lack of defensive abilities, and then the fact that like they're all aggression means in a scenario where they're the only person that everyone wants, they're very easy to finish up. I mean, Wu Chen was a case in point in that final game, right? Like you talked about it. No defensive abilities really for Wu Chen. They're very easy to blow up. I mean, yes, the wind wall gives you a shield, but like it's not like a quick snap disengage like a Lani F or something like that to break away. It's you throw it down, you're standing still while you're casting it, and then you immediately get popped. So no one wants to deal with those kind of heroes in those final circles. I'm curious to see if our next game picks up tempo a little bit more, heading over to Holoroth. It's not a Firefly map, I don't believe. I think Firefly Holoroth is our fifth game of the day. There we go. I can do maths. So I wonder what the hero select's gonna look like. Maybe we're gonna see a bit more aggression, because that was a relatively passive solos game.
Relatively passive for 2025. Definitely very aggressive than we've normally seen. A lot of these guys are trying to min-max, especially when they're on their best characters, Liam, the Shiles. We saw a lot more calculation, and that's what I was saying. In the modern NARAKA, coaches and a lot more strategy goes into play just because you have to play so many different characters. For finals, you have to play an 8-round spread. All of these guys are definitely working on things. Traditionally, most people have mastered 3 to 4 characters, but as the years have progressed, we're seeing that player pool or character pool expand now to 8 and soon to be 12. So definitely you're seeing the most talented players on Earth as they go and really widen their range and understanding. And we're seeing a lot of creativity because of it. A lot of old ideas are really being challenged right now. The new rules changing the field. Are some of these characters who are rushed down worthy playing? Can you really find value if you're not going to guarantee MVP round? Can you just play for kills, play for Yang, try to isolate your fights? Or is it still that multi-way situation? A lot of the Spirit Well situations with the flag, how you're playing the Yang depletion, you see a lot of deception going on where people are cutting noise like Mike, trying to pretend that they aren't the ones with Yang depletions. A lot more crisp timing attacks and fighting selection coming out from a ton of the players. Very, very, very cool stuff. Especially like Hiprain pointed out, a lot of the characters' ult durations have been lowered, so we see less of that I win buttons going around. The Zais, the Kylans, the Akroses, they get their ultimate up. Very, very hard to fight against it. A lot more combo very prevalent. You see the Liams still TODing a lot of players. You see the Justina coming out TODing a lot of players, but still very, very exciting stuff. This is only game 1, just like the start of any day. A little bit of nerves going into it. As things progress, everyone's gonna be warming up, going into that game 2 and 3 where everyone's firing on all cylinders. Now looking at Wufang right here. Recently, we've been preparing a lot of material going into EWC, studying a lot of players, and I didn't really realize how much Wufang has kind of turned into a more evolved version of 225. He really gets in there and uses every opportunity to close the distance, play in the pocket, force you to a decision. He doesn't really release as many focus attacks as 225, but he has a very similar play style where he does enjoy gambling. Now, Action, every single season we got a different amount of X's and names. He's definitely taking the league on by surprise. He had a nice little bit of break. Everyone's really got accustomed to each other. But he is one of the veterans of the league, jumping back in and really stirring the pot and showing that he's still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing, you know, new players and old players kind of stepping up or to the plate and returning or leaving. And, you know, there's a lot of cycling on that one. Slows obviously filling in as a newer player here. Been an okay performance. Speaking of a disappointing performance, though, Mike, obviously last season it wasn't him and it wasn't Spider. It was Verse who took the solos victory. Mike and Spider have been dominating domestically since we started, really. Like it's always been one of those two. So for these guys, it's very much a kind of recovery angle. Like Mike needs to show everyone, you know, one, why he's the world champion and why domestically he's been so feared. But that last game, unfortunately for him, he was not really able to do much. He got caught in a Lani mirror match inside the realm of Yang. And then when he came out, he struggled to take a fight, got third, fourth, fifth partied, didn't have any pots, managed to somehow get a reset off, jumps back in, steals a golden weapon, doesn't get the Spirit of the Soul Bloom, and gets blown up afterwards. Like, he got knocked out of that game very, very quickly. And you could see in the replay camera, Mike was not happy with losing that Lani 1v1. He was really, really miffed with himself off the back of that. So he has to bounce back hard from here, because one thing I know about the NARAKA players, they're not toxic at all to each other, but man, they get in their own heads. They're their worst critics. Nothing you can say to them. They haven't said 5 foot from a mirror. Like, these guys get in their head real bad, and they need to bounce back from it. Mike, it's only game number 1. He's very likely going to bi-weekly finals, unless today is absolutely horrendous for him. So wants to make sure he puts as many points on the table as possible, because I believe it's 12.5% of your points is what you carry over to bi-weekly finals. They might have adjusted the numbers, but last time I checked, it was about 12.5 points.
It's not a lot of points, but it's enough to influence the outcome, enough to get you to that MVP. It's basically a very, very, almost not a pop-off game, but a very, very solid game you can get up to if you absolutely decimate the qualifying rounds. Now, Azal setting up today, we saw Mike starting off a little bit slow, and I would say in the modern NARAKA with all these Spirit Bells, you almost have to win Yang right now. Most of the players, unless you die off spawn, you are for sure setting up going into Yang, or at least with the top 3 or 4 of your characters, you have to go in there and contest. So a lot of your matchups have to be very, very dialed in. Now, we are going to be going into the round selection. Genuine and 225. For the first round, it's kind of the most nebulous and mysterious round, because you don't really know who's in your group as a player, as a coach. But as soon as first round is over, this is where a lot of the counter strategy starts coming into play. You know who is with who, and with the new character ban system, remember, ladies and gentlemen, the rules were changed that if a character is picked ahead of you, you cannot pick that character, and you are forced to choose another one. A lot of the meta has shifted from playing the most dominant characters first, if you're in a higher phase or earlier phase, to playing more of the characters you want to play on the particular map. And it looks like last map on Midori we had Liam picked, and for this map we are going to be going with Lani as the first pick, with Shenyuan and 225. JLSHM, they are going to be going now with Liam as a second pick, and the same as last time, we are going to get a split between Syra and Shayol, with Action going with Syra and Shu going with Shayol for round 4. Azal and Slow's going to be picking us, and this is where we start getting into the personality picks, the comfort picks of players. We are seeing Slow's going into Viper and Azal with the Akos Very, very interesting stuff. Mike gonna be going with the Yodo for the 5th pick. What is Edward gonna be choosing? So weird to see Mike on Yodo, seeing this character back in the meta. She's basically been MIA for almost 2.5 years. Even in trio, she really faded out. She started in with a little bit of the cannonball, but she quickly got phased out by Hottie. Looks like Edward's gonna be going with the Temmie. Last to pick, Yin and Wufang. And look at the top right, the current ban. All of those character bans, 8 characters already banned, but Justina is still open, and it looks like Yin is going to be playing Faria. Have not seen a lot of Faria. We did see her peppered in once or twice last season. Some people experimented with her because of the 8-round MVP system, but on a qualifying round, we'll have to see how Faria is going to be played in solos. When she gets into Yang, it's either tie or win for her. It's very hard to kill her just because she can sit in the mech and just shoot at you and time you out. So we'll have to see if Yin has something special prepared. Fong, one of the best Farias before, and so was Mike. They haven't really experimented with Faria this season. So I'm curious to see how she's going to be played on Hololith, because that's how she was played previously. Does Yin have something sneaky up his sleeve, or is it going to be a flop and not really be a good character for this current meta? Faria doesn't really have a lot of horsepower like a lot of the other characters right now. There's a lot of combos that follow up from other characters. Combo breaks, she is very durable because she has a combo break, but her offense is lacking in this current meta.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a like a Justina Fowler pick there. That was where my head was going, but locking in the Faria. Interesting pick again. It's someone who's been affected by the old duration nerfs. You're not going to stay in that mech as long as you used to on Faria. So see how they can make this one work for them. Having a look at the overall loadouts. I don't think there's anything. I'm just quickly scouring. Skim reading. Yeah, nothing too exciting in there. The back of that one. So yeah, I've got my questions. I'm excited to see Mike back on the Yoto, because it's been a hot minute since I've seen Mike play this character. And you know, I feel for like quite a few people who joined into NARAKA around the time we had our first season of NBPL. Yoto was probably one of the characters they picked up. Like, first character I ever picked up and played. And I feel like a lot of people actually did pick up Yoto early on, and we had a whole season defined around Yoto in both solos and trios, because there was the Attack on Titan comp for her, and then in solos it was like a Justina Yoto meta where the whole lobby was either playing Justinas or Yotos. And I just remember final circles were like loads of people, and they were just slashing down into the center, and just loads of Yoto going off. It was really, really fun to watch. Absolute carnage. Now, you're not going to get that anymore, because the maximum of a hero you can have is 2 in the game. So done with the days. Also, Yoto Ultimate is different now, so changed it up somewhat. But seeing where everyone's dropping, it looks like Plumed is going to be a hot drop. A lot of people dropping over there. Well, just the side of Plume, to be fair. It's like who's oh wait, is that Edward, or is that someone else? I'm having a brain fart.
I believe Wolves is Edward.
Oh yeah, Wolves is Edward. Thank you. Sorry, I get so confused. Anyway, there go puzzle. They're gonna look to try and grab that as quick as possible. So we load into game 2 on Holoroth. Opening up with NTF, getting jumped here by Zhu. He didn't ever grab himself any armor, so he is in Struggleville right now, just trying to find himself an opportunity to quickly get an armor swap over. So it's a little bit of tankiness to work with. Tries to grab something. There's no armor in there. No armor in that stash either. 2 stashes in, and NTF doesn't grab a single bit of armor. Does finally swap into some grey. Grab himself a blue Hong Sword as well. So Zhu maybe not going to pull that trigger now.
And moving over just left of Plume Castle, the Firefly locations. Looks like we got 225 Genuine and Slows. Genuine putting on the pressure. Multiple grapple, jumping LBs in the armory. What are we doing? We got a loop going on, but 225 is going to come out of left field. Find the flying knives. Kill steal right now. Genuine going to slow things down. kind of reset, get his bearings. How many players are here? Here's someone lurking on the side. It's JL's HM with Yin on the high ground as well, but Genuine looking and posturing. See if we can get a flank onto 225, but 225 wisens up, ends up creating some distance between them. Genuine's going to continue looting here. Work on that macro, setting up for the next part. But there's so many people right here that all the loot is being gobbled up. He is going to find a bounty right here and realize, I think they went on to 225 right there. Now to the south, we did see Edward setting up for Puzzle. And we are going back to the left of Bloom Castle, Genuine and HM with Action jumping in, and as well as 225 and Yin. 5 players here in this multi-weight fight. Everyone with white armor, so the second someone's going to take a little bit of heat, blood is going to be in water, and everyone's going to start swarming, trying to steal this kill. And the first one to go looks like it's going to be Action, trying to fade out. 225 trying to get out in the middle right now, but Action puts him right back in the middle with the uppercut, and now Jin with the juggle, and JL's HM is going to try to secure this kill onto 225.
225 finds himself in real danger here, has got the ultimate, but he cannot escape that one. Does have the rebirth though, so it's not completely cooked for him. It's Genuine. This is all of his armor, gets caught in the knock-up, throws down the F, swims through the window, and is able to escape away from that heat, but again, like you said, the blood is in the water. The players want the kills. Genuine's able to get a health pot off, but no armor. It's interrupted as he jumps down to the low ground. And Jin, a little bit of extra work out of him. The ball comes down from Genuine. Doesn't find a target to hit with it. He's just going to try and reposition themselves away. Ball comes back. I don't know if they really have the health to be able to do this. Do quickly armor swap into some grey armor so they're not as exposed as killable. But ball gets thrown down once again. Slows has been eliminated by Mike from the lobby already, 23 minutes in. 23 minutes left, sorry. Really, really rough for him. Jin jumping away, throws down the mech. Has now got a safe spot to run to, but he needs to get to that fairly quick. He's going to run in, jump and neck jump and get away from this one. Genuine, low HP, exit one also low, but that cannon fire coming in is so huge. Genuine not going to get finished up by Yin as Jin tries to get some healing down, throws out the Dazzle Orb. I think everyone's just going to look to try and disengage from one another here. It's getting a little bit too dicey. And Yin get himself on the high ground. Goes to the clang, doesn't quite get that parry off though. Trying to dance around the edge here, catches him the uppercut with his weapons doing a little bit. Yin wants to play the disengage game, has the balls already here for him. Needs to throw them down to try and go for the cap. Doesn't actually make a connection onto Yin. Yin continues to try and play escape, but he gets hit by this ball. He is done though. And there it is. Easy cap for him as he gets taken down. Jin now seeing if he can maybe take him in a 1v1, but with the amount of damage he just took, it's getting too much. The weapons though on her are broken down, and I don't think HM's actually going to be able to survive this, where he hasn't really got any damage output. They both have their weapons durability ruined. Jin throws down the Dazzle Orb, is going to not make the connection. HM somehow survives.
What the slap gambits? Both of these players, weapons broken. They start busting out the unarmed, looking for the slap mix-ups. Action comes out on top, has a sustain and just a better loot. Now to the south, you see Mike super stacked. Purple fist blades, purple armor on the Yodo. For sure going to be setting up for that first Yang. Someone's going to be unlucky running into this Juggernaut Mike. I do want to see a little bit more of Mike versus Azhao. Azhao did get the best of Mike in this recent dueling tournament, so I'm sure Mike wants his revenge. Now, dueling tournaments, a little bit different because they didn't have range attack since it's martial arts. I feel like the biggest expression of skill definitely comes in when you're in a big solo tournament. Looting comes into play, character selection. You're not always going to be on the weapon that you want, and most importantly, range is involved. A lot of the times, there's certain situations that newer players don't use as much, but at the highest level, when everyone has really great defense, the only things you can secure are these small hits from range attacks. In which we have DRG Zhu versus Edwards. No peaceful Yangs going in. Zhu's gonna alpha the ticket, forcing Edward out, but Edward does have gold fist blades and can turn this around. He looks like he's gonna opt out, find a different Yang opening. Nope, he's actually changed his mind. You know what? That's not what we're doing right here. Wait, is you on a Viper? No. I believe that it's a Shadow skin. I think Slows picked Viper, but Edward gonna keep out the pressure, finds the light attack, and now you is gonna pop the Shayo ultimate, looks for the scale rush, forcing out Edward's combo break. He is gonna get an F onto her, but Shayo ult is up. Shield is gonna be defending her, and Edward not able to take his position back for the ticket, but forcing out the Shayo ult. Looks like he's gonna have to find a different location, or he's not gonna be able to get to Yang. Mike running around with the Yodo ult up as he's gonna position himself to go into Yang, and looks like he was first in, and we are gonna get a matchup by the two strongest players looked at in the league right now, the up and coming Shen Yuan, who did win Koi Cup, and Mike, the defending reigning GOAT. Nice fight gonna be coming out. Gold this way, Yodo versus Arnold.
Mike waiting for a good opportunity to use that ult. All about timing now. Can't just pop it and have it running the whole time. Throws down the air, gives him a nice little pot opportunity. It's going to get some healing up. Shen Yuan's going to try and pop behind the pillar. Mike going to play interrupt on him, but Shen Yuan was able to get the pot off, so his armor's refreshed. He's only running that blue armor versus the purple on Mike, though. Double fist weapons, waiting. It's a very, very steady fight, trying to just bait out the major abilities as quick as possible. Now that the F was used, Mike feels comfortable to throw out his ultimate, but Shen Yuan answers in kind of his ball, catches one onto Mike, as he starts to bounce around. Gonna reposition once again. Mike gets slammed back by the ball here. One more ball to come down from Shen Yuan. It's gonna get interrupted in the sky. Mike tries to break away, has to throw that F up once again, but his ult's about to time out. Doesn't really get too much done with that. Both of them now have their balls, have their ults used as Shen Yuan uses that last ball. Mike's able to reposition around it. No F available to him. They both clang. They don't commit onto the parry. Gets that little bit of armor stripped off there. Mike now taking that slight health advantage over Shen Yuan, but he's found himself caught up, and that armor's going to be stripped, so they're on equal footing. Pinned up against the edge of the wall as Mike now starting to go low. Forces the F out from Shen Yuan. Mike's behind the pillar. Gonna quickly armor pop back up. Shen Yuan's gonna be able to pop himself an armor back as well. Mike losing way too much HP though. He's gone low, throws down the F, and he's gonna use this as an opportunity to get a pot off. Gets that armor back, gets the turnaround on to Shen Yuan. Such a close fight between the two of them. They've got 10 seconds left. Someone has to take the victory here, and it's not gonna be Mike.
Oh my goodness, in the clutch, Shen Yuan does not release those. Gets the cancel. Mike always committal in the clutch. Goes for the parry. It's not there. And Shen Yuan is going to close it down now on the outside though. Vermilion's bluff 225 onto Action. Surrounded by 3 players. Looking grim for Action. He switches over to Fist Blades, giving him a little bit of movement. But Wufong's going to be jumping into chase. Now 3 players going to be chasing Action. He's looking for the max range. Trying to get out of line of sight, but unfortunately for him, he is out of grapples as Mike joins in. Mike has Yang depletion. Good thing for him. He does have a 1 HP Action, but unfortunately though, armor swap is going to be coming up. Mike forced to sit back and heal. And 225 chasing down Action. That last little bit of health coming out. The jumping LB is going to create a little bit of space for Action. He is surviving with just 1 HP. Bobbing, weaving, trying to get out of here. Nice scale rush coming out to go max range again. He is going to be able to pop a heal even with 3 players chasing him, and finds another armor swap.
I can't believe he's still going. Able to get the armor swap off. Health still there. Jin disengaging from all of the action as TTD5 also going a little bit low here. Wukong maybe able to find the kill, throws the ball down. TTD5 repositions away. Zhejiao looks for the uppercut, doesn't make the connection. Ball has been thrown out once again. TTD5 quickly jumps away, throws the ball in through the window. You see Yin go down in the middle of all of that, but HM now chasing onto TTD5, looking to catch him off. Mike gatekeeping the edge here. Nice parry comes in from TT5 onto Mike. Mike able to break away here briefly. But TT5 has everyone chasing him. There's going to be one hell of an escape from him. It looks like HM and Ajao willing to full commit into the zone. Chase him down. I don't think TT5 is going to be able to get away from this, to be honest. HM, regardless, can just gatekeep and use the pistol range to slowly chip him down. As Asia actually jumping in to melee with TT5 inside the zone. pistol shots coming through, and HM just seeing if he can maybe pinch this one away with a cheeky shot. As those flying knives to throw out. Look to the damage, and that's got to be him securing the kill. HM takes it out. HM now. Buckle for him there, because he committed in as well. Throws out the ACOS ultimate, catches him with the Tiger. HM is going to lose a fair chunk of HP. Nothing too major yet. That zone tick damage isn't that high. We're only on zone 2 right now. The HM catches Ajao inside the ball, throws him down with the flying knife. Ajao, I think your time here is done, my friend. You are knocked out of the lobby. Take the last lobby, but not this one. HM secures the kill.
Wow, very, very patient stuff coming out from JL's HM. Agile, a little bit of an overextension right there. This is why the modern characters are so hard to deal with. Akos in his prime, so dominant, so oppressive. But with that ball and with the flying knives, Liam able to touch of death you off one little bit of mistake. Now it's very, you say it's super easy to dodge the ball, but kind of is as long as you don't hard commit. Unfortunately, Azal does go with the aggressive option, and JL's or HM is able to capitalize on it now. Unfortunately for him, MTF is going to be capitalizing on this low HP JL's HM coming in from the zone. HM looking to kite one of the veterans of the league. Unfortunately for him, he only has this little bit of rock to get away, and the longsword half charge is going to catch up, hunt him down. Displays not enough movement to get away from the longsword of MTF, and we are going to be going back into the realm of Yang. Another very, very interesting matchup. I've heard that Yodo kind of struggles versus Xiaoyo. It is Zhu versus Mike. So can Mike make Yodo work versus Xiaoyo?
Well, he didn't win his last round. In fact, he's not got a single win today on the Rama Yang. See if he can make it happen. Nice parry comes in. Just to follow up on to Zhu there for a brief second. Ultimate's been popped by Zhu. He's just going to play the block out game at the moment as Mike waiting for a good opportunity to get that damage off. Catches him in the shield. Mike loses a fair chunk of HP, but now ultimate there for Mike. He's going to just look for those flashes. Doesn't make the connection though onto Zhu. Has still got him relatively low. Caught inside another flap from the shield. Ultimate about to time out here for Mike, so he's back to his melee weapons, back to the nunchucks, but blinking health bar on Zhu. He's just playing escape here from Mike, and Mike finally takes himself a victory inside the realm of Yang as we cut over to Wufang versus Zhang Yuan inside this realm of Yang. Lani versus Justina. Wufang, no armor available to him. Zhang does have that ultimate, he's waiting for a good window to use it. Flank connects. Their parries. Just holding this nice and slow. Scale rush opportunities. Wufang breaks out of his freeze and immediately loses a lot of HP. Catches the freeze onto Zhang Yuan though. So nice chunk of damage out. Quick F from Zhang Yuan to reposition away as he now pops the ultimate. Looking just to time out this Justina roll. Throws down the ball. Repositions once again. Doesn't get caught by the freeze. Wufang goes nice and aerial to break away. There's still 2 more charges left on the ball here for the side of Zhang Yuan as Wufang going incredibly low. Once again, throws down the freeze. 1 more ball to go. Ult's about to time out though here for Zhang Yuan. He needs to throw it down. It's going to time out. He doesn't get the ball off, but just F's away to safety. He's going to armor pot away as Wufang's going to get himself a health pot off. He's going to try and play interrupt on that health pot. Doesn't actually stop it, but Wufang goes back to low HP. Clang comes through. Wufang very low right now. Needs to find an opportunity to break away and get that pot, but that's not going to happen. Zhang Yuan takes the victory.
Man, Zhang Yuan's pressure is suffocating. It's one of the things that really impressed me after looking into him a lot more. Mike recently did a tier list of who he believes is the strongest players, and he put Genuine at the top. Now, Genuine did win the last Koi Cup. He's always been one of the strong fighters. His only really big weakness was his macro, was his character selection, but he did jump into the league and immediately just start landing on everyone. A lot of the time fighting Mike and Spider Ospawn, he did not care who he landed on. He just trusted in his fighting, and you see his fighting really, really evolve. It's somewhere in the mixture of a lot of high pressure light scenarios with a lot more range. He's definitely adapted the flying knife plus to his Temi. Really, really cool stuff coming out from Genuine. We are going to get a chase down in the center here. DRD Zhu, 3 minutes and 17 seconds on his Yang depletion. He doesn't really want to fight against the White Tiger, but Mike rematch. Very, very unlikely you're able to damage through this tanky Yodo, especially around Boom Castle. So wise on him to ice this off. If you wait out, I believe down to around 2 minutes, you can fight everyone more on even ground where the buffs will be running out. But you do risk not being able to find a kill. We are going to find Genuine fighting MTF on the outside. Both of these guys with fan or dagger scale rushing over and over, but Fong, now MTF, OG of this. He is known for his disengage, for his movement with the fan and dagger. A Genuine, what happens when you can't catch someone versus someone who catches everyone? You get a nice exciting chase down. Genuine staying right on top of MTF. He's not able to create some space right here. Uppercut's gonna be coming out. Looks for the RMB, but nice fade out into an RMB take back from MTF, and now holding his ground. He's gonna get a focus attack in, and Genuine gonna jump back in, revealing he has Assassin's Lunge, but MTF is gonna go back to the running. Genuine, though, staying right on top of him, moving into zone. Risky play coming out from MTF. What Genuine's gonna do, he is gonna go for the scale rush, get one hit off, but MTF is gonna pop the ult. Genuine will pop his ult in response. Nice job from both of them to iframe. Again, back-to-back iframe is getting around it, and now MTF in a terrible position, put against the wall, and Genuine keeps up that suffocating pressure and drowns MTF in the zone.
That was bonkers, actually. He caught him inside the zone with that ball. Against the wall as well. Made it just so hard to move away and escape that one. Lovely play. We still got 5 players left in this lobby and 10 minutes on the game, and most of them are on top of each other right now. This could be a very, very aggressive start. Wufong breaking away right now from Zhu. Not actually able to fully connect. It looks like he's actually lost track of him. Does see Mike and decided maybe he doesn't want any of that heat. That Yoto actually very stacked right now here. It is just a game of chicken. He's going to pull that trigger first, Mike. It's Wufong. Half of Wufong's health actually off there with the flying knives, or half his armor at least. Nice Wufong. Trying to dash around the edge here. He's going to evade getting any lower. Heals back up. And I think we're going to wait for these Roman Yanks to spawn up. I am surprised by how bloody this game has been compared to the last one. The last one was an absolute bloodbath. Not the case this time. Zhu being chased by Edward into the zone. Edward doesn't really want to overcommit though. He's quite a way away from the edge. So Zhu, that is a rough one for him. He's going to have to go a long way around. Edward, if he gets spotted, which I think he was by Wufong, Wufong might just pull the trigger. Edward was able to pop though, so he's sitting comfortable for now. As Zhu just dies to the corruption. He was just chased off the map. Doesn't want to give a kill over, so he just goes down.
These are very, very close, right on the cusp. Agile Edward at that 25 and 24 points. Looks like it's going to be one of the tougher days. Probably going to be 30 to be the qualifying. In order to get to the solo finals, we are going to get Edward versus Wufong. Triple hold dodge in the beginning, trying to space out, find an opening onto Edward, baiting him out. Looks for the cross parry. Edward forced the combo breakout. Looks for the Temiel. Unfortunately, spaces out little bit too far out. Wufong tries to find a cheeky little bit of dash, but Edward baiting perfectly using his wall. No more ultimate for both of these players. Edward gonna throw a very, very unsafe one charge out. Wufong able to cross parry, catch the lingering frames of it, and back-to-back focus act. Edward throwing these blues out, trying to keep Wufong's pressure at bay. Wufong wants the smoke, wants to get in there. Edward now in a ton of trouble as Mike sees the weak Edward, and it looks like Wufong, unfortunately, not able to find this kill, will be going down to his Yang depletion.
Edward's still got his as well. This, in 2 minutes time, just becomes the 2v2 if Edward can't find himself any, well, regardless, Edward has to get something, but Mike is just going to play zoning, and Edward's caught by the grapple. That's going to be him done though, so we're down to just the 2v2 between the two. They're going to show up 1 versus 1. Both got gold armor, both got gold weapons. Jianyuan waiting on that ultimate, has already used the F. Mike throws his F down, is just going to use it as an opportunity to pop. Now goes for the grapple to try and re-engage onto him. Jianyuan, F coming up soon. Ultimate available. Gets caught with the uppercut. Mike doing a fair amount of work here onto him. They're just going to reposition back up and try and break Mike's ankles a little bit so he can get some free shots in. Mike, though, not letting that happen. He's going to get the uppercut caught onto him, though, with the hung sword. Just a lot of work onto Mike's armor. Stripping away half of that gold armor. Januan, though, on pretty equal footing as far as the armor goes, as he's now caught for the knockout. The Bane's Breath coming in, and Januan is being juggled around. They switch the flying knife. The parry comes through. The golden armor. He loses his hung sword. Mike steals that one away. There's an answer back from Januan. Mike's going to quickly pop both of them, looking for a pot opportunity, not giving it. No one's actually throwing or committed to the ultimate yet as they fight in the middle of the Bane's Breath, but Mike finds yet another parry, steals yet another golden weapon from Januan, who's now switched on to the golden dagger. Mike losing a fair chunk here, but Mike now switching into the ultimate. Januan committing his own ult, can use it to try and reposition. That's exactly what he wants to do. Throws the explosive one down, missing onto Mike, but his health bar is low. He's just being slowly but surely whittled away by Mike. 2 balls in his pocket. Mike trying to find the connection with that sword, doesn't quite make the mark, but Januan is not going to get the reposition this time as he's being wailed on. 5 seconds left, but he throws out a whole heap of damage onto Mike there with the dagger. Mike still has the health advantage, but that is slowly but surely being pulled back here by Januan. They're on equal footing once again. Mike hiding and using the stairs for the height advantage, but it looks like Januan with the dreadful wail finds the damage onto Mike. Pistol shot coming in, and somehow Mike will fall. What a turnaround for Januan!
Oh my goodness. And he hits him with the emote right at the end. Bye-bye, Mike. Falls in a side zone. Close fight. Mike could have taken the reset. He could have taken the reset. Genuine wanted a reset. He wanted to go to a second phase, but Mike wanted it over right there. Do or die in that spot. Unfortunately, Genuine spaces him out, finds the focus attack, and the amount of damage you're able to get off that liftoff with a dreadful wail. Mike, even though he was very, very stacked, too much damage came out from that one arrow. We saw so many parries coming out from Mike. It looked like he had the read onto Genuine, but Genuine turned the momentum around, slowing things down, not releasing as much. He was going crazy with the Hong Sword uppercut Jade for a little bit. Mike, you can see a little bit of disappointment in him. He knows that game was his to snowball. Unfortunately for him,
so quick. He was not happy with that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the league right now, everything is a lot closer. Everyone has gotten a lot better. It's not so one-sided anymore. A lot of people have like comfort picks, their personality picks that are very, very good, that really challenge everyone. Genuine, known for his Temi, probably best in the world, but not just his Temi anymore, probably considered one of the favorites going into EWC to take it all next to Verse, but you can never count out Mike. I never bet against him. He's still the GOAT for a reason. Will his reign be over? Exciting times, though, moving forward. I still think Mike got it, and we're seeing that Yodo come in. Still very, very new. A lot of these guys are working out the kinks, but it looks very promising for the future.
I think what was crazy about that final fight was the fact for Genuine was using, he had 2 golden long swords on him, both of them were stolen by Mike, and then he just reveals right there, he's like, yeah, I got a dreadful whale, catches Mike on the edge of the zone, smacks him with that into the zone. Unbelievable performance coming in from Genuine, and I think a lot of it boils down to Mike was greedy. He like you said, he could have taken the chance to reset and kind of go in for a second round of that fight, but he wanted to push his advantage when his lead wasn't that big. If you look at like the health bar advantage there, it wasn't big enough to really justify full sending it, and Mike's greed caught up with him. And you know, these are the plays that when I think, like you said, everyone's kind of catching up with the level now, but back in the day when Mike was just significantly better than a lot of other people in the league, he would have got away with that kind of greed. But now I think the quality has risen so high that the players aren't able to, you know, you can't make those risky plays. You have to make the more calculated play of, I can go off, I can reset, and then try again and try and pull an advantage out, because you'd stripped a lot of his weapons away from him at that point, so he was purely relying on just his golden dagger or his purple dagger. But anyway, How many kills did JLHM get in game at number 2? Was it A, 2, B, 4, C, 6, or D, 8? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Check your whisper box because that's where you will be notified and given your goodies.
Yeah, like you were saying, Mike used to get away with situations like that, but now more of the players are willing to sit in the fire and fight back. The Liam meta really changed the nature of the league. Before, not a lot of people like to throw focus attacks. With that low ping, you're able to find lots of parries. Everyone in CN very, very hesitant to throw, but because of Liam and his gold F, everyone on the Chinese server learned how to focus attack and knows how to play the gambits, play the gambles, or the boyi, as they love to call it. Genuine gets the best of Mike right at the end. Mike overextends. Genuine spaces about 5 of those focus attacks, but he does come out with 4 kills. The ranking points allowing him to take that MVP, but JL's HM had 6 kills at 6.5. DRDU on the board with 3 kills. Mike only with 2 kills. He really needed to close out that game if he wanted to climb right there. He is on the cusp and contesting to stay in. You see HM or JL's HM climbing up, Zhu climbing out, 225, one of the most dominant players since Solo's inceptions, struggling for the first time to qualify into the Solo finals. He is going to be going to EWC. Same thing with Edward, on the cusp right now at 24 points. It looks like it's going to be a very competitive week. Cutoff probably going to be closer to around 28 to 30. Right at the top, Jin, MTF, and Mike looking pretty comfortable at this point. Azhao and Wufang definitely very, very uncomfortable. They're gonna have to fight their way through. I don't really see Mike slowing down at any point. 2 points is definitely under his expectations. The skill, you saw him hesitantly getting up from his seat, definitely reviewing everything that just happened. Pretty surprised with that outcome, just like we are at home. And at the top, Star waiting for everyone. Same thing with Spider and Arano, but Genuine showing everyone that why he's the most feared player right now. Definitely a lot of solid play coming from him and non-stop pressure as well. It kind of reminds me of how hard it is to get away from Spider. I got the experience there when I played against him a couple times on the CN server, but the chase down now in modern NARAKA, we don't see many players get away anymore. Everyone is so effective, everyone is so quick, but still there are a couple players that really still stand out with their chase down, and Genuine is one of them.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he is only 10 points off start at the top of the standings, so I highly expect that he is going to be leading the charge into the bi-weekly finals coming up on Wednesday. Really, really solid performance. We'll have a look at replays of some of the action in this game. A much more bloodthirsty game as well than we saw in our first game of the day. These guys just came out swinging, and it was good to see Mike kind of have a bit of a return to form. You know, yes, he messed up at the end, and that cost him pretty heavily, but we finally see him win a Realm Yang, because he hadn't won any of his Realm Yangs prior to this today. We saw him make it into top 2, and yes, there was a mistake. He overstayed, he overgreeded, and it cost him heavily, but it was still a good game from him. And, you know, ideally Mike wants to be finishing in that top end of the table, so he needs to keep placing high, playing well. He wants to keep that going. This ball is nasty onto MTF.
Definitely one of the cleanest chase downs I've seen. Genuine and MPF right there. Fong, one of the best runners in the league, not able to get away from him this last little bit. Genuine, I would say like almost everyone loves doing this fade away focus attack. Mike tries to use his tomb right at the end, but he saves it a little bit too late. Genuine knows he got away with murder in that spot. Mike had parried him a bunch of times when Genuine tried to like focus slide out, send that one charge as Mike entered in. Mike called him out 3 times in a row. Genuine goes back to it. He's like, there's no way you expect me to throw it again. And he gets away with murder, steals it away from Mike, and that gives him his 2 MVPs with the 7k damage. Dagger, katana, dual blades. He had everything in his arsenal. The Assassin's Lunge plus Dreadful Whale really coming out tricky. Coming out big for him. He was able to create some space by using that Dreadful Whale movement while he was fighting Mike. Mike started out that fight absolutely crushing him, with easily winning like the first 4 or 5 neutral reads with Genuine. But Genuine composed the current champion, challenging the former GOAT, able to bring things back and be
Yeah, well, that was a very, very fun start to the day, but we're going to take ourselves a quick break, and we're back with game number 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League Bi-Weekly 1. Day 3 for solos. I am Raven BLZ, and I'm joined by the great Hip Rain. It's been an exciting day so far, Hip Rain, of solos. Game 2 in the books. MTF trying to get away from the reigning Koi Cup champ, Genuine, showing us what he's made of, going against Mike multiple times right there in the clutch, showing exactly why the future of NARAKA is super, super exciting. This year, will Mike be dethroned? Will we see Verse and Genuine finally take away the spotlight from the two GOATs, Mike and Spider? I don't know. It's going to be very, very close, and I think EWC and this solo finals is going to be a really good preview of what's going to happen at J-Cup this year.
Yeah, it's a real taster of what's to come, really. I'm excited by, whatever changes we have by the time we get to J-Cup as well, because, things always change for J-Cup. I mean, Syra completely up changed the meta at J-Cup last year. Year before that, I can't remember what we had the year before that. We had a lot of stuff like this come up over the last little while. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting how game 1 was so slow and game 2 was so explosive. I kind of hope we get more of game 2, just due to the fact that game 2 was so like that final fight between Mike and Genuine was really, really enjoyable to watch. Like both of them kind of playing at full throttle against each other. Where, the final before that was, Ajiao popped off, and it was amazing how many times he was able to catch people with his ultimate. But you know, it was very patient and kind of like passive game leading up to the final circle, literally being the only thing that caused them to commit for a fight. Where, you know, the numbers went so low, but when the Roma Yang debuff hit everyone from the Spirit Well at the end, like, it literally left us with 2 players who didn't have the buff on, debuff on, so they were able just to, you know, not worry about third parties and just go for the fight. So yeah, we saw some people getting eliminated very early. Slows, who was playing the Viper, we saw absolutely nothing because they were the first person out of the game. They were out within about, I think it was about 5-6 minutes into the game, they were knocked out. They were so quick out of the game. So yeah, you know, Viper, we still haven't been able to see that much of her in solos yet. Obviously, there's a lot of hype over her at the moment, especially in trios, for being very, very solid over there. And, you know, you talked about it earlier. Players have mentioned, but, you know, in 1v1 scenarios, Viper's actually really solid, but it's they're getting focused out, which is the issue. And that's exactly what we saw. So going into game 3, third hero picks is going to be very fun, because before it was kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4. It was formulaic, it was scripted, we knew what we were getting. We know what we're getting roughly from 1, 2, 3 now, but like from 4 onwards, it's like, as you said in the last game, it's those personality picks. It's the stuff that they want to be playing. It's the fun heroes. I think that's what's so fun about the current state of the game. And, you know, last game, yeah, Genuine won on Alani, who was one of those kind of popular picks, but Mike almost won on that Yoto, which is, you know, new, revised, and slightly slept on by some of the players.
Yeah, everyone's still working out the kinks. They think a buff might be coming in for Yodo. It makes her super, super strong. Now, she is still stronger on this patch, but I believe she's going to be tuned up even a little bit more. Talking about Viper, like you said, Shenyuan for day 1 opened up with a 7 kill with Viper. Now, you bring up a very good point that she does get focused out a lot, and she definitely struggles, but shout out to Tacky Technology. I still think when she finds out, I still think she is useful in this meta. If you can chase down, you see Shenyuan's ability to lock people down. I think she definitely requires a lot of finesse, a lot of work through. Not the most fun character to play because her entire kit is designed to not let others play, but this current meta, time to kill is so important, and being efficient in it, in and out, is the name of the game, especially ISO fights if you can get it. You have to be very, very selective when you make your appearance, and lobbies are less likely to focus you out like they were before. Still, Kylan's, Akos's and stuff struggle just because Lani and Shayo and Liam are so strong at picking off people, especially the fact that they all have combo breaks, so they can put the pressure on you. But the all-in potential before you let these characters snowball. The name of the game right now is get puzzle, or get Yang, get a chest, or get Spirit Well earlier and start scaling up. And if you don't, it's very, very tough to secure the last Spirit Wells in endgame and really dictate the pace. And what better way than Viper, with her power spike being very, very early with her F2 and V2. Finally, we are going to get a split between Lani and Liam. Ajao and Slows not able to pick one of the 2 strongest characters. Going to have to move down the line. Probably going to be seeing a Shayo coming out from one of them. This is the beauty of the new character selections right now. You're not able to just see the same old characters over and over. And like I was saying, now Syra and Shayo are banned out. We are going to be seeing a double Yodo pick coming out of Mike. Very, very bold coming out from Mike, considering he's not really on the line. He's in a comfort area. We are on game 3. But he isn't secure to qualify into finals. And it looks like Edward's going to be busting out his Yodo as well. A double Yodo. Haven't seen double Yodo in such a long time within the league. Cool to see her coming out for that 3rd round pick. Wufang's going to be going with the Valda. See what Yin is going to be going with Hemi.
I can't believe it. It's double Yoto of all things. Getting some Valda from Wufang. Happy with that one. Temi coming out. Personality picks broke out real early just due to the way the first 2 round selections went. Double Justina coming out.
old school counter to Yoto, but Yoto's different now. And there it is. Our first Kailin of the day. 2 of them as well. Crazy. Now, he is affected by the ult changes. You don't stay in that dash form for long, so you don't get as much use out of it as you used to. I think it's a needed nerf because it felt like it lasted way too long. Obviously, it does affect a bunch of other characters. You know, Yoto doesn't have a sword as long as she used to. Valda doesn't keep tanky as long. She doesn't get her ult form for as long as well. So, you know, it does affect a lot of people, but it looks like we are getting loaded up and ready for this game number 3, halfway mark in the day. If Mike's redemption arc on the Yoto is going to come through, he just about missed winning on that last game. See if he can do it this one.
And I love seeing the player camps. You really see where the players are at mentally. You see Shenyuan nice, loose, ready to play. You see that focus. Fong, he's been here over and over again, loose, just another day in the office. But you see Edward definitely wants to perform better this year. He didn't make Jacob for the first time in his entire career. Wants to really make this year and prove that he is that Soul Calibur player. Every single time I see him, I see Edward definitely pressed, hungry for the future. Mike, very, very dialed in as well. Same thing with 225. 225 cursed with that second place. He's been chasing it throughout the years, even though I still think he's one of the most dominant players we've ever seen in solos. Second, not first, is still very, very good if you're able to do it every single year, but clearly not enough for 225. Definitely been pressed to find that first place. A lot of interesting narratives this year. For me personally, I would like to see Azhao today in Yang versus Shenyuan, or at least Wufang. I've seen them in the past, but these 3 players outside of Mike and Spider look at as strong as fighters right now. I'm more excited to see Shenyuan versus Azhao, just because the dueling community doesn't really play as much 0.8 chip game as the solo competitive players, and that seems to see where Shenyuan has gone. It really reminds me of vintage Mike. Mike has really changed a lot of his gameplay, but Shenyuan and Azhao, I feel like, are some of the most interesting fighters to watch right now as far as their theory. I feel like they're leading the cutting edge of what's possible right now, and everyone's kind of trailing behind them. But still, I can't really count out Mike is the GOAT. Anytime you put money against him, I did it once, I'll never do it again. He always finds a way to win in the weirdest situations. Now, going into game 3, we're nearing that halfway point. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Morris, the OG. Lots of action going to be going off spawn, as a lot of the southern side is high yield and hot drop for most of the players.
Alrighty, well, Shenyuan, eyes on him right now. Victor of the previous game on the Justina this time around. Just going to try and craft himself something a bit useful. Currently rocking the bow. Hey, Xiao. Winner of our first game. Currently in a fight here versus Zhu. Tries to throw the Dazzle Orb down. Doesn't make the connection with it. Does get the halberds off, though, onto Zhu. A little bit of damage off there. Nothing too major, Zhu. With the nunchucks, though. It's just being a real menace for him. It looks like he's actually switched to the old fisticuffs there for a brief second. And Hey, Xiao, slowly but surely starting to lose this fight really hard. Health bar's going low. Parry comes out, and the nunchucks is going to finish him up. Zhu secures that kill. Nice pick for himself to open up, as Edward being hunted by TT25. It looks like Edward has absolutely no interest in scrapping right now. He's just playing escape.
And going over to a multi-way fight with Mike Yin action, I believe. Mike able to close it out, find the uppercut, secure the kill onto 5-2-1 now. Action. That's one's action going to be fighting on Mike. No combo version. We're going. Scale rush going to come out. Doesn't get the follow-up though. A little bit of terrain grief coming out. Action staying on top of Mike. Mike fading away. Look for the one charge not. Doesn't get it. Finds the 1-2 though. Hold 3. Looks for the stagger. Blocks the focus attack from Action. Action back-to-back focus attacks though. Mike now in the center right here. Wants to put on the pressure onto Action. Slashing. Weaving. JL's HM. looks for the third party, wants to find the kill onto Mike, but Mike immediately uses the opportunity of his fade back to get that armor swap. But now multiple players coming in. Wufong in the distance, hearing the commotion, immediately joining in as Mike tries to grapple into Celestia to try to lose these 3 players.
Looks like he's going to be able to buy some space here. Has still got his rebirth, so it's not like it's the end of the world. Let's see if he can find himself an armor swap off. That won't be the case, unfortunately. Still being hunted. Still got that grey armor, but MTF finds Jin. Wufong also coming in the area, so potential for a third party here. Jin's lost all his armor, gets a nice chunk onto Wufong, and actually maybe looks for a turnaround. Bubble goes down just to break away, and Wufong should be able to escape here from Jin. But Jin not willing to give up the chase yet. MTF though turns the attention onto Jin. He finds himself in real danger, throws the ball out. He's gonna have to use this just defensively, but he's actually going aggressive onto Wufong. Wufong now comes in with the grapple. He's gonna chase on to Jin. Jin gonna have to break away. His aggression almost cost him hard there. So Zhu still hunting for Jin. Jin's able to get the reset. Scale Rush will connect on, and all of that reset is undone just like that. Has the ball to reset and jump away, but constantly being caught by the knockup. Throws down the F to escape. Slides through a window. Is now just Scale Rush City here for Jin. But he is still being hunted by everyone in the area. There's so many players about. As Mike slides into the dual sword and takes out Jin, secures his second kill, throws out the F for a reset. Mike sitting very happy off that one. Cheeky little kill steal. There we go, I can talk. And he gets away scot-free.
And Mike looking with 10k, and if the armors were bought already, looks like MTF has the purple armor. So many players here, all looking to get involved in the action, try to steal a kill right here, but Wufong with the white armor doesn't want to get committed on, as everyone else a little bit more looted up from him. Edward going over to Celestia, has 225 against the wall, finds the kill right there. Slow tries to steal it away, but not times it a little bit slow. Edward able to secure the kill onto 225, and now Slow's gonna make his way away from him. Now looking at the overall scores, Edward and Agile still neck to neck trying to qualify. A little bit of a chasm though, going down to JL's HF at 15 points. 10-point difference, really, really big. We have MTF onto Wufong, sends him flying into zone. Still early zone, not going to be doing a ton of damage. Kylan ult though, very, very impressive. Lots of damage. So V1's going to be coming out, looking for that combo. Staying on top of them with these early slashes, sending Wufong back deeper into the zone. A little bit concerning as the Shadow Corruption goes beyond half. Wufong's gonna have to start making his way in. Looks like MTF is as well gonna make his way back in. Doesn't want to overcommit right here. Yang is gonna be coming up. Mike's posturing in. We are gonna get Genuine versus Yin before the first round with Yang. Genuine with the nunchucks, trying to close the distance, but with that spear, looking for the light attacks. That 225 is gonna be coming out of nowhere. And a second life on 225. And Genuine tries to secure this kill onto Yin, but the timing ultimate be coming out. 225 doesn't care, walks through the wall, looks for last hit, and he is gonna find a nice R&B from max range. Soul Bloom though is gonna be stolen away by Genuine.
Still there from Genuine. TD5 throws the ultimate actually. Might be using it aggressively or defensively. Jin actually looks to turn his potential attention over onto Genuine, who's been able to get a little bit of armor. Quickly tries to see if that's a blue swap for him. Not going to be the case. Jin just F's back. A little bit off Genuine. Gonna try and pop, but not going to get the opportunity. He's being slowly whittled down by the musket. Genuine really doesn't want to die here. Does have a brief second where the rebirth charm isn't going to be the end of the world. Well, the rebirth's about to wear off, so oh, it'd be dicey. It'd be very dicey for him to go down, so he's just going to play it safe. Jin's going to give pursuit, though. Meanwhile, the Roma Yangs have spawned up, so I assume we're going to start to see some players jumping into there fairly soon. As right now, they're just capping their keys so they can get inside. As Jin going to get himself in his area. Mike also set up. Committed the Yoto ultimate. This is a nice change to Yoto's ult. I think she needed this. She was way too clunky and slow compared to the rest of the characters in the game.
So, nice change here. It's Mike inside the realm of Yang going up versus Zhu. Got SS1, JL, OA, YZG, Alliance TE. So everyone's going to fill up. See how Mike fares here. Saw him pick up his first victory inside the realm of Yang today. In our last game. See if he can keep that going as Mike opens up by losing half his armor to Zhu. Zhu's able to play very effectively around the edge here. Waiting this one out, Mike. It's a little bit of damage off. Commits the ultimate here. Zhu now just playing escape. It's to break away, but catches Mike inside the ball, and that is why the Liam is so strong. Mike does still have a little bit of charge left on that ultimate, but don't know if it's going to really get anything done with it. Does try and break away. Does do a fair amount of damage to Zhu, though. Zhu still has the ball, though. Mike going to go in for one last slash. Doesn't actually make a connection onto Zhu, but he's now just staggering him. Flying knives come out. Mike, with the health advantage, just going to press onto Zhu. Zhu, half health now. F comes out from Mike for a quick armor pop. Doesn't want to overgreed. Actually decides to push the advantage. Jumps back where he can pop. Again, maybe learning his lesson from the last game. Scale Rush comes out. Doesn't really get too much off here. Mike, half health. Well, 1/3 on his armor left. Dude just hanging around, using the walls to break away. There's 40 seconds left in this Realm of Yang. Mike has been able to pretty much get a full reset off, so he has a big health advantage, especially with the armor he's got over. Zhu has lost all of his armor, and Mike is going to be looking to press for the finish up here, but throws down the extra breakaway because he almost got caught by the knock up there. Dodging away on the flying knives, and Zhu is able to bop him back. The health bar is so low for him, but with the nunchuck, Mike should be able to turn this one back around, but Zhu not giving up the fight yet. Is looking to strip Mike of his armor. He is blinking on the health bar, and Mike secures the victory.
Wow, very, very close fight. Zhu brings it to a little bit of a nail biter at the end, but Mike's adjustment to the fact that Zhu just kept looking for the overhaul and looking for Mike to parry. Mike didn't bite though, just kept up the pressure, kept closing the distance while holding LB, guarding against the focus attack, and just never sent a focus attack at Mike. Just need to send it at least once or twice to give Mike a little bit of pressure. Really, really good read though by Mike. Now moving on to the outside, slows versus Mike. Down to 1 HP. Wufang's gonna come in with the whole sword, seal that away, chunking away at Mike. And get off my loot right now. Albert gonna be coming out, pushing Wufang around, but Wufang is gonna pop his ultimate, try to get some value off of it. Catches Mike right at the end, but Mike's able to get one heal off. Looks for the overhold for the spear. Mike easily tapped out to the round and pops his ultimate in response as well. Now keeping on the pressure on the Wufang. He's going, getting Jugger around, getting Infinite right now. Combo break's gonna come out from Wufang. He doesn't want any more of this Yodo, but he's not able to get away. Mike grappling in with the parry and the follow-up. Wufang definitely regretting his decision, taking that fight with Mike.
Yeah, Mike, I feel like he's now warmed up. He's in the zone. He's looking to press whatever advantages he can get. Hasn't really got any range, though, for the ult right now, so the F's going to buy him a bit of space, but with multiple people potentially packing onto Mike, it's a little bit dicey. Mike is going to try and break away, but he's losing a lot of HP, actually. He's able to do some damage to him, and he's just got him locked down. Easy pick up there for Zhu. As now he's just going to finish up the second kill. Looking for another one off the back of this one. Nice little bit of extra damage. Wufang, fresh off that reset, is going to try and finish up Jin here. Mike also coming in for the salty run back, and he's going to try and take this kill. I don't know who's getting it. He just can't hit Jin. Jin will fall to Mike. The third party salty run back pays off as now Zhu needs to run to the win, but everyone is going to hunt him down. Zhu knocks back one, but there is nowhere for him to go. He just continues to try and play the escape. No revives, no Vermilion Burst Mike, no get out of jail cards here for Zhu. Down he goes, Jan Yuan secures the kill. And they're not done. Everyone is still feeling pretty aggressive. HM loses so much HP. But they are thinking about pressing onto him. Mike just hovering around the edge of this fight, seeing if the opportunity comes up. HM able to get himself some healing back. As his ultimate still on, so he's just going to press onto Wufang here. A little bit of additional damage off, but pretty much him done really. The ultimate time at Wufang. Now just playing defensively here on the Valda. Trying to make an escape away, but with HM on the grey armor, he is looking very, very pickable. Roma Yanks come out, and I think everyone's going to just back off and go get themselves healed up and get some potential more goodies.
Yeah, JLHM in a very, very tough position. Only 16 seconds left. He wanted to find the kill onto Wufang, but Wufang, sensing the desperation, ends up spacing him out. This is one of those situations, though, where you can pick up free kills if you just get a piece of chip damage as the Yang depletion finishes him off. Unfortunately, no one sees JLHM as he goes out into night. Now, Genuine, with this Rama Yang, he's going to opt to actually chase. No, goes out, goes back in, able to keep the ticket. Wants to secure a position to the Rama Yang. Has to be careful right now, though. 10 seconds left before the Rama Yang. He's getting juggled right now by Wufang. It's going to be really, really frustrating if he falls right now. Moves up the tree, goes down 1 second, and Wufang's going to grieve him and kill Genuine before he can go into Rama Yang. Break for him, and now Wufang is going to pop the ball to all. Stuck in a full sword, wants to get back in, and action now might give Wufang a piece of his own karma. No, Wufang's able to wake up and roll into the Ramo Yang, and on the other side, he is going to be going against the stacked OUG Mike. Look at these guys. Strongest fighters in the league. Mike gonna go dropping down with the focus attack. Find the stagger, gets the parry onto Wufang. Ball's gonna be coming out, looks for the stagger, not able to get it. Mike bobbing, even still has his combo break. No neutral option for Wufang, and Mike is gonna pop the ultimate first. Sees the opportunity to get the juggles going. They get hit by one of the spears, but Wufang in a tough position. Yoda ult does go through walls, gonna use his armor from the spear to deny the damage, but Mike's gonna stay on top of him. Mike looking like a juggernaut, an unstoppable force, staying on top of Wufang. And now cannon shots are coming out. Mike still has his combo break on Tricky. Wufang does go for the scale rush parry, but Mike accidentally misses. Wufang looks for the stagger, not able to get it still. Is gonna get the parry from behind. Mike a little bit too release heavy, but still had his combo break on. Wufang against the ropes, getting chipped down slowly. Mike calls out the follow-up and takes Wufang down.
Nah, man, I see why Mike Double picked this character. He is looking hot on it. It's such a good performance. 6 kills onto Mike on the Yoto Hime. She is back in the meta. I couldn't be happier. Valda and Yoto, I am so spoiled right now. Mike performing so clean on it, and you can see, like, we saw last game when he was on the Yoto, he was struggling to make the connections with the sword when you've got the ultimate on, but when you do make those connections, the stagger, the damage, it just feels like he just keeps you locked down and unable to answer him. He's really crisp with how to play it. And we'll have a replay of the other Rama Yang. This is Edward versus TTT5. It's another Yoto actually taking on a Justina as TTT5. Opens up with a little freeze onto the back of this one. Edward throwing down the F just to keep himself in a little safe zone, throwing obviously that ultimate now down. TT5 answers in kind, is an old counter to Yoto with Justina, but the F has already been used and he's just pinned against the wall. Has to dash away to safety, isn't giving him the opportunity to get those pops off as Edward also is about to time out, gets one last slash. Remember, like you said, it goes through walls, so Edward has to cancel the pop to go for the kill. Nice uppercut coming out and he's able to secure the kill. It's now TTT5 with that Rama Yang debuff on, going toe-to-toe with Mike. Mike with the White Tigers, feeling comfortable right now. Freeze breaks out. Mike's able to dodge away from that one. Does still have to care about the other ones. Looks for the parry. Doesn't get twang off for a second there. Has still got the ultimate available. F there for Mike as well. He's starting to lose a bit of that golden armor. But TT5, no arm for himself. Dodging away once again. There's the parry into the zone. And Mike goes for 7 kills.
Good googly moogly. That gold spear does so much damage. Gets to parry, no combo break can save him right there. Just 1,000 damage to the dome. Thought the zone was gonna finish up. No, just 80% health, not gonna matter versus gold spear. And we are down to 5 players. This is what I've been more accustomed to, Hipbrain, when watching solos. The spirit roll changes, plus just how aggressive all the players now. That first game was definitely an outlier. Majority of games really go down to 4 or 5 players because everyone in the lobby is so willing to fight, so willing to tango, fight those 1v1s, ideally. But even in multi-way fights, everyone is lurking, everyone is a hawk, looking to pick up easy kills. Now, into the end game though, there is a little lull after second Yang, where the Yang depletion has more time to really cherry pick exactly where he wants to go in order to stay alive. Before, the Yang depletion used to be very, very fast, so he was forced to fight. Now it gives whoever goes to the Yang at least a little bit better of a chance. For a lot of people will skip going second Yang just because it was too risky if he didn't win. Now a lot more people take the risk. But Mike, this might be his pop-off game for the day. Already up to 37.6, climbing up the leaderboard on the back of his Yodo. MTF weaving, kiting through Celestia, doesn't want any part of this, but this gold spear on Mike gonna be doing a lot of damage. Ends up getting a stagger, jumping LB gonna be coming through. Edward's gonna get the uppercut combo and the steal away from Mike, as both of them try to loot the body, and we are down to 4 players.
I can't believe how quick tempo these last 2 games have been. Wufong still in it here on the Valda. Needs to get himself the cleanse though, as he eats a parry from Edward, throws out the F, just break away from the combo. That's the golden pulse sword still to work with, as he's quickly just get himself a pot off. 1 minute 24 left in the game. Oh, sorry, not in the game. In the on his timer, as Mike getting jumped onto. Mike, if he can get the victory, if he can get the last man standing and get that kill multiplier, this is going to do some work for his numbers. Wufong looking for the spear onto Mike. Mike actually playing it a little defensively right now. He doesn't need to press too hard for kills. Dodges away on that spear, goes for a scale rush onto Wufong. He's actually had to swap into great armor. Mike can now quickly back off, get himself on the rooftop, get the reset in and get all of his armor back. As Jin, low HP here on the Lani. As Mike actually pressuring up onto Wufong with that grey armor. Nice parry comes in, that means Mike's going to have to drop his weapon. Wufong's able to steal it away. Mike breaks out of the bubble just about in time. Has that F, he's going to commit the ultimate now. Only a purple one though, doesn't have the full power. Nice parry from Mike. Follows up with Wufong. Chased on to the walls, but the tension is actually shifting here onto Mike a little bit. He's going for the big slash. Gonna miss it. Doesn't quite make the hit. Still has a little bit of time left on that ultimate. I think Mike is in a bit of danger right now. Wufong looking to finish him up. Mike has to find an opportunity to escape. The flying knives are onto him. The F is out. Mike, can he survive? He doesn't want to fumble by over-greeding once again. He's using the terrain to his advantage. He's able to break away. The attention has successfully shifted onto Wufong. As Jin's able to get the kill. Mike can full heal, full reset, and jump back into the fray.
Now 3 people left alive as this one action is going for a ride right here. Edward in the ISO fight hits him with the triple jumping LMB to secure the kill. Now Mike with the pole sword coming out, fully recovered, but Edward again is gonna get a parry with the sap, and now Mike in an awkward position. He's gonna be using that F3. Get out of there, looking for the heal, looking for the reset, not able to get it so far. Edward staying on top of him. Mike with his trusty dagger inside. A fraction of Celestia, not going to have as much kiting right here, but Edward is going to stay on top of him with this staff. But it sounds like Mike does have the Storm Stride with dagger. Every time he dodges, he's going to be doing a little bit of chip damage onto Edward. Nice parry going to be coming out. Unfortunately, the Storm Stride does break the parry. Mike doesn't get a full punish off of this. Combo break going to be coming out. Edward, a little bit of a slap fake right here. Is going to pop his ultimate onto Mike. Mike, though, dodging out, able to iframe a lot of this damage right here. Gets a stagger off. Doesn't have his ultimate himself. 86%. If he can only live a little bit longer, I don't think he's gonna have as much time. It's gonna be decided soon. But oh my goodness, the overload, the damage. He comes punching through and puts Edward in the dirt.
I am happy to see Mike has rebounded. Game 1, horrendous. Game 2 should have been his and he fumbled it. Game 3, he did not let up the pressure. He did not let up at all. Strong mental there from Mike, and he should be very proud of himself for pulling that one out.
Big win, a lot of kills. That is going to slingshot him up the standings. I even might cannon fire him up the standings. He has done so well off that one. That was like a 9 killer for him, I think. Like, once you get the kill multiplier, he's gonna be feeling good. He's up again. Spins into action. Halfway through the day, Mike getting pretty good games under his belt. I'm sure he's very happy with himself.
Yeah, you really see the resolve out of the champions. Genuine against the ropes from Mike, doesn't give up, fights all the way till the end. And similar fashion, both Mike and Genuine had dagger, both won it with similar fashions. The fade out focus attack with the LMB on the dagger. You see, even when Wang Liang or Edward now had the pressure onto Mike, got the parry, got the sap hit, had Mike against the ropes. Mike's kiting, trying to make his way. He's running out of terrain. He's running out of places to hide. Edward stays on top of him, has ult advantage, pops ultimate, and Mike with his dagger in hand, not even gold, fights back, chips Wang Liang down. Now Edward, and finds that last focus attack through as Edward is mashing his ultimate, trying to keep up the pressure onto Mike. No need for the ultimate. Mike is able to secure that MVP and those placement points with a nice chunky win. He's the only player to really run double characters so far, at least from what I've seen throughout the solo days. Everyone else running 6 characters, trying to practice things. Mike's putting all of his effort into this Yodo pick for EWC, for solo finals, and for when she gets adjusted in the future patches. Yodo is definitely here to stay. It's very, very exciting, like you were saying, Hiprain. We saw her back in the day with Justina, with Wu Chen, those crazy end games with the slashes. Now we're seeing a crazy different variations with her, where she stays very active and stays on top of you and is able to juggle you with an ult.
12.6 points over there for Mike. Nice end there. Edward did get walk away 7 as well. Most people scored everything, something apart from Slows, Zhao, and Jin. Unfortunately, walking away with a goose egg. But yeah, I mean, I am surprised to see that Mike was confident enough to pick up that Yoto 2 games in a row. We think of Yoto, you know, as one of those kind of like fun picks, but not like a meta-defining pick. Right now, a lot more of the attention's been on the Lani, been on the Lian, Sheol. I mean, Sara's about to get absolutely turbo stomped into the ground, so I don't think we need to worry too much about her. But to see someone double pick on a Yoto is kind of crazy, and I'm happy to see it. I like I said at the beginning, I'm a massive Yoto fan. Yoto and Valor are my 2 favorites, so it's cool to see him rocking that Yoto so confidently. And that game 2 was definitely a much better performance from him on the Yoto, so a much more deserved win. And off that win, actually, he's jumped out of this middle of the table, and Mike is going to now be sitting in that top end of the table. Not 100% sure exactly where, but he's going to be climbing up there. Chuz, unfortunately, from Balder, as you can see, more and more people are starting to climb into this middle table. He went from 9th to 12th now in these 3 games. There's a very solid chance that Chuz is not going to be making it to the bi-weekly finals, and Mike has jumped into 5th place right now, so catching up. And I think for both Zhang Yuan and Mike, Star is a very, very catchable scoreline to go up to. You know, it's what, 9 points for Zhang Yuan and what, 13 for Mike. It's very achievable for them. 11 points. No, 13, I'm wrong. They can catch up, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're definitely right with the 13. They are very, very close. With half of the day going by, there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Both of those guys, if they keep up the pace that they're going, for sure, like you were saying, Ibrahim, they will be able to catch up and take Star's position and carry those points into the solo finals. But first, we are going to go to the highlights from this match, brought to you by China Unicom. Azhao versus Zhu off spawn. Parry's going to come out from Zhu, taking down Azhao. Azhao just got pushed out of the top. He needs to keep things locked in if he hopes to qualify. Edward and 225. Edward securing his position so far. 225 still on the ropes. We see him get deleted by Edward. Not able to find his footing in this game, but still 3 more matches. And we see the Yodo potential, the juggle coming out onto Wu Fang. Wu Fang took the smoke with Mike. Grapple in parry. Classic vintage stuff coming out of Mike. The gleeful smile as he takes down Wu Fang. A little bit of cheeky spear play. Dragon's Head's going to be coming out versus 225. Delayed, lingering focus attack. Able to armor through the light attacks from 225. 225's Justina. Very, very good. Unfortunately, not good enough versus the gold spear of Mike. He deletes him with that 1000 damage spear. And we see Edward walk through action in quick fashion. Did the same thing at Mike initially, but now you see the GOAT Mike on his dagger. Half charge lights. Even the Yodo ult. Nice tap dodge, hold dodge. A lot of iframing onto this Yodo ultimate. F's gonna come out. Edward, no parry to be seen. Confused. Where's my stone form? The classic dagger from behind LMB has been around since the beginning of this game.
We got a new loading for Yoto as well. She used to slash in, but that's a new kind of MVP icon for Yoto. Is Mike able to take that one? Huge performance from him. Switch Dazzle, Desperation, Stormstride, Juggernaut, Tuna, Soldier layout, 28,000 damage, 8 kills coming in from Mike. He's the world champ for a reason. Putting a stamp on this game. Huge performance.
8 kills, 8 count. Parry's absolutely insane. He pretty much has like the god setup for the dagger. Stormstride, Desperation, Juggernaut, and Tuna, just able to wait you out, really force you to a decision as he dodges and chips away your health. One of the best to do it with dagger. Definitely, even though Fong is really known for his dagger, I believe Mike is probably the best dagger player in the league.
Very, very bold statement there. Right, we're going to pass it over for our interview after this game 3, and we'll be back with game 4 and 5 after a break. So we'll see you in a little bit. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a post-game interview. This is Jaeger. Now I'm standing here with Edward and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是欧一的王亮。
欢迎王亮来到我们的赛后采访，哇，也是欢迎空巢老人来到我们的赛后采访。开个玩笑，也是王亮自己最近一直在我们的这个社交媒体上面给自己开的玩笑。Okay, so first I would like to know because you know the last time the latest game one-on-one fighting is really excellent, but you know, really pity. I would like to know so what's the strategy at that time. 那我首先要说一下，其实刚才那把一个收人头收的非常的精彩，从摩对摸那波啊到后面最后一个就是1v1，但是最后那个1v1真的是非常非常的可惜。当时具体到底发生什么情况，能不能再给我们讲一讲？最后怎么就是其实麦克把你的震刀打出来之后，他打出震刀之后，他那个招雷术其实没有打出他的处决，其实完全那波是有希望的。最后到底发生什么，还是被他给拿下了呢？
他妖刀姬明显玩的比我多啊，熟练度比我高，就是我开大的情况他都躲得比较好嘛。然后最后一波迎面就是我那个捏了个大招的优序，然后他先虚抗龙卷破，从我下面去打到我的就是背了，然后就是他先出伤，所以输了。
真的这一波，但是不管虽然说我们认可了 Mike 的一个妖刀姬，但是我觉得你的妖刀姬今天发挥也是非常的棒的。To be honest, I think his Yodo is better than me. It's be like because in the latest game at the final circle, it's like he's every time when I use my ultimate and he can like avoid the damage from my ultimate, and after that he just used the dagger and like hurt my backup. That's why I just lose the one-on-one fighting in the final circle. Really a pity, but I would like to say your Yodo is really excellent today. 我还是要说一下，其实今天比赛也是非常非常精彩。来，让我们看一下今天的有奖问答是什么。Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did OA Edward use in Game 3? 这道题目呢，刚才这把比赛，王亮用到哪个英雄啊？其实我们刚才自己也聊了一下这个比赛啊。Okay, so before the answer, and I would like to know because today is the first, it's the new season for Edward. So I would like to know, so for you, so how's your comment on yourself and like other players? So how's your feeling about everyone? 那是因为也是我们其实刚刚开赛嘛，秋季赛一上来，其实这次的赛程也是比较紧。我们这次是要准备8天连着打啊。那王良觉得自己和兄弟们的手感啊，第一双周怎么样？
我感觉，因为我第一天发挥不是很好嘛，今天这3场看下来就是还不错。然后兄弟们就越来越猛了呀。然后就现在因为也一直在换新人嘛，淘汰了很多以前的老人，然后可能现在强度会比以前更高一些。
那觉得新人的正好也说到这边了嘛，会觉得新人的表现这3天打下来感觉怎么样？
现在新上场的就鬼火和徐杰嘛，他们2个新人，感觉都还不错吧。特别是鬼火这周是稳进周决了。
陈也是发挥的非常不错。So to be honest, I think like everyone after resting time, everyone now in the new season is really excellent. All the bros really did great job, and also because we also have like a lot of like old player they come back, and also we have the new player, especially is the player Chen. Like this week he is qualified for the bi-weekly final. I think he's really great. Okay, so I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 应该梁子准备好给我们发出福利了，那接下来用英文给我们说个3, 2, 1，好不好？来，准备。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请梁子给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A, and congratulations, our lucky guy. And okay, because we are going to have the bi-weekly finals. So for the first week, as the 3 time you got the championship, how you feeling? 那要说一下，马上又要迎来我们第1双周的周决，怎么样，梁子有没有信心？
先进了再说吧，不是还没打完，还有3场呢，先进了。然后因为以前3个周冠都是第1双周拿的嘛，所以还是对自己比较有信心。
所以只要今天打好了之后，其实对于后天还是蛮有信心，对不对？那接下来3场只要跟你说加油了。Okay, so to be honest, because the like 3 championship from bi-weekly final is all from the first bi-weekly final, and I really have confidence. But first, today I going to qualify for the bi-weekly. 那接下来3把说到这里了，就要祝你接下来3把好好加油，好不好？期待你在第1双周周决中的表现。Okay, we're looking forward together, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
看透。
everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're kicking it off with day 3 of solos of our first bi-weekly. My name is Hitbrain, and I'm joined by Raven. It has been an incredibly fun opening to our solos day. Game 1, pretty chill, pretty slow. Game 2 and 3, explosive, fist fighty, really fun games. The kind of games I love to cast, because I just like to turn my brain off and scream, and that's exactly what I've had delivered from me. Really clean games from Mike, though. Did fumble a little bit in game number 2, but game 3, he came through, and that Yoto pick, double picks by him, paid off dividends.
Yeah, we're past game 3, like you were saying, Hitbrain. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Everyone's warmed up. First game was a little bit slower. I was a little disappointed because I was telling you, it's like solos are very exciting. Everything is very fast-paced with a new rule set, but game 2 did not disappoint, and the pace has picked up. The new characters, the new rule set, really cool. We're seeing all these different variations comes out. We're seeing a nice preview going into the solo finals. A little drama is brewing up too, as out on the cusp. Same thing with Edward. They're not secure to be going in. Mike skyrockets up. Didn't really doubt my man of qualifying. I don't think I've ever seen Mike not qualify to an NBPL finals. Still
Apart
up
from
there.
the season he was banned from playing. That's the only time.
Besides that year where he was stepped down, but newcomers up there, genuine, doing super well. Even doing a number onto Mike. I don't think Mike is gonna go out without a fight, even though genuine and Verse has been absolutely doing spectacular this year. Mike, still, you can't count him out. Can't bet against him. He's coming through. He's preparing that Yodo. I can't wait to see what he has ready for solo finals. But before then, we still got 3 more days or 3 more games, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining in to the broadcast, exciting stuff going on. Hitbrain, I mean, you know you love Yodo. Seeing the Yodo, but what else have you seen today that kind of has caught your eye?
I mean, always good when it comes to like just individual heroes. I'm always going to be excited by like Valda and Yoto. They're going to be the big 2. I was very excited to come back and see some Lani. You don't really see her in trios. I know some teams played around with her in like some like cannonball style comps. They tried to like work with Farah and stuff, but never really found any fruition. Lani obviously being very dominant over here. For anyone who watches solos on the regular, probably gets a little bored of her because she's, you know, she sits at the top with her and Liam as kind of like the 2 major contested picks for first round. But what I found most interesting and what I was excited about coming into today was it's something we saw yesterday in trios as well, is with the ult durations being shortened across the board on the game, the game is played very differently, and I think a lot more tactical effort. You need to be more intelligent with when you hit that kind of big button, because before on a Liam, on a Lani, on a Valda, whoever, you'd pop ultimate pretty early into the fight because the timer would last so long that you would have time to kind of stagger, throw a spear, throw a football, throw a ball, whatever you're throwing out. You had time to kind of like throw it out, do something, then throw it out again, maybe do a little pot, and it gave you too much space to breathe where you just kind of had it ready for when you needed it. But now it's like we see like in the Realm of Yang, where she saw Valda pop her V, throw the ultimate down, throws a spear, misses it, gets staggered a bunch of times, and barely gets to throw the second spear before it times out, and that spear missed because it was a panic, oh I gotta throw it kind of thing, instead of like I've still got time to use it. So I think it dramatically changes the way in which these players fight these skirmishes, where ultimates aren't just a thing that you just slam down as soon as the fight breaks out. It's a pick your moment, wait for that perfect opportunity to use it. And I think I prefer that. I think it's a lot more, it's a lot less of a brainless style of play, and it's a lot more kind of like use your brain, make an informed call on when to use that. And I think this is some of the things that I reckon coaches are probably going to be working very heavily with teams across solos and trios over the next few, probably months, to be honest, because it's a big adjustment to, when you should actually use a key ability like that.
Yeah, it kind of feeds into how I've been coaching moving forward. Like you were saying, the duration's lowered, and we've really seen the rise of Rushdown. A lot of different ideas going through. Justina's kind of been a dark horse. We've always seen her overperform. There's a lot of characters in comfort picks that when you really deep dive into all the information, besides the top 3, getting an edge on all these players to really win a tournament, because it's very different right now. Everyone's just trying to qualify, get into the top 12, but to win this all, the strategy is so different with the alteration, like we said, being lower. It's a lot more commitment, a lot more risk taking going into Yang, and we're seeing the aggressive playstyles coming out we haven't seen as much before, and with that aggression, a lot of counter aggression because of the flying knives, one of the new weapon in the game. They've tuned it down multiple times. They've tried to make it do less damage, but there's just still so much utility you can use with the weapon. The fact that it's able to fight you at the mid-range, borderline long range, find the staggers, and it also has a very good advantage state, meaning you can combo people and really get so much damage out of your light attacks. And with Liam, you're able to find TODs onto players. That's why Liam has been so dominant. Lonnie has come into the meta a little bit again, but we're seeing Liam still being picked more. It's just Liam's been exhausted for the last 1.5 to 2 years. Even the Immortal War on the CN server is just all Liam's running around. At first it was V1, then it moved on to the ball. Now everyone is so good at TODing with the ball, with the knives. For these pro players, they are preparing to play for solo finals for the ones already qualified, and then in the future EWC. So we're seeing a lot more other characters being played besides Liam. Everyone's kind of stress testing everything. It's exciting to see some of the new Yodo tech being exposed right now. I know a lot of these guys are going to be holding some cards to the heart. They don't want to show everything just yet, especially during the qualifying round. But Mike's holding nothing back. He's going full out. He's showing the potential of Yodo, of what could be done. We've also seen some Wu Chen come out. We've seen Burst. We've seen Shen Yuan. Spider really brought it to the league to be tested out, but it seems like it's here to stay, considering how oppressive the actual ult is when you're able to land it. Not very easy to land, but when it lands, wherever it goes on is for sure going down.
Oh, well, double Syra getting locked in. I think that's the first time today we see that one. 5 goes for the Temi. There's going to be our Yoto from Jian Yuan on our second game. See if he can pull off a mic. Make it happen in this game number 4. See what Wufong and Yin have in the pocket. There's actually going to be a Viper lock in along with the ACOS for Wufong. Edward and Mike final up. Still got things like the Valda up. I haven't seen it today, but Taka is still available as well. I don't want to go down that road. I'm trying to think of like the big picks that are available. Justina's taken. Yeah. Wait, is Justina taken? No, Justina's not taken. Oh, they could just go Justina. No, okay, it's going to be the Kailin and the Wu Chen locked in to end. I mean, we saw some really solid Wu Chen at the beginning of the day. Almost like artillery with that sword. Absolutely stagger locking you. Really, really big.
Yeah, it looks like Mike is going to go with the Wu Chen. Like I said, probably practicing the newer characters to get it ready. He definitely has one of the best Justinas also in the league, even though it's not one of his first picks. I feel like Justina always does really well in the later ends of tournaments where everyone is under a ton of pressure or has no chance of winning. Everyone really starts running it down, and she really takes advantage of, one, getting away from people who are just all-inning and running it down, and also chasing down those people running it down and securing those kills on Justina. But that style has been exhausted, has been explored. She's been around forever. The Wu Chen V2 started out in PvE. It's made its way to PvP, into the Battle Royale. What other PvE abilities will make it to the actual competitive scene? We'll have to see moving forward. I know Extraction's been finally released within NARAKA. I'm sure some of those concepts will make it over. I'm wondering if NARAKA does like a competitive extraction thing down the line. Maybe they don't. I know a lot of even the pro players are playing extraction mode, having a good time on it. I know Frostfist totally, it's one of his ways of kind of staying active while playing NARAKA. Rank can be a little bit of a drag. All of these guys locking into the second half of today. Game 4 gonna be coming up 2-5. Little bit of a weird position for my man. Normally very, very dominant. He just hasn't been able to get it going off spawn. He's in a little bit of a slump. Never have we really seen him in his career ever be in a slump. I know it's been very hard on him getting second places over and over. He wants to do better, but still, this is probably the slowest performance I've seen. Now, he has been known as a slow tarter during qualifiers, during finals. First 3 or 4 games don't really go his way. Then he has a massive game, just like Mike in his game 4, 5, or 6, that just really skyrockets him into contention of the top 4. Will he pull it up together right now, or is consistency really the key in this modern 2025 NARAKA?
I honestly do think the consistency is key. That is an old me and Rune saying, that one. We used to yap that one constantly. But it is important. You know, you can have a bunch of, you know, bad games and one banger game, but if someone's constantly scoring 8 to 10 points every round, they're just going to slowly eke out in front of you. You know, a 20 point game is not going to, you know, make much of a difference if you only had like 2 or 3 points every other game. So we've got 2 hot drop spots, actually. I guess actually 3, because there's that one right at the back in the far north, but we'll see as we load into game 4 onto Midoriya. Right now we are looking at Zhang Yuan on the Yoto. See if he can make it work as well as Mike did in that previous game. Mike on the Wu Chen here. Really just looking to go for a little bit of a hunt, but decides not to actually pull a trigger. Wants to grab himself a little bit of goodies. Our hot drop has started somewhat slow, but Zhang Yuan finds himself in real dangers. Use that F already to try and break away. Gets a big chunk out. On the other side, as he just needs to go for that scale rush and try and disengage. There's so many people about, though. Looks like he has been able to escape. Will be able to pot up, and Zhang Yuan should be able to break away from a potentially dangerous situation. Does need to get some health pots, though, because he's managed to restock his armor, but his health bar hasn't been able to be refreshed right now. Mike still being chased here by Jin. Cannon fire coming in. Mike jumps down into the pocket with him. Hasn't got that ultimate. Just going to use the vertical on the longsword. It's a little bit of damage off, but there's still a lot of people in the area. Mike throws down the wind wall, builds back up his armor. It means he's less likely of a target to be turned onto, but nice grapple breaks out as Mike actually does take a bow shot off from the distance there as well, and he has just been heavily focus fired out. Mike's going to launch into the zone, try and play escape here, has the scale rush launched up, uses it actually defensively to peel away. They are not letting Mike go. He's trying to break away from this one, but no F for 50 seconds. Does have his ultimate available somewhat soon. Just to get a little bit of damage out. Mike gets the parry off onto Jin, but the attention's still onto him as he's knocked back. Mike tries to reposition away. Ajao going low, and Mike will fall. TTG5, the one to secure the kill, and there's still a bunch of other blinking health bars for him to potentially turn the attention on. So he throws down the whiff, misses it, unfortunately. Does get a little bit of extra damage off Jin. Low HP. A whole heap of extra damage. The ball gets thrown out as they're just going to reposition, and Ajao takes down TTD5. Actually, incredibly low, just about making his way into the zone. There's still a ball to be thrown out by Ajao, and Jin will fall as Ajao takes him down.
Ajao finally on the board. He is also on the cusp of qualifying. 5 also on the board as well, up to 17 kills, but he has a pretty tall wall to climb before he gets over it to get into that qualifying range to go into solo finals. You with the whip on the table to get a light attack off, baiting out, and Wufang tricky goes with the cross parry into the F2. A little bit too fancy, could have just followed up, get that damage in. He was able to get his combo break off and get the armor reset, but Wufang going to keep up the pressure right now, has momentum onto Zhu, but Zhu with that light attack is going to create a little bit of space, slowing down Wufang. Nice little bit of reset right here. Wufang again going with the parry and around the corner, able to use that F2 to deny any punish from Zhu, and gets the sliding uppercut into the jumping LMD. Not able to get so much more, but Zhu able to fade out, find an armor reset. Nice R&B, a little bit of trick, delays it, able to deny the stagger, lingering armor frames, able to trick Zhu right there. Looks for the F2, not able to get it, but Zhu again with that combo break. This is why Liam, it's just so strong. That combo break the best in the game. But Wufang, exhausted by this chase, will not give up this kill just yet. Zhu is gonna have to deal with the pressure. Nope, the exhaustions have got him. Wufang is over it. He doesn't want anything to do with this anymore. He's gonna look forward to reset, loot up, and set up for Yang.
Feels like he's quite happy with that one. We are actually looking at potential. Age out and low hit. Almost gets caught by the dazzle. Finally gets hit. HM. Very low on HP though. Didn't actually use his ultimate to heal himself up. Went full aggression onto Asia, and he's got himself caught on the cusp, on the edge here. So bad movement from HM may cost him quite heavily. If he's caught trying to escape Gale Rush, he's going to get used. Connects onto him, HM. Needs to be careful, Ball's coming through. Hasn't got anywhere to run because it looks like Edward's also closing in for the kill. Who's going to get it? Edward steals the kill away from Asia. That is not going to sit right with Asia. Is able to get the ball off. And Asia now, with his ultimate timing out, has no interest in sticking about. Got third party, got robbed. And he does not want to be here anymore. He is going to just play for the escape.
Agile, happy with the results here. Waiting out to the first round. Yang. 2 or 3 kills is actually the most ideal situation for these players. Now that there is just so much more fighting, so much more clean play. It's really hard to get 4 or 5 kills going in the first Yang. You really start overextending yourself. Yang is just such a big advantage. They changed so many things about it that if you win it, you do get purple armor, but you also get a gold weapon. And for a lot of these characters, the weapon rarity really scales their abilities and their damage significantly. So missing Realm of Yang or not getting there in time to have a ticket is a big deal for a lot of these character setups. Speaking of which, especially for Yodo, her ultimate scales up with for weapon rarity. Now, like I said before, no free Yangs. You gotta get there first, you gotta get the ticket going, and people are gonna come and contest you. The days of old where you could just get into Yang for free are over. Every single Yang is fought for the nail, and Action is going to force 225 out of here. 225 is willing to give it up. He gets the armor reset. He works his way back in, and now Action is going to run over and steal the ticket. Super frustrating for 225, but he is going to have another chance to fight it out to set up to go Yang.
So Wufang is going to get absolutely popped. Ajia's able to secure that kill onto him. Just still have the ultimate ticking away. Will refresh once he gets the ticket and gets into the realm of Yang. Not long till he needs to go in now. 10 seconds until that gets popped. Everybody is just setting himself up for this realm of Yang. We are still seeing some people look to contest. MTS trying to trade here on to Zhu. She's in with the uppercut, goes into the grapple to keep the combo going, keeps him high, gets a nice shot off with the pistols. All it's going to take is one more. Zhu has to just disengage and leave. Doesn't quite get the shot off as Realm of Yang tickets starting to get cast in. Zhang Yuan versus Jin is where we're going to turn our attention to first here. This is the Yoto taking on a... I can't tell what that is for the skin little thing, but it doesn't matter. We'll see in a moment. Gets a whole heap of damage off. Zhang Yuan throws the ultimate down. It's a Viper. Stun coming in. It looks like Zhang Yuan, I think you misplaced this one. No, he's able to just about cancel it out. Massive shot through the wall onto Jin. He's able to hit him through. Gets a nice chunk out. That's old Yoto ultimate. He's not just the new reworked one. He's playing old school here. Catches onto Jim, and Zhang Yuan loses way too much HP off the back of that one. And Jim gets caught. Is that F1?
Is that
Is it like F1 V1 Yoto? I'm here for it, Zhang Yuan. You make it win. That's sick. I'm so here for that.
Oh no, it could have been a misclick, it could be intentional. I know, shout out to Brando, he's loving to see that. F1, V1, all the Yodo mains out there love that variation. We are going to go over to Mike. He is going to jump, get the daggers onto Agile. The ball's going to be coming out, hitting Mike. Both of them getting stacked by these ultimates. Allenby, hold Arby's looking for it. Mike goes for the uppercut parry, not able to get it. Agile with the weapon swap at the last second. The tempo change, able to catch Mike as he retreats. Mike hoping to keep fighting against that pole sword, but Agile wisely switches over to the faster nunchucks and secures the kill onto the low HP Mike. We're seeing the new dueling school fighting against Mike. Azhao, again, I wanted to see this fight fully. Probably go back and see that full fight, but Azhao again gets the best of Mike in a fair 1v1 situation. Now, moving on. Wolves MTF won their Realm of Yang. Has the red buff, gold staff in hand. Action's gonna find a kill onto JL's HM. MTF gonna make his way towards the top of the map. Sees Azhao, the other Vermilion's buff. Doesn't really want to take the fight versus the other gold weapon. Wants to find someone a little bit more under geared. Looks like Genuine made his way to the cave, to the chest, checking to see if any of the loot is left over. Whoever got there first, but he is going to move on as well. All the Vermilion's buff players not finding someone immediately, but to the center, we are going to get Mike versus Yin. Blue armor versus purple armor. Yin with the advantage here, but is it advantage versus Mike? Dagger versus dual blade. Mike's gonna be looking for the LMB, not able to get it. B2 is gonna be coming out on the Viper though, blocking out all of Mike's abilities, but Mike dropping down, sighting the silence, has still his ultimate. JL's HM doesn't care, still wants to stay on top of him even after the reset, but Mike very healthy, very composed. You're messing with the bull right now. You might get the horn, and HM is going to get parried.
Yeah, he's able to break away, though. Mike, ultimate and F back up. Full reset coming in for him. It's good to see he's learned his lesson after game 2 and plays way more patient. Doesn't just over-aggress consistently. Meanwhile, Edward and MTF going for a fight versus each other here. One of these players has the reset, the other doesn't. So NTF, a very easy fight for him, a very safe fight, let's say, for him to take. Seems he has that revive. Now Mike, with that debuff on, needs to find this kill. He's gonna commit the ultimate. See if he can connect the damage. He's too low though. Mike needs to be careful. He's gonna throw that down, but he's losing so much HP. Mike just has to disengage, find a position where he can get the reset off. Like he's gonna be able to get a pot off and get his armor back, but Yin's gonna interrupt him from getting a full reset. Another heal comes in from Mike. That's gonna be a health one. Can refresh the rest with his F if he needs to. But TTD5 is gonna strip every little bit of work Mike just did to heal himself back up. Had a great game number 3, but game number 4, 0-0. This might be a sad end here for Mike on the Wu Chen. The whole lobby is chasing him down. He needs to find an armor swap. He needs to find an escape. Throws the F down, get some armor back, but is immediately just pinned in place, and Jin is going to take him down. HM, he was the one aggressed onto, and he is the one left standing at the end of this. We're going to see Zhang Yuan with that V1 Yoto. Try and commit a bit of extra damage out here. Chasing onto Wolves MTF. Not going to full send. Doesn't get the damage off to really commit anything more. I think that was more defensive get away from the Yoto ultimate than anything. Uses the F1 for the blink away to safety. I'm so happy to see an F1 Yoto. Let alone the V1, but F1's so huge for me, man. I'm excited by this.
Curious to see if Genuine is just, you know, pulling the fong, just having a good time now that he's secured the claw. He's definitely making it work. One is not there. I believe they buffed it at some point. But
did the old swap Peru with the F?
Old school Matari tech, switching positions. MTF wants to secure the kill onto this Yoto, sees the weirdo F1. He doesn't even know he's also V1, so Genuine kind of playing around, kind of not, because I mean he's working, he's finding the kills, he won Yang, so now he's gonna go in again. Doesn't really care when he's going in, has a gold spear in hand. He's just waiting for anyone. Just immediately goes in with this F1 V1 Yoto. Is there no one else? No challengers for Genuine?
If he gets away with this, that's crazy, right? Just gets it for totally free. So far, listen, that's the case. Everyone else is actually just more focused on this poor Syra. HM, or as we've called him today, is thinking about his choices. Has been able to distract away from him. Yeah, actually. No one's gone into that Rama Yang still. That probably only has about 11 seconds left. So crazy. Oh, no, there we go. Rama Yang fills up. All 4 players join in. We'll cut over to here. Zhang Yuan, F1, V1 Yoto versus Zhu here. It's going to go nice and high early. Looking for those pistol shots. A little bit of early damage off. Doesn't make the connection onto that one. Now rushing forward. Switches back to the pistol once again. Just to get some range off. Switches back to the gold spear. Caught by the uppercut though. Flying daggers from Zhu. Starting to be a little bit too much here for him. Throws out the air. Just going to break away. This is an opportunity to pot. He was just pinned by those flying daggers. Does turn around with the spear though, connects a nice amount of damage off onto Zhu, but Zhu is just unrelenting with the damage he's putting onto Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan not being able to really find himself in a position where he's actually going to be able to take this fight. Again, having to play just full disengage on the Yoto. F coming back up, he will have a safe zone where he can pot again. Switches out, throws out the F, actually uses it aggressively, can use it to blink around, goes in for the spear. Zhu starting to lose a lot of HP. Zhang Yuan's found his opening, and now he's going to throw down the Yoto's flashes. Remember, they go through the pillars, so Zhu can't hide. What a pick with the ultimate from Zhang Yuan!
Zhu was definitely not ready for the V1. He's like, wait a second, wait. We got multiple slashes going through the wall. He expected just one charge, but he's able to dodge. Just a little bit of a mistake from Zhu. Caught lacking right there by Zhang Yuan. And I just already know if my man wins with the F1 V1, really what is not possible in this current meta with so many characters on the block. As decent disengage, and he's getting value inside the realm of Yang. That's what's really crazy right now. All the dueling characters are losing to Zhang Yuan, kind of on a meme build right now, making it work, and we're already down to 8 players now. Remember, Agile, Edward, 225 are all on the cusp. The drama is on these 3 of whether or not they can get through. 225 still has that 11-point deficit that he needs to overcome. But this is game 4. He's already up to 3 kills. It's possible for him to get that 7 to 9 kill right here and jump right into contention of Agile. Zhu at 16 kills. Needs some momentum going. Did just die in the realm of Yang. He does have Yang depletion, but it looks like most of the concentration for today's drama is going to be Agile, 225 and Zhu as they battle it out to make it finals.
Gonna get some damage off into Zhang Yuan. Golden armor, golden longsword though on this Yoto is quite scary. Fine comes out. Zhang Yuan still has that ultimate available. Holding it for as long as possible. Switches back to the longsword. Catches on with the F1. Onto him, HM. Tries for the dazzle. Tries to break away. Instant ult for ult. Gets traded out. Zhang Yuan repositions. As he's just playing evasion. It actually feels like Syra beats V1 Yoto apparently. Just able to constantly chase him down. Dazzle makes the connection. And Zhang Yuan is just struggling to find a window. Has thrown out the F so they can reposition. Any second now they'll probably blink. Gonna try and get a pot off. And there it is. They're not gonna follow with the F. They're actually gonna time it out. Get a full reset off. Ult for ult. Traded though. So that's gonna come down to the mechanics of the fight. It's FM. HM, sorry. Plays the escape, doesn't want to overcommit versus Zhang Yuan, but Zhang Yuan wants to full send it here with that longsword. Connects onto HM. Let's wait for a brief second. F1 used, doesn't follow it up with the uppercut. Bunch of damage off, forces the blue armor, quickly bings back actually just to kind of break the ankles and disorientate HM on what's going on in this fight. Bell rung to make sure no one else is in the area. It looks like that's not going to be the case as Zhang Yuan does lose a fair chunk here actually in response from HM. Throws out the dazzle orb. Zhang Yuan has to reposition so he doesn't get hit by it, but HM is now going to lose all of that blue armor he has, and Zhang Yuan still got the armor advantage. Throws down the F to try and reposition and catch up to HM. A couple of movement errors is actually starting to catch up to Zhang Yuan here as the zone is moving closer. Grey armor swap from HM, and now everyone is making their way over. Here comes another Yoto ultimate. He's going to chase onto HM, going to cancel that ultimate early, get some of the cooldown back. Go for a pop. There's too many people. This is hard for Zhang Yuan to actually find a position where he can play aggressively. We'll be able to blink back into the palace. Using that F if he wants to. He's going to get a couple of shots thrown into him. Yep, repositions back. And he's going to go for the heel, but hasn't been able to fully break the ankles this time. Gets half his armor back, though. Genuine definitely not out of this one. And this is the weakness of this F1v1 Yoto is you're kind of best in 1v1 scenarios or when the circle has fully closed, right? You're not as solid in a scenario like this when multiple people are able to chase you down.
I even think about that. The reason why he went F1, it does go to heal off. It does give him an interesting position because he can guarantee going height, stalling out for a second, and he still has the vintage V1 Yoda where he can slash down the center, get possible last hits while he siphons the last little bit of zone circle. Able to survive right here. They do try to focus fire him a little bit, but the F1 also creates a nice kiting potential where you can throw your blade one way, go the other. You saw when MTF or Fong tried to chase him, Genuine immediately hit him with the F1 to the chest, pulled him back, and it allowed him to create some distance and go for a heal. Second, MTF jumped onto him. He was able to teleport away, get another heal. Now going into Spirit Wells. Actually looks like he's going to be trying to claim this circle. No, he's actually content with just going for a kill here onto Jail's him instead of the actual Spirit Well. But HM gonna pop his ultimate, wants to fight for it, needs to fight for it. Doesn't really have much left in his kit. He gets launched into the air and immediately two different players flying knives delete him before he can touch the ground.
Yeah, really nice there, Genuine. Holding the Spirit Well. It looks like he actually might be uncontested now. I think like everyone else is just going to back off and accept that they can go for the other Spirit Well. But with 5 players left in the lobby, 2 of which are going to have the Roma Yang debuff on, so it's going to become 3 players very quickly. There's the debuff onto 4 right now. There's a flag to cap as well. Genuine feeling like he can now start to play a little bit more aggressive with that White Tigers buff. And obviously got that red ticket in the pocket. Jump in onto TT5. He's actually trying to capture the flag here, but Genuine being a menace, not letting him. TT5 incredibly low. Hasn't been able to cleanse himself yet. Gets the heal in the nick of time as he's able to cap and stay alive, but the Yoto ultimate is committed and TT5 is being chased onto. Capped in the ball by Ju as the slices don't make the connection, but down he goes. Can they get the Soul Bloom is the question. It looks like for the moment no from Yu. Hasn't been able to get that. 4 players left in the lobby. Yu with the golden fan onto Jin. F1 gets committed, caught by the uppercut from the Yoto, who slides into the room as well. Jin losing way too much HP there. The base breath almost slips onto him. And that is him in some serious danger. Jin put some damage down. We see the ultimate committed there from MTF on the Syra, looking for those dazzle warps onto him. Jin is a easy target for picking right now. Hasn't got long left on that Roma Yang debuff either. He needs to find himself a way to cleanse that. Januan not letting him. He finds the aerial parry, slides in with a long sword, and Januan secures his 3rd kill. Down to 3. Bane's breath still for 12 seconds left. Januan playing this nice and tempered. Yu has the Roma Yang debuff on him though, so 1 player left with that to work with.
It looks like DRGU was able to find the cleanse at some point. Maybe Genuine decided not to deny it. Doesn't seem very, Genuine doesn't seem very friendly here. Wants to find a kill on him. MTF ends up getting a full reset off onto the edge. 1v1v1. Very awkward situation right here. Yu doesn't have buff. Wants to, looks like, just doesn't want to be focus fired. He's kind of hesitant to take on aggression. He's willing to go on to MTF if Genuine chooses to go with him, peppering him with the range. Looks like Genuine down to go for MTF. Both Genuine and I believe MTF and Shu going on MTF. Anyone gets reset real quick. Armor shredded, but it's not going to matter. MTF still going to be the prio target to both of these guys. Surrounding him left and right side. MTF doing a good job kind of kiting this out. Ooh, spoke too soon. He goes a unsafe focus attack. And immediately, Zhu gets the parry. Back-to-back focus attack. And the F1's going to be coming out. But now Zhu pops his V1. Looks for the Pokeball, not able to get it. MTF is going to get scooped up right now. Zhu's going to find the kill, and we're going to get a 1v1 to close out game 4 between Zhu and Genuine.
Zhu doesn't have any more balls to throw, though, from that ultimate, so secured himself that kill, but is going to be down for a little bit on the front where Genuine, ultimate ready for them, can throw down that V. Parry comes out. He's going to look to just knock him back. Steals away the golden back. Catches him with the uppercut. And somehow we're starting to see back-to-back Yoto victories.
My goodness.
She is so back, baby.
Oh my goodness. All variations of Yoto winning. I know everyone in lobby is looking at, did this guy just play F1 V1 and beat us? That is outrageous that Genuine was able to do that. Now, all jokes aside, F1, if you do get hit by it, leads into that jungle. With Phoenix Blast, you see Genuine able to do almost like 1 1/4 of Zhu's health in one neutral read. So, not something exactly that you can sleep on, especially with the different variations you can do. He's able to use it as a combo break as well. So, maybe it's something, maybe some of the players will see it in the future. Definitely might go on the drawing board as we lead into solo finals and EWC in the future. Is Yoto F1 V1 viable in this very, very volatile meta? Remember guys, like the meta is just the things that work. That's what you should end up playing. And if we see Yoto working in this type of variation type, there's no reason not to try it. And I'm curious to see which other players try it. Now, you are trying to replicate Genuine, who is one of the best fighters in the league right now. So, take it with a grain of salt that F1 V1 Yoto just won. But still, we haven't seen a performance like that in a long time. It kind of reminds me when Fong ran Kurumi and beat Kai Bao. We just saw something so off meta happen, but that just shows like there are levels to this game, and Genuine is typically on a different level than everyone else, being the Koi Cup champion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing about the F1 is you trade off defensiveness for aggressiveness. I like the way he was using it to kind of skirt around the edge of fights. Anyway, here is our question. What player killed Edward in game 4? Was it Mike, Jin, MTF, or Ajiao? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Spam that one. And we will let you know if you want. If you want, check that Whisper box. Grab yourself some goodies. I believe it's still the hat, right, that you get. Am I right? I think it's a hat. The really cool NBPL hat. But I saw someone on Syra playing it in the last game, actually. But yeah. 4 games in today. We are blasting through today's solos, to be honest. And it's kind of just because I love the Roma Yang Spirit Well in the final circle. I think it's so... I'm sure for some players, they absolutely loathe it. As a spectator, I absolutely love it. Just like the, oh god, this game's going to be over for me real quick now. There's not many people and I have to fight. It forces them to go for it, all for that flag cap, which got actually cashed in, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter because they just got taken out. But here we are at the end of the game. Zhu did walk away the MVP, even though Zhang Yuan was the last man standing. Those 5 kills for Zhu really, really paid off for them. And Mike and Wu Feng walk away with a big old goose egg after that game. Mike still needs to put some more points on the board if he wants to be playing for a first place going into those bi-weekly finals on Wednesday this week. Remember, guys, we are not playing Thursday to Sunday as normal this week. We are playing Monday all the way through to Thursday due to EWC coming up next week. So got to make sure the players are rested and flown out to Saudi Arabia for that. But yeah, it's crazy to see, you know, the Yoto being so back. I'm genuinely ecstatic about this. I got very excited when Valda found a place in the meta. Now that we're seeing Yoto back into the meta, it's all coming together. It's all coming up Millhouse for me, man. Like everything's coming together.
Yeah, it's very exciting for NARAKA. They're making all the characters viable. Every single year, I believe they're doing 3 revises for old school characters. Yoda was this last one. I'm not sure what the next character is going to be revised, but I know a ton of players very, very happy with the changes. And exciting to see that those changes are actually reflecting even at the highest level, at this pro level. But we were talking about before the drama for Azhao and Edward. It looks like those two guys making it past the threshold. They are qualifying right now, and now Wufang is going to be added to this drama. Chen at 35.4. This might be the highest average I've seen going into an NBPL solo finals that it takes to qualify, as all of these guys in the middle of the league are so evenly matched. Even Verse is at 39 as everyone's climbing up. Now Verse already played his 2 days. He's not playing today. Azhao needs to keep up the effort if he hopes to qualify. He's still right on the cusp, but at the top, Action playing excellent today. Same thing with Mike, sitting comfy, ready to go to finals. And Shen Yuan, I thought he was gonna take a foot off the gas. I thought he was just gonna kind of limit test some of his other characters, but it turns out he's just gonna kind of style on everyone with the F1 V1 Yodo. Now, if he actually does run F1 V1 in the actual finals, I will be absolutely blown away, because no one really expects anyone to do that.
But you saw, this is the whole conversation we had going into this game, was that consistency being key. Like, Januan had a slightly worse day 1 than Stars Day 2, but Stars Day 1 was an 18-pointer, so he had like a really good day and then a kind of like middling, slightly lower end day, where like Januan, he's going to consistently score around the same point on both days, so he overtakes Star. That consistency in NARAKA is so important. You know, you can't rely on the big pop-off games like we used to, because back in the day, you know, kill multipliers used to apply to more than just the first person, and the kill multiplier number was higher. So the ability to have like a really, really big scoring game was there, but that is now, you know, dissipated, and it comes down to, you know, actually playing, you know, consistently smart and consistently better than everyone else. Otherwise, one good game isn't enough, and I think that's kind of what maybe got Spider, in my opinion, because I think we've seen Spider struggle for a little while now, and, you know, I'm not gonna by any means say he's a bad player, because that would be complete cap. Like, the guy is still being consistently one of the top players in the region, but I think he struggled to actually take a first place because he can't get those massive games that he used to get in that would kind of catch him up to the rest of the lobby. But here we are, our MVP, Zhu, on the Liem, walking away from this one. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a second Yoto one, because Zhu did a very good job of getting 5 kills under his belt. Big performance from him. Overcoming damage reduction, advanced heal, ethnic descent, where I can speak, and Windy Trinity, where his Soul Jade's there. Big game from him.
First one from DRGSU. I don't know if he's renamed or he's a newer player from into the league, but really good performance from him to take this down. Just shows the power of Liam. Even though we were talking about Genuine on the F1B1, Yoda blowing through the lobby, Zhu is able to secure the kills. Like we said before, hit the rain, playing very consistent. We win out this game 4 now as we settle in, going into game 5. Back to that Hollow. Wait, yeah. We were just on.
Back to Holleroth, buddy.
Back to Holleroth for game 5. This is going to be what I like to call the championship round. You got to really set up for that clutch round. Edward, Wufang, Azhao, and 225 all on the cusp. They got to fight their way back in order to make it into finals. 225 always been one of those top 5 fighters in the league. Struggling today. Don't know what's wrong with him right now. Hopefully he can pull it together, but I've seen this happen so many times. He's kind of the Cinderella story of the league. He always pulls it together. Very passionate player in his game 5 and 6, where he has massive games and climbs up the leaderboard. He struggled with consistency in the past, but he has been consistent in the clutch. So under these lights, I still expect my man in game 5 to find something and get some traction going. We saw him up to 3 kills, I think, just now. Will he find that same off spawn? It definitely starts with the off spawn leading into Yang, but you got to keep that momentum going if he hopes to qualify, because I still think he's maybe like 9 to 10 points behind the actual bubble in order to get in.
Yeah, I think going into this next game, you know, like you said, the championship round is a big one because it sets up the expectations for game number 6 and even the goals for game number 6. Because, you know, if you're Mike and you have a great game here, the ability to overtake Star and Januan and potentially take first going into bi-weekly finals, which gives you the most points to start on, which gives you a potential chance to win it better. You know, that starts here. If he has another goose egg game, he's kind of playing for potentially a podium spot more than like a first spot. On the other side, you know, Januan, he needs this game to go well, and then he also needs game 6 to go well, so Mike can't catch up to him. And for a bunch of other players lower down in the table, this is their last chance to even get in sprinting distance of making it to that bi-weekly final. Only the top 2 sets of the table go through. 12 players going into that bi-weekly final. So it's really all to play for going into this game. And obviously having a couple of our replays from our previous game here. This is Asia versus Ju. I guess he kind of like, and the attention wasn't on Ju. So for him to have found the victory here, was pretty big. You know, he was really good on the catching of the balls. I can't remember who he took out in that final circle, but he was very, very clean with it, and it was just a solid performance from him. Here we are, getting ready to go to our game number 5, our penultimate game of the day, and our penultimate game of the kind of seeding stage of the bi-weekly finals. Because after this, it is Wednesday, and it is finals. The top 12 teams be playing on that one.
Now we saw Zhu definitely doing his homework, finding the ball onto Ajao, and just a modern NARAKA with Liam. Liam's been in the meta for like a year and a half. Everyone's figured out a lot of the different terrains, places where you can throw people and stun them. And more importantly, the exact spacing, because as people have gotten better and accustomed to fighting Liam, no one wants to go near common lanterns or signs because they don't want to get ulted and thrown into them and 100 to 0'd. Now everyone's so dialed in the spacing that you can get balled and then grappled in and thrown into it at the perfect distance, a lot further than you kind of expect. There's still a lot of unknown locations that a lot of players don't know about that Liam's end up hunting next to, so it is a little bit difficult. It's gotten to the point where a lot of people will go around the map, and when they see signs, when they see lanterns, they'll knock them down just in case they fall victim to one of the Liams running around or looking to ult and throw you into it. Now moving forward, game 5, going back to some Holoroth. Picks are going to be coming in. Mike and Edward are moving up to phase 1. Wufang and Yin phase 2. Shenyu 1 and 225 phase 3. MTF and HM phase 4. Xu and Jin phase 5. Ajao and Slows in phase 6. I'm curious to see whether or not Mike and Edward believe in the Liam versus Lonnie. There's been some little bit of disagreement between the pro side of which character should be that first pick, but regardless, because of the new pick of ban system, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining in, this game 5, you pick one of these characters, they are banned in the second round, so the max you can ever see are 2 characters, and we are getting a lot more variation today. Now Edward and Mike both agree with the Liam. Wufang's gonna lock in the Lonnie. Will Lin go Lonnie as well?
Well, we already saw Mike lock in the Lonnie earlier today. He's done double Yote, so of course this is going to be his Liam game, which means his next game is probably going to be that Sheol, maybe a Syra, but honestly, I've not been impressed with our solo Syras today. I think the Sheols, the Liams, the Lonnies have definitely been better on that top end. As the Januan just going straight into the Viper angle, doesn't want to be locking in the Sheol. I assume he's potentially played it or saving it for later on as MTF.
Gonna look at the Yoto off the back of this one. See what HM he's thinking about locking him. Could go for Yoto himself. No, there's the Shale for him. Okay. I was surprised to see Shale get this far down, but here we are. The last couple of picks. Justina for Jin. Zhu also going to lock in the Justina. On the other side, what have you got? You got things like the Akoses. We've seen some Kai Lins today. Tammy, obviously. And you won't be seeing a team up, Tammy. Raven did mention it earlier, but they have changed the way Tammy's ult interacts with other Tammys from now on. So that horrible little team up strategy that we used to see for a little while in solos, that is dead in the water. Not going to be happening anymore.
Very unlikely. Still, maybe could happen, but Tammys could definitely kill each other a lot easier than they used to. Ajao, Genuine. Ajao coming from the dueling scene. Temmie is used a lot in the dueling scene. Same thing with Wu Chen, just because of how fast their gold F is. Both of those guys, very, I would say some of the strongest Temmies in the league right now. 225 has to lock in right now if he hopes to get in. He's a little bit further away, but he's a very much momentum player. If he gets things going, he's very hard to stop once he gets that train going. But still, he has a very tall mountain to climb right now. It might be a little too late for him. It's definitely not going to be good for him going into EWC. He's not going to have as much practice as he would like, just because the qualifying format is not as the same as the solos finals, where you're playing for 8 rounds, where you're playing for the MVP system. A lot of the times we've seen in the past, most of the lobby getting to MVP point, it comes down to the wire. A lot of times we've seen it win by MVP, we've seen it win by points going the distance. We haven't seen it end early like we saw in the past, like game 5 or 6, but still, it still can happen, because a lot of the times the people going in from these qualifying rounds right now with a ton of points have the opportunity to get to the MVP threshold earlier than the rest and get and if they MVP there, the tournament just ends. We could be at EWC and the round could end game 5, game 6, because someone just has such a blowout performance. But I highly doubt it. I feel like the skill is very close. We get a lot of exciting rounds. It comes down to a slugfest. And speaking of slugfest, we are going to get a nice hot drop in the top left of the map. It looks like Wolves going to take an ISO fight. It looks like Edward is going to still go over and claim the puzzle. There's a solo landing in the bottom left. But majority of the lobby all on the left side of the map. It's going to be a bloodbath off Spawn Heat Brain. Hopefully.
I noticed something as well, actually, on Hero Select. We are stupid. They actually swapped Yoto's F1 and V2 and V1. So V1 is actually the new Yoto ult. V2 is actually the old Yoto ult. Apologies for anyone who's watching and maybe saw us saying the wrong thing there. I don't know why they swapped her V1 to being her V2, but here we are. A minor mistake, but yeah, so MTF is going to be running the standard Yoto setup on that front. So we are going to cut over to T25, Yin, and Slows. Slows has had an honestly pretty disappointing day from them. Haven't really been able to find a single bit of impact so far. They get parried and they're looking to go low. T25 tried to steal the kill and got parried for it. Down he goes. Chicken's coming out. Gonna get some damage off those nunchucks. Wasn't able to secure the kill. Zhe Zhao now getting opened up onto. Has got the fist weapons. Gonna get a little bit of damage off onto T25. He's now just playing escape. Gonna quickly jump away. T25. A little bit of damage off. They just find themselves inside this little hut here. So vertical strike comes out. Or horizontal strike, sorry, comes out even. As parry lands onto Ajao, he gets kicked back, loses half his HP. Trying to find the Ajao trying to find the opening, doesn't quite get it. So that's going to be T25 securing his first kill of this game with those nunchucks, but his health bar is a little bit low. He is being able to swap out to the grey armor.
225 getting the reset. Yin action. It'll be poking it out, seeing if one of them can get low. We are going to move over to JL's HM versus DRG's Zhu. Justina all is going to be coming out, but Zhu doesn't want to hard commit here. Wants to look for a reset, even though his opponent has white armor. Curious position from it. Oh, it looks like Mike is going to be joining in. Spoke a little bit too soon. Zhu in a 2v1 situation. Mike going to go to the top, try to cut off the kiting path of Zhu. Nice focus action come out of Mike, putting Zhu in a weird position. Both Zhu and Mike go for a parry. Bob and weave in. Zhu able to pick this blue armor, reset a little bit of armor on it, but he is going to try to go max range. Get out of dodge. Mike's still going to be top of it, but we are going to move back to the snow. Back to 225 in action. It's been a cold day for 225. He needs to heat up right now if he hopes to qualify. He's at 21 points. He needs 9 points to get over the hill of qualifying while still having a last round. But he's not going to have a chance unless he does well right now in this round. He's already up to 1 kill. 2 players are pressuring on BB slows, showing up to the party as well. 3 players all kind of waiting to see what 225 does, but 2 white armors. 225 could easily shift the momentum and attention to someone else. We are going to go back to Mike and JL's HM. It looks like Mike didn't keep up the pressure onto HM. RMB's going to create some space, and HM is going to get to the roof. Mike looks for the ball, not able to get the first one. No more ult to his name, but HM in charge. He's going to cancel out Mike. The Hong Sword goes for the parry, not able to get it. Forced to pop his combo break. For HM, forced to pop his combo break. Everything's for keeps right now. And Mike traps the overhold release. Holds all the way to the very end and shifts, dodges, and parries, catching him off guard. Are going to go back to the slugfest with 225. He's still only at 1 kill as just he's been invaded by all these players, and already he's in a tough position with action parrying him, but 225 repays him the favor, parries him back. Unfortunately though, for everyone in the circle, it's very awkward. The no ult zone is hit. 225 is going crazy with the parry, but he's not able to tap dodge as Jin is gonna take him down with that spear bomb.
Nice little pick there, Jin. A little bit low. We see the ultimate actually getting committed. Sandstorm goes down from the Tammy. Yin throws out the ball. Nice shot on the high ground. Interrupted by the Sandstorm though. Can reposition if he needs to. And he's gonna damn need to. On that run now. Being chased onto. Grapple's coming in. He's gonna try and slowly get away. Gets a massive unleash with a spear onto Jin. But he is way too low. And I don't think Yin's gonna be surviving this one. Although Slows is going low. The attention turns around. Yin goes down. Slows throwing those playing cards out. But it isn't gonna do anything. Yin secures the kill. Beautiful fight. 2 kills over to him as now Mike has MTF on that Yoto inside the ball. Chance to catch him out there. MTF trying to break away. Another ball. Goes a little bit wide there from Mike. Doesn't quite make the connection. Gets a bit of extra damage off. F gets connected by MTF. Mike still has that health advantage. MTF unable to get himself a pot off in the middle of all of this. And now he's just chasing up. With those nunchucks, MTF now has to just play escape. Does not want to be hanging around Mike for too much longer. Although Mike not willing to give up. It's MTF. Still got the revive. So it's not the end of the world if he goes down. It's not like he's actually got that great kit to really hang on to. But the Realm of Yang spawning up to, it's going to not be able to get himself geared up for a Realm of Yang in time. So MTF actually is able to break away.
MTF with his trusty fan. Doesn't matter if it's white, doesn't matter if it's gold. He's switching to it when he's gonna disengage, trying to make space. Genuine on his Viper. He's gonna try to get in the Realm of Yang, even though he has white armor. Finds the armor reset. He sits next to him, challenge him. It looks like Mike is gonna be challenging him. He has to be careful right here. Genuine is gonna be looking for the F2, but it doesn't matter. Mike is gonna cross him up, put him in a tough position right now, and now Mike has a chance of eliminating Genuine. Both go with the one charge. Focus action gonna be coming out, and now Mike in an interesting position. Oh my goodness. Nice dodge coming out from Mike, but nice parry coming out from Genuine. Puts Mike in a weird position right now. No gold up to his end. He can die. No armor swap though. Mike is down to gamble here. He's willing to risk it all. What are we gonna do in the clutch? Will Genuine release? Will Mike go for the parry? But Genuine's opting to go on the rooftop, trying to ice off this pressure from Mike. Chill out, Mike. We just want to go Yang. Even though we have white armor, it doesn't matter. Mike's gonna drop down with the RB, get the light attack. F2 again. Mike is dodging all of the abilities from Genuine, but it's not that easy. Genuine is not gonna just give up the kill, and he gets
Holy moly!
with white armor with barely any health left.
If Mike is inside that Renwei Yang, that's gonna be rough. He got in there so quick. Everyone else is actually waiting it out. We want to get in as soon as possible. I think Mike made a mistake on not instantly going in because, you know, he's on grey armor. Like, sure, he full heals and gets his ult back, but, like, that's a way easier fight when you're going up versus someone who's got grey armor. Looks like Zhu right now. Uncontested. And unlike our other games, people are a lot more hesitant to jump into this first round with Yang. There we go. They're finally going to fill out. Oh, I guess Mike didn't have a key to get into the run with Yang. That's why I didn't get in. I'm stupid. I'm pretty sure he would have followed him in there. So we are going to see Zhu versus HM here. Justin getting forwards, got that F available. Just going to play on the high ground for now. Break away real quick again, hit him. Trying to get some level of damage off. Has lost half his armor. Nice little hit coming in from Zhu there. Scale rushes out, gets the parry against the wall. Knocks him back. The break already used. HM just caught in the uppercut once again. He is just infinite. Very staggered start, but as soon as that exploded into action, it was done in a second. TTD5. One kill to his name in this game. Going up versus Deja. Throws down the dazzle. Doesn't make the connection with it. Gets parried off by Ajao. Loses most of his armor. Scale rush comes out. Throws down the ultimate to break away from all of the damage coming his way. TTD5 trying to find those dazzles. And Ajao just playing around the edge of the pillar. Trying to outpace him right now. Remember, these ults don't last as long as they used to. Although the Temi ult actually does last as long as it used to. That did not get changed by the changes, so Ajao does have a little bit more to work with here and hasn't actually committed it quite yet. TD5 breaking away now. Ajao can just scale rush forwards. Gonna get some damage off. Dazzle goes down, doesn't make the connection once again, but Ajao incredibly low. Repositions in the air, catches him with the uppercut, and TT5 takes out Ajao.
TT5 gonna keep it going. That's the kill he really needs if he's hoping to get through. He needs to slow down his competition. Ajao is just barely ahead of him. And 225 actually has been performing pretty well on the Syra pick. Not everyone has the best time on Syra. I know talking to Frostbit's not one of his favorite characters. They are going to be nerfing his character in the future. DRG's Zhu be rolling up on the Justina as well. We are going to catch Genuine on the outside fighting action. Gold Katana versus Gold Fist Blades. Light into the tap dodge. Through 0.9 focus attack. And now the V2 coming up. The silence beam coming down onto Action. Action tries to play to terrain. Gets 1, 2. Doesn't get the follow-up, and Action should be able to pop his ultimate. He's trying to pop the heal. Actually gonna come through. He's going for the kill onto Genuine. Gets the follow-up. Does he get the 1, 2, 3? He does. It's just too much damage. Genuine, no defenses on him. He just gets absolutely deleted by Action. Woo-wee. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, Zhu climbing up as well, already at 23. He's going to be striking range as well, actually before 225. So we got to add DRG's Zhu to the drama right now. Edward, Wufang, Ajao, neck to neck, trying to hold the gates, trying to deny everyone else from getting in champions, but DRG's Zhu knocking on that door, and 225 needs to kick that down that door if he hopes to get to these solo finals.
Yeah, and actually looking at the scoreboard right now when talking about solo finals, the next hard deadline is 35.4 points. If you want to qualify, that's GG over there. So there's a lot of people who could still move around. After that, it's 39 points, and you start to move into really rough territory once you get past 39 points. But, you know, Zhu only on 24 points. He has to put together some pretty big performances here. And he's only got 1 kill under his name, so I feel like he's better hoping that Aishao, Wufang, and Edward underperform. Because that hard deadline is so far away from where he is on the score right now. He has to pull out a big couple of games to catch up as what Wufang absolutely juggling Edward around. He is knocked out, and as I was talking about it, she's wanting one of those guys to underperform. Knocked out of the lobby there by Wufang. Nice little pick. Yak spawns up again.
Going to the replay, we are going to get MTF versus OUG's Mike. Able to ice off some of the pressure here. Oh my goodness, this is kind of oogly from Mike. Immediately goes back in and versus MTF, gets the armor swap. I mean, it's Fearless Blue and as well versus the gold weapon of MTF, and he just gets sniped through the wall. A little bit ambitious for Mike, fighting off a little bit more than he can shoot. Now going into the other realm, we are going to get our camera back onto MTF again. Genuine comes out of left field, tries to get the sneaky Viper silence off, but unable to in this terrain situation. He is going to go for the kite, wait out this Yang up to 8 seconds right now. Last time he did get griefed by Wufang, I believe, while he was going into Yang. Doesn't want the same thing to happen. We'll see who is willing to go into Yang this early. Looks like Genuine is one of the first. He is waiting right now. It doesn't matter who you are. In the fight, we are going to see Agile versus MTF. Cavalry Balloon uppercut combo is going to delete MTF and send them back to the lobby.
Nice pick there for Aishao. Genuine on the Viper. We haven't really seen much of Genuine other than him just running away. So it's going to be fun to see him actually get to play this pick. A little bit more aggressive. Does have that ultimate ready to go. Available in the pocket as well. This is the pistol shot open up. Doesn't have a potential scale rush you. Breaks away. Nice catch with the katana. It comes out. Oh my word. Genuine didn't even need to commit an ultimate there for half of that. He just absolutely chunked him out. Keeping him in his eyes before the stun. I believe the stun was broken away. Genuine. Now for the scale rush onto Zhu, gonna chase forward Zhu, tries to break away, nice freeze, it does hit for Genuine, gets some level of an answer back out onto him, but Genuine still got a smidge of armor to work with. It's gonna take this as an opportunity to get a free reset off, and get some armor back. Actually, did he cancel his reset? No, he got his armor back. Okay, it's a slow tick on that one. He's full reset, catches onto Yu. Zhu losing way too much HP once again. He's doing work with the katana. Genuine takes the Realm Yang.
And he was bobbing, weaving, getting those line attacks in, even around the fist blades. Trying to dodge, find the focus attack with the fist blades, catch Genuine off guard, but Genuine does not hesitate. He is willing to get in there. He's willing to trade with you. Good trades, bad trades, it doesn't matter. He's downloading you as he's fighting against you. He's eventually going to find that good read onto you. His entire playstyle is based on pressure. And we're seeing, again, everyone was telling me it's a fluke that Genuine was able to get 7 kills with the Viper onto Holoroth. We see him bring it out again, and he is up to 3 kills now. It's not necessarily 7, but there's still a lot more to this round to be going. 12 people... or 12 minutes left with 7 people alive. Action's gonna come flying in with that Yang Evasion, 4 minutes 40 seconds. He's gonna find Genuine lying right there, looks for the juggle, but Genuine is just so tanky. He took barely any damage from that.
Yeah, really nice evasion from him on that one. Jin did jump into the purple bush though to break the line of sight on the ultimate from him. Reese does finally make a connection. Right, he is damn tanky. Genuine barely losing anything to this Hansword here from Jin. It's a purple Hansword as well. Genuine's going to be able to get a pot off. Doesn't just get interrupted by Jin there. Keeping the pressure up. The inner ultimate has timed out though. What we see a lot of nice parry comes through. Connects on with the Hansword. I don't know if he stole the weapon. I think Genuine switched out. Yeah, he's still got his katana. Genuine just wants to get himself some pots off and heal back up. But Jin right now, with this Realm Yang debuff on, is not willing to give up the fight. T225 jumps away, throws out the dazzle. It's now in jumps Genuine with that katana once again. Looking for him. Freeze breaks out T25. Opens up for the halberds. Half healthing Jin's armor. Zhang Yuan comes back in. He's basically just getting 1v2'd right now. They know that he's the killable one. No ultimate, no F available, and no armor to speak of either. Zhang Yuan looking to finish this one up. Who's going to get the kill? It's Zhang Yuan securing the kill. The dazzle goes down. Doesn't quite make the connection to anyone. Zhu doesn't get the soul bloom either. So he just has to heal up in the zone, and then not much time left on that ultimate. Remember, they tick down so much quicker than they used to. Needs to find the freeze. Gets it onto Zhang Yuan. It's some damage off those golden fist weapons. Another freeze dash is going to be available to him. As Zhang Yuan commits ultimate, might just try and catch them and zone them from running back into the zone. Zhu going to try and heal up before jumping back into the action with that last dash he has. Makes his way over, but they have seen him. The grapple comes in, and the blood is in the water. The shark strike. Ajiao slides in and secures himself his third kill of the game. Throws out the wisp. Doesn't make a connection with it. 5 players left in the lobby.
Yeah, Ajiao having a great game right here. 5 people left alive. He needs to secure more points to guarantee Edward and Wufang just half a point for Wufang, and Edward 1 point away with he being 1 point away. It's still neck and neck. We are going to go to the Realm of Yang. SS1's action versus 225. If I'm going to go to the pillar, looks for the LMB, looks for the uppercut, not able to get it. That action down 1 shield, already popping his ultimate. That's not a shield, that's not Shayo. He does get his armor swap. Now he's going to pop his Casino ultimate. Looks for the Sager 225. Wait a minute. Making it look super easy. Actually looks for a heal right here. There's no way he's able to survive this. 225 with the Syra, making Justina look like a free kill. Now going into this endgame, we got 5 people left alive. Shenyuan, Ajiao, and Wufang. Now this is kind of a test that I'm curious about, Hiprain. Is everyone gonna turn and kill Viper first? Because that's the argument I've heard from all the other top players, is that Viper really struggles multi-way, but in these weird case scenarios where like the friend of my frenemy, or the enemy of my enemy is my friend now. So looks like, who is that? It's like a Wu Chen following Shenron right now.
I am surprised to see how much kind of aggression has been taken off. I guess right now there's kind of nothing to fight for. You were looking at what? No one's got corruption on them. No one's going to be going down. Just waiting for that Realm of Yang Spirit World to spawn up. I'll probably open up the next round of action as Wufang losing a little bit of HP. It's weird, as soon as I said they're not fighting, they immediately look to go for a bit of a scrap. Wufang lost all of their armor, and just like that, 2 people started to spot, but Wufang on a weaker position is going to get pushed up onto. Has been able to break away from line of sight and heal up with Zhang Yuan and Yin. Just taking a little toe-to-toe fight here. Nice knock back into pistol shot from Zhang Yuan. But here it is, Realm of Yang spawning up. 2, so which one are they going to go for, Zhang Yuan? There you go. Let's go. Play interrupt. Okay. Go.
B2's going to be invested by Zhang Yuan. He's going to target Wufang, but Wufang's going to be able to get away. Ajiao, seeing what the vibes are at, does get silenced as a bystander, and 225 immediately pops that ultimate. It starts beaming down. Anyone tries to sneak the puzzle, but Viper definitely not taking that ever, especially versus Syro with ultimate up. Ajiao made his way through zone all the way far left, and the 5 players left keep on going. Now remember, Ajiao and Wufang are both on Yang depletion. They eventually do need to find a soul boom off her body, initiate somewhere, but they do have 2 minutes to it. Still a lot of time.
Oh my!
Anyone gets absolutely shredded when he goes to the Spirit Well.
That was huge. I believe that was a dreadful whale thrown out, and I don't know what else. There was a lot. Down he goes. T225 secures the kill. cleanse hasn't quite come out. They do get a bit of damage off of the Ajiao. Ajiao, I believe, was the one to get the cleanse from the Spirit Bloom. They do find the knockback, steal the weapons. Good parry comes in onto TT5. He'll just firing away there with those flying knives. Been a real menace. That cannon fire as well, causing a serious issue. There's Yin. So much damage. I think someone's rocking Palm Lightning there. He's putting out some serious work. Yin's just going to get nice and high and away. Jumps towards the edge of where the Bane's Breath is, and he's going to just go for a reset and get out of the way as Wufong will actually be able to cleanse himself with that capture the flag, so he'll be A-OK. The only real threat right now. Ajiao though, incredibly low. Cannon fire coming down. Sandstorm's going to get broken out as Ajiao wants to find himself some space. Yin got caught by the wisp, but he's just CC'd for days. A lot of HP lost, but TT5 not done yet. Massive chunk out of Yin. That's him taken down by TT5, and TT5 now up to 4 kills. Make that 5 actually. He wants to go for a big end here and really jump up the standings. He's so close to getting himself into that top 12, into a position where he's in bi-weekly finals on Wednesday. Ajiao playing away for a second here. Wukong with the flying knives. It's been a bit of a menace. It's going to zone him off into that zone, forced him backwards, but TT5 continues to just hold the outside of the zone, gatekeep their entrance back in. Wufong able to break away here, but Ajiao loses all of his armor, and TT5 is going to strike onto him immediately off the follow-up on that. Quick armor swap out of the gold armor into great armor here for Ajiao. That is painful for him to give that up so early into this final circle. Looks like he might be able to circle back and grab the armor if he wants, but it may just play gatekeep on that one, and that is significantly weaker. Nice parry comes out from Ajiao though. Wufong loses a big chunk of HP. TT5 not turning into tension. Ajiao now back to no armor here on this grey armor. It's just going to pop back up and refresh the armor. That is a squishy tumult.
U5, Wufong, Ajiao, all on the cusp. Whoever wins this one is going to be feeling really good going into game 6. 2-5 up to 5 kills. This is really his game to win. If he gets these 2, he's going to have 7 plus the 3 from a placement. Ajiao against the ropes, no armor to his name. Wufong's keeping up the pressure on him, but combo blink's going to be coming out. 2-5 waiting right there patiently, seeing if both of them can get low. He could come in, focus attack both of them. He is going to keep up the pressure onto Wufong. But again, as a bystander, 2-5 is kind of letting them duke it out. Doesn't want to get on the killed on sight list. Wufong though, as Ajiao against the ropes, we need to secure this kill before Ajiao gets the kill. He is gonna pop combo break, and Temi Wall's gonna be coming in. Wufong has to be careful, but spoke too soon. 2-5 finally picks his spot, finds the R&B focus attack, juggles 2-5 and takes him down. Now he's up to 6 kills. Now it's gonna be a Wufong versus 2-5 1v1 for this game 5. Starts gonna be coming out, but nice shot from 2-5. He pops his tome to interrupt the double charge. Doesn't want to get hit by the Zoo Halby. Double charge in the heel. Max range parry from the LNB. One charge from Wufong, and then 2-5 immediately comes in, looks for the cross light, not able to get it, but Lani ult does come out. Are we gonna get to see a stage 2, or is 2-5 gonna close it out right here?
Looks like he might have him there. The microwave beam just proving too much. Great tracking from TT5 onto Wufong, and down he goes. Sara takes the victory. Huge game there from TT5. You said, you know, he's a slow burner. He builds up to the victories. You were damn right, Raven. Really, really impressive. Game number 5 from TT5.
You see emotionally, even though he just had a really, really big round, he expects a lot more of himself. You see a little bit of relief from him, but it's still not over. That's not enough for him to secure qualifying. It's going to come down to the wire between him, Ajiao, Wufong, and Edward. This has been happening consistently as of recent. Koi, previous NBPL season. Ajiao actually kind of fell out and fizzled out near the end of the season, but everyone else has been neck to neck, really, really trying to dial in. Ajiao and Edward in the beginning of the season started very strong, but like I said, the league is so close. It's a lot. Before it was like 70-30 80-20 with the advantage going to Mike and Spider. Now it's closer to 60-40 across the board. Any given day, someone can win. I was talking to Frost about this. A lot of this is mental resolve. So used to dying just because a lot of times it's 50-50s. Maybe a little bit of edge on your comfort picks, like when Genuine is on his Temi or Genuine's on his F1. Really, really cool stuff from 225. Able to clutch that up, but he's been doing that forever. No surprises here. I've seen him do this over the past 3 years. Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, especially Game 5 is really one of his games. He's one of the champions in the league. Finds a way to put himself in good positions to win. Needs to have another good Game 6. So even though this is day 3, even though this is a qualifying round, a lot of drama going into the last game of the day. Yeah. Right?
No, a lot of drama. I think there's a lot up for grabs. Mike, not the greatest performance from him. I think he is playing right now for podium. I think TT to 5 right now. While that was an amazing game for him, it puts him in a pretty comfortable position. A goose egg could still cause him an upset and potentially knock him out of that top spot. So it's a big angle actually coming into this game 6 because there's people at the top fighting for more. There's people at the bottom fighting to just stay in. Plus maybe get a better seating because, like we said, 12.5% of your points get translated into your points for bi-weekly finals. They're your starting points. You want to hit that pre-proposed point as quick as possible and be in as comfortable position as possible. But here we are. Scoreboard, 7 kills over to TTU5 on the Syra. Huge game from him. 11.10 points go over to him. Mike only walks away with 2 points though, unfortunately. Genuine though, 5 points. Consistency. It's really paying off for this guy today.
Consistency definitely the key, but with this aggressive meta, 225 probably one of the aggressive players in the league with like Mike, Wufang, Spider, and Shenyu, and all these guys hyper aggressive, getting in there. It's definitely being rewarded in this rule set and this meta. Will 225 be able to keep this going though? 11.4. The only other person to score this high, Mike, with his previous pop off game. But massive deal. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. Woo! 225 was on the cusp. He was looking really cooked.
He's close.
Now he's cooking instead of looking cooked. We're at 31.4, 20.9 for the day. We're going to see what the cutoff is. He's definitely a lot closer than he was before. I think it was like around 32, but the guys on the cusp, Wufang and everything, might have got 1 or 2 kills going into this. So we'll see. Yeah, 32 to 33.5 of Edward and 35 for Wufang. Man, Edward is always on the cusp. My man is always having the sweat beads in order to get through. Azhao at 35 as well, tied. And wait a minute, Chen?
35.4.
35.4. If all these guys do well here, Chen can even push out. Versus definitely safe. Fong qualifying rounds is definitely his playground, even though hasn't been the glory days for him. He's still thriving with this. And at the top, like 19.6 at 44.2, Xgen at 20 for the day at 46, and finally Genuine, like you said, Hip Brain, he's done it.
I think right now Mike is playing for a spot where Star and Spider stand. One of those two or three is the best he's going to walk away with today, unless Genuine goose eggs, and Mike has one of the best games of his career. I think that's probably what Mike's looking for as a top 3, but yeah, it's 50. I can't remember where we were. There was it's at 54.4 or something, or 53.4 is the hard cutoff. So TT5, if he can get past there, he's going to be comfortably in to that top spot, or into that top 12 even. So making it to the bi-weekly finals. Just having a look at the replays from this previous game. I think again it was actually a relatively slower paced game to some of the other games we've had today. It felt like, you know, the players really did wait for kind of stuff to kind of be gifted to them before they went for aggression, when in the games leading up to this, I think the players just have blind aggression turned on. We'll see once we go back to Morris and once we go back to, you know, the match which everybody feels the most comfortable on.
It's going to be big. Massive Dreadful Whale, though. Golden Dagger on 225 on the Syra, doing so much work. Had the flying knives as well, able to put some phenomenal work on this. Huge performance from 225. Played really, really well. And like you said, comes to life at the end of the day. Typically a player who struggles at the start, finds his power later. See if he has any more in the tank coming out of this game, going into the final game of the day. Lots of drama, lots of stuff up for grabs as the players are taking their way back stage right now. And we'll see our MVP. First Cyber MVP of the day actually here. And a nice one there for the side of TT25. 22,000 damage coming out from his 7 kills, 10k healing. Dreadful Whale. Martial Art Will Form Hook. Venom Tip Bar Bolt Sap Soldier, Tuna and Palm Lightning coming out. And if you look at the actual damage from where it came from weapons, it's a pretty even spread actually across the board. I was surprised not more from the dagger. I've seen it use that Dreadful Whale a couple of times.
Flying knives definitely the key to winning end games. It just allows you to play very, very safe, allows you to steal kills very effectively as the Yang depletion really comes out. But you're able to use a lot of different weapons when it comes into Realm of Yang, where it's an ISO fight. Dual Halby still one of the better weapons. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen, though, for one of your special gifts that are dropping in the Twitch chat, the question for you guys: how many scores did OUG Mike get in Game 5? Is it A2, B4, C6, or D8? Make sure to list your answer in the chat before the screenshot is taken. Get your chance at getting one of the drops.
And just so you know, that was because it was worded very awkwardly there. It wasn't how many kills he got. It was what was Mike's score at the end of that game. So what was Mike's score by the end of Game 5? ABCD in Twitch chat. We, however, while you do that, are going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and then we're back with Game 6, our final game of the day. So we'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA Pro League. First bi-weekly of the fall split. Day 3 for solos. I am Raven PLZ. I'm joined by the great Hip Rain. It's been an exciting day. We're going into game 6. A lot of drama coming in. We got Edward, Agile, all on the cusp. 225. You see my man struggling for this. Hip Rain. Who do you think is going to be making through out of those 3? They're all fighting tooth and nail to make it through. Only 1 or 2 points going through. Now there is a world where I believe there's someone else that could get pushed out. But out of those 3
points, so it's 34.4, 35.4 or something points, and then it's 39 of like our 2 hardline cutoffs. So technically, if someone does well enough, they could hit that 39 points and open up another spot effectively for everyone else. But they all have to do well to kind of surpass that 39 points section. So it's a tall order. I have the belief that TT5 is probably warmed up now. That was a big victory for him. It was a good game. So I think it's well within grasp for him. But this is not an easy game. This is a very nerve-wracking game for him. On the other side, we talked a lot about Mike. You know, I think the podium was within grabs for him, but he kind of needs to not play like he did last game. Well, Zhang Yuan, he's just been consistently popping off today. Like, seriously good performances from him. Now, I'm going to quickly distract away because, you know, you did the intro. You said, welcome back to the full split. The full split is a really weird term for me because I'm English and we don't use full. Full is not like a season for us. This is the autumn split for me. I've got to have a word with the devs about this. It feels really weird. I said it yesterday. I was like, welcome back to the full split. And I felt dirty. You know? Didn't feel right.
Interesting. I did not know that, actually.
Yeah, it's not. Full is not. It's a very American term, that one. It's not an English one. It's what I do. I eventually get to a point where I just stop talking about the game I'm paid to commentate. I just start rambling about my life and things I've seen and what's going on.
Well, in the autumn split, for Hip Rain,
it's more of a mouthful, isn't it?
Game 6. So I mean, fall, autumn, all kind of the same to me. Fall's definitely one syllable easier, flows off the tongue.
1 syllable, yeah.
But Agile, I think did I mention that? Agile was definitely on the cusp as well. I want to get one of those dramatic fights that goes down for who gets to go through. Edward, Agile, Wufang, they all gotta go Yang. They can't leave it to chance. They can't coast their way in. There's no way they want to go by 1 or 2 points. They need to find a way to secure this victory, either by 1, taking a fight to their opponents. This is where your coach comes in big. This is where your prep work comes in big. In these very tense situations, can you snipe out your competition, kind of cut their legs out from under them before they get going? Or do you go Realm of Yang, just play your game, stick to your guns, play for consistency, try to dominate just like all the other players during their pop-up rounds, win the first Yang, win the second Yang. If anything, you don't make it in the first Yang, go Cave, go Spirit Well, set up for second Yang, but you gotta follow up and challenge those last Spirit Wells for endgame, or at least pair off with whoever wins it. If you're lucky enough that they don't just turn and target you instead. Lots of different options here. What are these guys gonna take? Personally, I say take destiny in your own hand. Just go Yang or hot drop onto your opponent.
Oh, hot drop. Like, use the fact you get a free revive. Go hard early. And MTF, he's double picked the Yoto as his first selection. That's crazy. So Liam coming in for TT5. Big pickup actually for him into this one. Zhang Yuan. This is the point where I'm starting to misremember who has used double picks up and who hasn't. So there's a world where he can't lock this in, and maybe it's something like a Sheol. Nope. It's going to be the Liam for him. So as we move down into the next section, Sheol is available to Yin and Wufang. Wufang immediately locking that Sheol in for themselves. See what Yin's got in the pocket. They're actually going for the Siren themselves. So personality picks start to show up now. All the fun stuff's gone. All the good stuff's gone. Yoto also removed from the fun stuff.
What has Mike and Edward got cooked up for game 6? ACOS for Mike. I mean, that's an old Mike pick. If ever I've seen him on.
Yeah, Mike definitely loves the clutch ACOS in these positions. He's already secured. Edward on the Justina. Justina performs very, very well in these very, very high tense situations. Slow's gonna go with the double Viper pick. Pretty wild on his part. Agile with the Temi. Definitely a comfort pick for the duelists. That combo break and the combo potential of all the whiffs and wall. Definitely where he wants to play towards his strengths. Now, Action on the Kylan, and what will Zhu round out? Also, Kylan, what a crazy mix of characters. Majority very, very rush down offensive characters, only a couple defensive characters in the lobby. But you see the tenseness of this moment. Wufang and 225 very locked in. I super determined to get this through. Who is gonna make it though? I mean, technically all of them can make it through. No one has to get pushed out. If they make it past the threshold, I believe someone's at like 35 or 36. 39 is like...
It's 39 is the second cutoff. So there's one cutoff at 34, then 39. And I actually didn't keep track beyond that because I expected maybe 2 to get through. But we'll see. There's honestly a lot up for grabs. I mean, actually... It's only TT25, so if they all make it past the 34 cutoff, which is very likely, they actually could all qualify. It just depends if they hard grief each other to get the points they need, is the real question. We'll have to see. Loading onto Morris Isle for our final game of the day. And then we'll know who the 12 players going to the Biweek final on Wednesday will be. Mike, does he make it to a podium position? And how big of a lead can Zhang Yuan actually put between him and the rest of the lobby here? That's the big one for me as well. These guys could potentially build up a massive, massive point lead and make their Biweekly finals a little bit easier for themselves.
Look at everyone's average points now that everyone's played a couple more characters. 3.5, very, very solid. I always say like around 3.5 is a very, very strong player on that character. Anything above that, above 4, above 3.5, you start going into the best players at that character, the best performing players at that character. Mike at 5, Action also at like, I saw 4 on his time.
Look at Mike. He's just dropping off alone. He has nothing to do with the action. He's playing to scale. He's playing to get into the realm of Yang early, unscathed, ready to go. That's a very weird drop from Mike, actually.
ACOS doesn't really perform super well off spawn. He wants to have the ultimate. I do believe this is still Firefly to close out the day, so he's probably going to rotate in. There's a Firefly in that forest that he can come in, hit with the timing. A lot of these guys, you're either hot dropping directly, take a fight, or you're doing some type of timing off Firefly, rotating in and fighting the other guy who probably has ultimate from their first fight. There's a full trio right to the left though of Mike, so he's gonna have a nice timing going in there. It's gonna be very, very spicy. We'll have to see. Remember the drama of the 4 players. Who's gonna make it through? 225, Wufang, Azhao, or Edward. Will all of them make it through? Would 3 of them get cut out? Who is going to win this? We see X and Mike.
That's crazy.
Going at it.
TT5 was able to pick up a purple armor off base, off respawn. That's insane. He's gonna jump down onto Mike and Jin with a massive advantage. Blue weapon, purple armor. And X-Jin's realizing this fight is absolutely unwinnable for him right now. He's way too jumped and the gear difference is just too dramatic right now. Does get a knockback onto TT5. Looking for the potential kill. TT5 actually loses a lot of armor. Clan comes in, not the parry. Jin going low. Mike wants this kill though. It's TT5 even more desperate for it. Yin's made his way over. See, he gets the kill onto Jin. Yin still playing escape. TT5 gets the full heal off. Reset going, comes in for the scale rush, and with the halberds is able to secure himself the kill. I don't think anyone else really wants this heat right now. Yin has jumped down. Jin's already gone.
Looks like TT5 may just be going for a second kill, gets a nice clang down, but is able to re-grab onto his halberd. Another knockback comes through. Ying, lower HP though. Yeah, one hell of a fight. Captured in the ball. And TT5, 2 kills off drop. He is closing in on that 35.4 threshold to guarantee him a spot.
Yeah, you always like to have momentum off the start. Takes a ton of pressure off of the back, and 225 hot drops into everyone. Gets gifted with the plot armor, purple armor, chilling. Now Mike is there with the white armor. 225 scaled to the moon right now. Still needs a purple weapon though, but he got a ton of money. Can wait for the purple weapon so he could buy it off. Now we're going to the money position where JL's HM is going to be running away. Remember, Ajao and Wufang need to qualify as well. Wufang able to get a purple pole sword off spawn as well, but JL's HM is going to make it to Celestia, be able to type this out. Ajao with the flying knives though. Flying knives versus pole sword, not the best matchup, but Ajao or Wufang's gonna switch over to the flying knives. Ajao wants to take this fight though. He knows he needs 2 kills to get past that 35.4 threshold. Wufang doesn't want to risk it here. He is gonna be kiting him out. Now we're going over to 5-2-1's Yin versus Xjin right now. Xjin, he opts to take the full reset, double hold dodge into the parry. Tricky. Yin is going to go with a max range LMB. He is going to get reaction parried by Xjin. Seeing that one coming, and now 225 is going to join the party. Nice cross parry from Xjin. F is going to come out into the immediate ultimate. Now 225 is going to hawk Yin down, wait for that last hit opportunity. But 225 is going to take a lot of damage here. He has to be careful right now. Doesn't want to lose his purple armor as SS1's Xjin is going to take advantage of the damage done to him. He does want that purple armor, but 225 recognizes it. Double hold, cancel. Going to get some space. One charge. Xjin with the grapple. Wants to find the hit here, but 225 opts to pop the ultimate. Looks for the ball, not able to get it. Now in a very tough position, under a ton of pressure. Fries across, gets the ball, gonna get the heal. And now Xjin put against the ropes. But he is. Get the stagger off. Wait a second. Momentum back into Xjin's path, but 225 is like, wait a second. Let's chill. Let's take a second here. Let me get a breather. Let me get a full reset. Let me get the advantage with this purple armor. But Xjin, no armor to his name. He's like, nah. Let's get in there. We are going to get a nice reset here into a round 2. Xjin in 225. But first, we're going to go over to Ajao versus Slows.
Slows, again, very quiet day from him. Only 7 points total put together across both game days. A very disappointing performance from him. Unable to make the connection with that Viper ultimate on. And Ajao might be making Slows' day even harder and even sadder for him, as he is going to very quickly remove him from the lobby. Oh, Slows out of the game. I think he had average game time of about 5 to probably 6 minutes. Like, he is getting knocked out of lobbies way too quick. HM able to finish up Wufang here. He's got the kill on table, grab some goodies. TT5 is such a hot target for everyone right now just because of that purple armor. Like, if you can grab yourself some purple armor, you're sitting so happy. HM and Edward are able to. HM just bought his from the shop. Because now the realm of Yangs is spawning up, and this is going to be the major point of contention. Edward getting a little bit of a check here from Zhu. Zhu, I think, realizing this isn't actually he really wants right now. Nice parry, though. Able to steal away the purple weapon from Edward. That is a big denial. Freeze comes out. Edward, he wants his weapon back, so Zhu might have to fight really hard for this one. Edward not giving it up. Realm of Yang's up. That means nothing to Edward right now. He is out for blood. This is just a full vengeance run. Catches the parry onto him. Zhu losing all of his armor, being forced incredibly low. Gets a scale rush off of Edward. Chases it back around. Freeze comes out. Edward breaks the freeze. Immediately gets caught. Looks for the lockdown on to Zhu. Catches him with the staff. Once again, Dash is coming out. Looking for the damage onto him. Hasn't made that connection though. Ultimate has timed out, and Zhu still feeling comfortable to keep the pressure up
onto Edward, who's now just making his way away to safety. Kind of got emotional there. Ju's gonna lose his life, but Edward still lost his weapon.
Yeah, tough position for Shu. He needs even a more monster game than everyone else. Needs 10 points to get up there. Not getting kills off spawn is going to be a tough order, but he still can make it happen if he's able to go to Yang. Edward needs to get past his 35.4 position if he wants to for sure get through. He cannot die right now, especially as Yang is going to be coming up. He will not have that second life up. We are going to go into the round with Yang following 225 versus Action. 225 with a ton of momentum with his game 5 win. Going to be going against the hot stuff of Action. He's back to the lead. He's been hot coming out for the opener. 225 takes to the sky, looks for 3 bow shots, drops down, back-to-back focus attacks with the follow-up. Looks for the wake-up, gets a 2 clip. Now dodging away, triple dodge. Action gonna scale up to the opposite side. Overhold's gonna come through, forcing out the combo break, but Action does get a stagger around the pillar. Wait a second, we do almost get put in an infinite by 225. Luckily, gets notched out. Kylan ulted iframe the first ball. Now we only have 1 more ball to combo this, but that's all we need. If we can get him into the sky, we can hit him with the flying knives combo. Oh, we threw a ball right into the pillar. A little bit ambitious from 225. A little bit of nerves probably getting to him right now. He only has a sliver of health. Action looking for the jumping LMB. Oh, comes out by accident from 225. A little bit of chip left. Crossbow's gonna be and he doesn't make it around the corner as Action puts him down, hitting him in the ankles as he turns the corner.
That's so sad. As soon as that repeating crossbow came out, I know T25's heart sunk when he heard those shots coming through, knowing there was no getting away with the health bar he had. Jan Yuan now with that Vermilion Bird's Might, actually looking for a fight versus Asia, who also has the Bird's Might. So I like to call these consequence-free kills. They're just going to trade it out and see if one of them can grab something. The worst thing that can happen is powering, you lose your gold weapon. Nice lockdown though. And Asia is going to secure himself that kill onto Jan Yuan. Picks him up. Out comes the F from MTF here. Is MTF the guy running V2 Yoto? Or is he running V1 this time?
Oh, we'll have to see.
No, it's Jan Yuan running it. He's running F1. Yeah, he's running V1, sorry. So, the new Yoto Ultimate. Yeah. Asia, you, my friend, are sliced, you are diced, you are sandstormed up and MTF, but MTF keeping on with the grapples, chasing forwards. Don't know if MTF actually really has a decent range weapon to handle this. Asia able to get some healing off, jumps into the zone, gets himself a bit of healing, but nice parry comes down, dropping on the weapon, F thrown out there. Asia very low on HP though, as MTF wants to keep that pressure up onto him. Asia, Sandstorm's gonna give him a nice place to get some healing done. Resets partially here. MTF able to get himself his own reset off. Armor comes back. Sandstorm goes, Wisp goes a little bit wide this time onto MTF. And the Yoto find the turnaround, repositions once again, throws out the Wisp, doesn't make the connection, and Jan Yuan with that debuff on, wants to get the healing off, wants to get the extra bit of work done. You can see TT5's been able to cleanse himself off, but Jan Yuan able to get a cleanse for himself. MTF, can he find that cleanse? He has a debuff on, he needs to get the cleanse off, as Jan Yuan playing for as many points as possible right now. MTF not being let out of his sights. That Yoto incredibly low HP. Kind of being chased down by multiple people on multiple angles right now. I think this is going to be a hard do for MTF. Jan Yuan gets interrupted and actually might buy MTF time to reset. Gets the grey armor swap off. Gets the full heal out. Jan Yuan being attacked here by Yin. Looks like they're in a bit of a dicey situation right now. Jan Yuan still making the run, losing all of his armor. Yin lost a lot of HP, committed the ultimate, gets the tackle down onto Jan Yuan. The microwave being too much. The win! Jan Yuan, the lobby leader, knocked out by Yin here. As now MTF is going low. Massive work for the halberds from Yin. MTF throws down the F, gives him a nice place to get some armor resets on, get some of that health back. Pistol shots coming out from Asia as he's going to continue to chase.
Oof, Agile safe. Makes it through at 38 points, but 225 against the ropes right now. We're gonna see a replay of 225. He has Yang depleting. He's gonna catch Wufang right here. Both these guys need to make it through. He is gonna throw him into the lantern. He is gonna get the Soul Blue. Agile now under pressure of Yin with that Syra ultimate, but he is gonna be able to zone him out a little bit. Max range with Edward lurking in the flank. Agile making his way back in, wants to trap him in to secure the kill for himself. Looks for the F, forces out the combo break, gets the F, looks for the RB, he is gonna get it. Edward tries to steal it away with the bow shot, not able to do it in time though. Agile now up to 4 kills, climbing up the leaderboard. Edward and 225 still on the cusp though. 35 for Edward, 34.9 for 225. Either one of them can knock each other out right now. 225, he's not slowing down. He's not taking his foot off the gas. He's not going to the bush. We're going straight into Yang. It's just all gas from here. No brakes. We're going to keep this train going. We don't, as viewers and casters, we have the privilege of knowing exactly where everyone is, but for the competitors, they don't know what's happening, and 225 is taking his destiny in his own hands, as Mike is going to be fighting for this next round of Yang, but Action forces Mike off. He is going to be fighting against Shu on his Kylan.
Well, we're actually going to cut over to T225 versus HM inside this round of Yang. Remember, keeping our eyes on this guy. 3 kills in. T225 doing everything to stay in the game. Goes for the musket shot, doesn't quite hit the mark. Mike actually took out Ajiao, so Ajiao's out of the lobby now, which is good for T225. For someone he can look to overtake off the back of this one. HM gets knocked back. Could switch out, goes for the punch, doesn't quite hit the mark here. Repositions with the F, and it's going to be the ultimate. Sorry, the F used by T225, followed by the ultimate now. Looks for the bull, catches him. Quick heal comes in for a reset, throws him up. Maybe he can go for the recap. I've still got the F. The bull's going to do a bit of work here. HM able to turn this one around. T225 running out of time to actually use that bull. Ultimate timing out fairly soon. Going to go for the reset. Instead of maybe going for the bull, throws it down. Does he get the cap? No. Wastes it, unfortunately, for T225. HM gonna also get himself a reset off. Doesn't let the full reset come out. Switching both the ranged weapons here. Flying knives. A mix of range and melee coming out of HM, losing a lot of HP. This fight's starting to get a bit dicey for him with the ultimates down. HM does still have that F to reposition if he needs to. He's going to have to look to throw that one out soon because he is just pinned by this pillar. T225 building the pressure up onto HM, not giving him a room for respite here. HM goes and strips the armor off T225. Quick shot to the musket. No one's got time to go for the resets though, as HM too low. X away to get away from the danger, but both of them are low. Musket shots going wide from T225, not able to find that opening. Finds the parry and finishes him with the pole sword.
Ferocity from 225. He looks like a man possessed. He wants to make it through right now. Finds a nice parry. Keeps on the pressure. Doesn't opt out to go for the reset. Doesn't want to play it safe. We're just gambling it all on red right there, and it turns out well for him, as I believe that kill is gonna make it safe for him. Just barely, but Edward is on the cusp right now with Zhu, DRG Zhu, 10 points behind, but Edward is probably locked in as well, unless Zhu just massively pops off and finds 10 points right here. Highly unlikely. It looks like the top 12 have been solidified. Really, really tough break for GG's player, who is not going to make it through, as 225 and Edward are going to make it through. We are going to go back to a realm of Yang. Jin versus, or Action versus Zhu. They look like they're going to be coming out. Both of them charging folks attacks around the pillar. Fade out. Light attack from Action is going to land the light attack into the uppercut combo. Nice job from Action. Able to trick up Zhu, catch one of his dodges, and put him down.
Both rocking the same swimwear Kylan skin actually there. So you guys just having a beach day, but staying with some Romeyang instead. 10 minutes left on the lobby. Mike only 2 kills, but I think top 3 is going to be a hard ask for Mike unless he has a really good end to this circle. I think he's just playing to stay on that top end of the table itself. No one's going to really be able to overtake him unless TT5 has an unbelievable game. I actually don't think there's enough points in the game for him to be able to do that, unfortunately. So yeah, I think Mike is at minimum going to be in the top table and ending in 6th. If he wants to go for a bigger spot, he's going to have to put some bigger points on the mark. Not too far behind WB, he's just ahead of him, so it is potentially doable. As TT5. He's qualified now, so he's not in any real danger, but he could be getting knocked out here. His run may just be done so. They're looking to hunt him down, and Jin is the one to secure that kill. Big denial, TT5 is eliminated from the lobby. Nice pick up there for the SS1 player.
Do have 5 people left alive. DRG's Zhu. Action keeping up the pressure where he left off, chasing down Zhu. Zhu making his way up the cliffside, able to break contact from Action. Action happy to go through the loot, set up, grab some Jades for the next round. Waiting for the Spirit Well to be coming up. Dropping the Gold Fist in zone. Doesn't want anyone to pick that up. But now making his way back in. This is how powerful knives are right now. Even gold weapons do not take priority over purple knives. And we are going to see JL's HM with Mike roaming around the map. A minute 42 on JL's HM. He needs to find a cure right now. Around a minute 45, a minute 30, things start getting dire just because you do have to work through a lot of these very, very geared players. Usually max out melee resistance, usually purple and gold armor at this point. So around 2 minutes, you need to have found whoever your target is and get it going, or else it's very easy to get timed out. Now we are going to get SS1 Action versus JL's HM. Flank comes down, but the flying knives. But Action does have a lot of his armor stripped right now. Edwards is going to join in the fray. This is flanked initially, and Action stuck in this canyon right now, but using the dagger perfectly to kite right here. That LNB focus attack giving you a ton of verticality, a ton of options to kite. But Mike is going to also join in. Now, 3 out of the 5 members of the lobby all chasing Action right now. But Action putting on the skate, able to get away initially. Knock Mike away, playing this building well. Just with 3 people chasing, what can you do? Very, very hard to lose all 3 of them. Mike's gonna take this guy, find him again, but it looks like Edward is gonna switch targets to HM, or HM is gonna switch targets to Edward. 20 seconds left. He's gonna pop the Lani ult, but unfortunately he switched onto a Justina, and Edward is out of there.
Yeah, doesn't want to hang around at all. Mike being heavily lobbied down. HM loses a fair bit of his momentum there, but Mike's gonna be able to break away. This is quintessential. Wait, what? Mike took out. Okay, cool. Well, Mike got a kill. That's good for him. That completely caught me off guard. It's one of those situations where when you see someone play ACOS, they do typically get focused out in the lobby, in the final circle. We see this quite a lot with ACOS in solos. Mike, with that cheeky kill, was perfectly coincided with the Romeyang soul well going off, so he instantly cleansed himself of the corruption, and he can now just play defensive while the others play aggressive. But if Mike wants to catch up and maybe go for a top 3 spot, he needs 2 more kills or he needs to win this lobby. He's so close to a top 3 spot. He's not going to be able to take W1's spot at the very top, but if he gets a kill like that, a podium spot is very much within his grasp. Trying to play denial onto them. Jin
Very low HP. Mike continues to play aggressive here. Does get bopped back briefly there. Massive chunk onto Mike's armor. Takes half of it off. Mike continues to press the advantage, but he again is getting chunked out. The Bane's Breath comes down, but Mike strikes with the ultimate. Connects onto Jin. Jin going even lower. He's still got more charges on that ultimate. The Bane's Breath comes down, and Jin will lose more HP. Mike continues to go forward, and Jin's actually going to be going down. User wants to secure the kill here, and it's just the 2v2. Mike needs to not play aggressive like last time. He needs to not press the advantage. Get the reset off. Play this one safe. Play it smart. He goes on to Jin. Jin gets caught in the knockup. Mike's not got quite enough to finish him up though with this knockup. Another one comes down. The Bane's Breath not going to make the connection onto Mike. And that is the Bane's Breath from Mike to end the fight. Beautifully juggled the aggro. Mike closes out game number 6.
Yeah. Really, really good stuff from Mike. Able to just walk through his opponent, keeping up the pressure, catching the wake up into the uppercut, and even taking advantage with a nice clip there, forcing his opponent into the Moonbane to secure the last MVP of the day. That's why you can't count out the GOAT. There's a reason why he's dominated the solo scene forever. Doing bad, doing good. He's always going to be one of the most consistent, and in the clutch, he is second to none. He is always going to show up. You barely beat him. He's never going to be an easy matchup. You see it right there. Again, when Mike gets there, he gets the opportunity. He rarely ever drops the ball. But really, really cool stuff. His opponent, I see this all the time. Just a little bit of a mistake on the wake up. Just panic situation, just rolls. Doesn't really consider the rain. Ends up rolling right into the building. Mike just runs up, covers his wake up, catches him. And when you get light attack with a spear, you're going for another ride, getting an uppercut, and Mike actually is able to turn it perfectly, knock him into a Moonbane, add insult to injury. Just beautiful stuff coming out of Mike. What an excellent way to end the day. We see 225 get across the finish line. We see Mike dominate that last little bit. You see the OGs showing up big again, even though the new blood, Shen Yuan, crushed the day with that F1 V2 Yodo, showing us that all variations of Yodo is working right now. Will we see more in the future? I'm really excited, Hip Rain, to see what we're going to be looking at for this solo finals leading into EWC.
Honestly, solos is looking very exciting in the run up to EWC and for the rest of the season. The return of Yoto. Do I think that classic Yoto ultimate is going to be the ultimate meta for her? No. I think it was very, very well used though by Zhang Yuan. I think the F1, I can see F1 mixed with the new ult could potentially give you some angles to play around with. I like the way in which she was using that F1 where, like, you know, I think a lot of people look at her other F as the kind of like, it's good because it gives you defense. It gives you a way to escape and kind of a place to pot up. But the F1 being used to kind of teleport to locations away from the action, away as like a kind of like an ankle breaker, but also the fact it has an aggressive use. I like to see some players start to play around with this one. I think F1 Yoto could actually become something which may become a contested point in what is actually the better ref to take. But yeah, I mean, Mike popping off there at the end of the day. Had 2 wins today, game 3 and game 6. In fact, both his wins were on Morris. So Mike proves to be a Morris player through and through. 9 points for him is a nice one. That could potentially enough for him to go into 3rd place. Not 2nd, I don't think, but we will see, I guess, after the end of this one. Jin walks away with 6 points. Walks away with 5 points. I'm going to forever call him T225. He did what he needed to this game. It was a very slow start to the day for him, but he did make it work, and that is going to be enough for him to qualify for those bi-weekly finals. On the other hand, I mean, all the way at the bottom of that table, Slows, another goose egg for him. 7 points across 12 games from this guy. He has a lot to work on for the rest of the split.
Yeah. We get the overall standings, so standings. Not many surprises here. I feel like everyone performed exactly where they're at there as far as expectations and their level. BB Slow still has a lot to work on. Kind of a stand-in for Frostibus right now. Really shows just how hard the league is, that not anyone can do exactly what Frostibus and a lot of these very, very strong solo players can do. Yin as well, he did pick up a little bit of steam near the end, but still has a long way to go and develop if he hopes to compete with a lot of these killers. Ju had some things going right at the end, but couldn't pull off with enough steam. And you see the veterans at the top. Edward Wufang, Verse has been crushing as well, 225. You're seeing the new blood, Ajao and Verse dominating, showing that the future of NARAKA is still very, very bright. These guys coming through, challenging the throne. Genuine started the day very strong, kept it going, even started picking some fun picks just to entertain the crowd, entertain himself, and he ends up taking first in spectacular fashion. Now going to the highlights, brought to you by China Unicom to close out the day for our last game. Ray, take it away.
I mean, what a day we've had, right? Absolutely amazing. Mike here, purple armor, getting beaten out by Edward. And you can see he's someone who really gets in his head when he makes a mistake. And I was worried, and we'll see it again at the end, but he did the same thing he did in game 2, where he had a slight advantage, but not a big enough one, I think, to pull the full trigger. But he just kept up with the aggression and was able to close it out. Mike on the ACOS, probably one of the better performances we've seen on an ACOS in a little while. Really, really nice stuff from him, using that Tiger beautifully. This is Jin versus Yu inside the Roma Yang. Our Beach Boys losing out, but Mike, that Tiger's leap from the ultimate was absolutely beautiful. Mike found the opening. He didn't step off the pedal. I felt like this fight here was going to be a little bit too much, because I think Jin at one point was in the health range where, like, if he had broken away from Mike or Mike had misplayed, Mike could have gone down, but he was able to find the kill. Huge performance from him. A top 3 puts him in a nice standing going into those bi-weekly finals. Good performance from the ACOS. I'm sure Mike's going to be sitting happy with that. You know, maybe it could have been a higher end for him, but from where he started the day to where he ended it, he did what he needed. 16,000 damage coming out. Assault, Prideful, Heartstopper Kick, Cyan Fang, Step Soul Jade, and the Ripple Step and Phantom Step Soul Jades for himself there. Only got 1 parry this game, not like his game 3 where he had like 8 parries off, but 5 kills, more than enough.
Yeah, Phantom Step, one of the best Jades in the game. It really limits what your opponent can do. A lot of the light attack catches require a ton of precision, but more importantly, requires the melee aim assist to work. And with Phantom Step, you can't really catch your opponent. So Mike, usually you see a lot of the winners have some of these Jades of Destinies that really put him on top. Does Mike really need a Jade? Not really, but he does find a way to navigate a win with Akos in a 2v1 situation inside Moonbane. Definitely Phantom Step played a big role in that. Yeah. No surprises there. But again, Mike, the GOAT, clutches it up in spectacular fashion to close the day. What a beautiful way to end. What an awesome week of bi-weekly solos. Day 3 in the books. We're going into the NBPL solo finals. We are.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to come. Yeah, a lot more to come. Tomorrow's trios, then we've got obviously the finals themselves. It is 8 days of non-stop action, but we have an interview standing by, so we're going to pass over to that. We're about to round the day out, so we'll see you in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，225先跟观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YZT25。
欢迎225来到赛后采访。Okay, so first, congratulations, you qualified for the bi-weekly, and you know what? I'm just like, phew. And so, how's your feeling? 哇，我真的是帮225今天是捏了一把汗啊。但是225站在我旁边，我先问问你自己吧，进了这个周决感觉怎么样？
平静了吧？
非常的平静。说实话，在最后一把之前，有没有替自己有过一点点担心呢？
有一点，但是想想就一直打嘛，杀进周决嘛。
其实也是2耳一臂，什么都不管，只要猛猛的杀，还是觉得能进周决。Okay, so I'm little worried about if I can qualify for the bi-weekly, but for now, and I'm just came down right now because I think in the game 6, just kill anyone I can kill, and then I think I can qualify for the bi-weekly final. Okay, congratulations again. Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，再次恭喜。那我们也来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, so now we can see the question is which hero did YZGT225 use in Game 6？ 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中自己到底拿到的是哪个英雄？说到刚才这把比赛，真的就是25，我感觉今天的比赛特别像最后一把觉醒了一样。关于用这个英雄有没有什么心得啊，或者有没有什么小 tips 可以跟我们分享一下 ？So Annie can share with us because in the latest game you really excellent job.
你留恋这个英雄，主要是他的 F 不掉刀嘛，你就可以猛进猛出，因为你有 F。然后主要是他强在他那个球刀那个连招嘛。
So for me, I think this character is really strong. It's because his skills can don't let your weapon down, and so I think the combination for this, the movement combination for this hero is really strong. So that's why I can win in the game. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 应该已经准备好给大家送出福利了。OK， 那接下来用英文给我们来倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 哎，也有请我们的225亲自给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
答案是 B， 留恋。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, so we are going to have the bi-weekly final. And after this bi-weekly, we are going to have the new rule for the solo game. So I would like to know, so how's your feeling about that? 这边要问一下，我们马上要进入周决之后呢，我们也知道第2双周其实对于单排来说是一个挺大的规则上的改变。自己觉得这个改变对你是有好处，还是你觉得会对哪些选手比较有利？
我觉得对老选手应该都是有好处嘛，因为打得久嘛，所以有些英雄大部分都会。然后那些刀印的话，刀印就基本上都看刀嘛，这英雄什么都大差不差的，其实，
那其实我可不可以这样理解？一个是对于老选手们来说，英雄熟练度都非常的高了，所以都比较有优势。另外一个对于观众的观感上面也是比较有优势，因为就大家可以看到不同的英雄上阵。Okay, so I think for like new rule for us is like old players because we are really familiar with all the characters. That's why we have the advantage. And also for the audience because you guys can see like more characters just in the solo game. And also now I think who have the ability in the one-on-one fighting and who will win in the solo game. 好的，再次感谢225来我们的采访，也再次感谢给我们做的这个关于新规则的一个分享。当然了，在新规则之前，我们还是要期待一下我们的周决到底怎么样？怎么样？终于挺进了最后这张门票，有没有信心？这个周决？
决赛的我你知道的呀。
Okay, so just look my final, okay? 我觉得这句说的非常好，接下来就期待你的表现。再次感谢来到赛后采访 Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take break to our casters.
Thank you very much. Nice to hear there from TT25. I am myself excited by some of the changes we're going to be getting to both solos and trios. Hero select and how that's actually going to change in which the meta is played and how the teams play out. Very excited by that. But yeah, I mean, we'll look at the future soon because that's not too far away. I think what we should really look at though is how good of a day it was for Mike and for TT25 to be able to kind of get himself in a good position. Like Mike started on the middle table, like he was probably making it to bi-weekly finals unless today was horrendous, but to then end in a podium position, absolutely amazing. Obviously Zhang Yuan as well, jumping up the table. He was already in the top end of the table, but eclipsing Star and taking that first place going into bi-weekly finals is going to be amazing for him. I think these bi-weekly finals are going to be sick. Like you were saying at the beginning of the day, Raven, they are they're a taster for what's to come at EWC next week.
Yeah, solo finals is going to be epically competitive. You see the momentum of Genuine kind of continuing. Same thing with Verse, and even the old guard acknowledging just how good these players are, not underestimating. They're prepping for them as things are coming up. Mike put out a tier list of who he thinks the strongest are in the league. And Verse and Genuine are at the top. I've been saying it for a while that these guys are up and coming. You cannot ignore them. Another person that you cannot ignore is Arano. He was in contention the entire last year, so close to stealing a tournament away from Spider or Mike. Just inches away, getting killed right at the end. He was part of the last 4 players during the MVP rounds. Just didn't have enough gas to get it across the finish line. But this year is probably the most competitive year of solos that I have seen in CN. And going into EWC, it's probably one of the most competitive lobbies I've seen constructed, considering Frostivus did qualify through SCA, so there's technically 9 NBPL players inside this tournament, on top of the fact that Tryhard is coming back, Zay is coming back, and Zelsish is coming back, who are all grand finalists. This is the first time that everyone in this lobby is actually a grand finalist, all going to be there, second time there. So I'm very excited to see how EWC is going to play out. But overall, these solos finals, a taster of what these guys have cooking for this solo finals. Everyone's going to reveal their hand to a certain degree. You can't really hold anything back at this level. So I'm excited to see what these guys have, and I'm ready to take notes exactly what they're doing for preparation to EWC. It's going to be a quick turnaround though. NBPL finals to EWC, back to NBPL bi-weekly. There's no rest for NARAKA. Non-stop action going to be coming down. You love to see it. I like the packed action right now. Definitely going to pay a toll on all the competitors and production, but it's really cool to see NARAKA pull this off and keep this going and move NARAKA into a new stage in 2025.
Well, here's tomorrow's schedule for trios. If you are a Hit Parade hater, tough luck. I'm back tomorrow. I've done 3 days back to back here of NBPL action. It's been exhausting and very, very fun. But that's tomorrow's action for us here on the on trios, deciding who makes it to the trios bi-weekly finals, which will be Thursday. So Wednesday is going to be solos, Thursday is going to be trios. Remember, don't come in on the weekend because we're not here. We're getting everything done for this first bi-weekly, back-to-back 8 days solid action, getting to the tail end of that, and then there's a few days off, and then everyone's heading over for EWC, which is going to be another really exciting one for us. And you know, getting to see NARAKA in a different setting, because you know, NBPL and just NARAKA esports in general has been very kind of internally handled. I feel like, yeah, we have the European and the NA League, but you know, they're very, very small. This is the first time we get to see kind of like, you know, our Chinese players and our major league players performing in an international format outside of home turf, right? Outside of a NARAKA studio. So I'm really excited to see how these guys do, because it's a very different setting. They're used to playing in this studio. They're used to playing, you know, in their home country. Playing in Saudi, it's hot over there. In fact, it's incredibly dry as well. I've been hearing that other games, I'm not going to mention game names because I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I heard in other games, some players, because of how dry the air was, they got nosebleeds from how hot and how dry it is. So it's a very different climate. It can really affect the players, and I'm curious to see how they perform in that situation. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining us here for today's action. We're going to wrap it up and then be back tomorrow for more action. Raven, crushed it. Thank you very much for joining me. And guys, we will see you tomorrow for more NBPL action. See you then.